from the front. I try to use, I try my best to use whatever I have to get people talking, you know, because the more we keep quiet, the more these things happen. I mean, look, I'm looking at the news right now. If you guys go check the news, I'm looking at my laptop. You know, when you type in no paid salary in Nigeria in Google, you're gonna see, 1 month ago, BBC minimum wage 70,000 naira minimum wage. Some states have not even paid. I mean, what are we doing? You understand? 70 70,000 naira is not even a lot in current Nigeria. It's not a lot. It's not a lot.
Naira is
So
just barely over 35 euros, I think. 35 or
yeah,
50 euros. That's nothing.
that's nothing. That's nothing. And some states haven't even paid.
Yeah, Nigeria
So
is.
we need to say, okay, who haven't paid? Why haven't they paid? And let's tag the fucking governor. Let's tag the commissioner. Let's call them
Also,
out.
apart from the thing is, they are very shameless, right? But the thing is, one of the things I believe in is if you see them in the West, they go a lot to London, to Switzerland, harass them because there they don't have to, they cannot get the police to kill you for protesting. We have to do a lot as Nigerians. We can't just be talking. A lot of us, every Nigerian who lives abroad is supporting like so many people back home. Like this past Christmas, like my husband gave me some money and I had to organize support for some people. The
Yeah.
way that those people thanked me was so emotional. I was like, first of all, it's not even my money. Secondly, it was so emotional to see what 35 euros can do for people in Nigeria. It was like
Wow.
35 years per family. And the thing is, as Nigerians, how long are we going to keep doing this charity work without our us holding our government accountable?
We
How long is it
must.
going to continue? No, I mean you must, but then at the end of the day, how many people we're 200 over 200, how many people can you help?
No, you're
You know?
true. No, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. We have to.
Yeah.
We can't do this all the time, bro. We have a life to live too.
Yeah, we have things like I was telling my husband that I wanted there's a winter coat I wanted to buy for a long time. Kingsley, every time I go to the shop, I want to buy it. I start thinking, it's 280 euros. If I take this money and I give it to five people, they can eat for a month. That's how I always feel guilty about doing things for myself because I always, at every given time, I'm thinking there are people who haven't eaten today that I know in Nigeria. I
Yeah.
know that. So Nigeria is like, what can we do? That's what I was telling you yesterday, that people like you have to join the government. You cannot escape it. You're young enough, no man.
I know. I
You're young enough,
know.
you have exposure, you have a lot of things to offer. You have to find your way into local level politics. Are you going to make a difference on the grand scheme of things? No, but you're going to affect people in your community. And that's where change, like you started off saying that the presidency or the prime minister or whatever, it's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't put food on people's tables. It doesn't make sure
Yeah.
children go to school. That's the
Yeah.
governor. That's the local government. Those are the reps. And these are things that as Nigerians we don't understand yet. If the policeman in your state hasn't been paid, that's your governor's job. The president has
Yeah.
no business in that. So why should you have a police in your state, school teachers, doctors that are owed salary for 7 months? How do you want them
It's
to feed
sad.
their kids? And then we say
It's
that they
sad.
shouldn't take bribe and harass people for bribes. They have to feed their kids.
Yeah.
Nigeria is an all-round, I don't know. Nigeria
But
discourages
but
me a lot.
but like you said yesterday, you know, it doesn't take much to actually be a good governor in Nigeria. Like you said yesterday, it's not. It's. I mean, it doesn't take much to be like remembered as a good governor because just do the basics.
Oh my God. It's Nigeria, like, and the thing is, because the average Nigerian, we're a very young population now. The medium age
Very.
in Nigeria is 15. Most people in Nigeria are extremely young. So it means that we have never known a functional government. So imagine if a governor, all he did was he paid salaries for public service on time, he made money available for people to carry waste, they fund primary schools. Have you seen government primary schools in Nigeria, Kingsley?
Oh.
If you
Oof.
see it, you will cry.
Yeah.
You will cry. You will see where, like, the last time I was in Lagos because we're doing something, I went to this school. Children are sitting in darkness. There's no seat. People are sitting on the floor. The classrooms are overpopulated. Kids are outside. And then I'm thinking, we went to primary school, we went to a different kind of primary school, but I was thinking, as a 3 year old, as a 5 year old, if this is your reality, how does this country expect you to grow up and have anything to give back to this country and not be a criminal when your country has given you, you are a child sitting on the floor, you are going to school bare feet. You're going to school when there was a time in Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't take long to impress as a governor in Nigeria. There was a time Osun State, like all the Yoruba states, were running these free school meal programs funded by the World Bank. There were significant improvement in enrollment, and there were significant improvement in WAEC, because WAEC is a West African exam. The majority of the highest scores were coming from Nigeria. Fast forward to now, where all of those fundings were pulled because the state governments are useless. They will give you money for school
Useless.
feeding program. You will steal the money. So the World Bank is like, we're not funding your corruption. And now a lot of kids are not in school. And some kids during that time, the only time they used to eat was when they were in school. Do you know this, my friend, I'm telling you that I've invited to join your life? He showed me a video, an actual news video where in the north, people are eating grass. Kingsley, I'm not joking. People are cooking grass, putting pepper. It's in the news. You know, Nigeria is very heartbreaking.
Yeah,
Nigeria is,
and as even for me, it's like there shouldn't be, in my opinion, there shouldn't be a a system where a Nigerian governor goes to beg money. Like honestly, there are some African countries that go and beg money, and I'm like, okay, fine, you need it. I don't. Honestly, maybe it's just my ego talking, but bro, you're Nigeria. You have money.
Nigeria is very rich, Kingsley.
We have. I don't. I can again. Even if I'm ever like a governor, bro, my ego is not gonna let me go and ask you for money for waiting.
Especially,
I
you
cannot.
remember I was telling you yesterday how River State, how much they generate, and Akwa Ibom is richer than River State.
Yeah.
Nigeria is, there is no Nigerian governor that has the validity to go and beg for money because Nigeria
No.
is a very rich country. So it really upsets me. But because of how corrupt we are, we are not the governors. People don't go to serve. People don't go to say, how can I improve my state idea? How can I generate more income? Because we run a federal system that regardless of what you generate every month, that money is coming to your account. And by your account, I mean state account. And because you are the
Yeah.
governor, the money belongs to you. And that's why people are angry in Nigeria, because people are saying, if you look at the IGR, I wish Najib would join this live, but if you look at the IGRs that are generated, because he has more statistics and facts and more in-depth knowledge than I have. But if you look at the statistics that are generated, the North gives, like, the money that the northern states get from the federal government as allocation every month is like a quarter of what they contribute as IGR.
Yeah.
So you will see a state will have 20 billion naira budget per month, but they are generating, that means their IGR is 4 billion. That's if you even get to that billion. Oh. So you see why people are angry that it's a liability. But let's not talk about now that, because all the northerners here will come and eat my head up.
No, I don't
Let's
care.
talk.
They know me. They know me. We had you missed that live. That live was one of the hottest live ever. We had 9 hours.
Oh my God, that was crazy.
9 hours. That's that Umbra. That's how I met Umbra. I met
Yeah.
Usman. I think I saw Hausa. It was hot.
But yeah, Nigeria is, and I wish Najib would join us, because Najib has actually tried to run for office in his state, and
Where's he from?
he was born in the north, but he's from Edo State. He was born in Kano, and
Yeah.
he's very, Nigeria is one of the countries. Like, when I met him, I'd never known anybody so passionate about Nigeria. And even now I still mock him that there was a girl that he didn't date because the girl did not
Ah,
want
see,
to go to Nigeria.
Hausa is in the comment section. Yeah, that's the guy. But he's 90 years old. He's 90 years old, but he's very passionate about Nigeria. I'll give him that. Like for real. I think you're actually gonna at least you will acknowledge that too. Like he's 19. Or yeah, I mean, I give him his credit. But yeah, but I think the revenue allocation in Nigeria, the North need to take accountability. Again, this was part of the argument we had last time, or the conversation we had. Like, the North needs to I feel, I don't know, maybe you see what you tell me what you think, but I think if you're going to be a state in Nigeria, like, there has to be some type. You have to earn stuff. You have to be able to earn. Like, I don't know, there has to be some form of parity whereby if you bring 0.5, you're gonna get something. It shouldn't be guaranteed. It shouldn't be guaranteed because what this does is that it creates and enables a culture of laziness, which is what we're having. Even
Yeah.
in the South, if I'm being honest, the only advantage we have in the South is, okay, we have the oil. You get me?
Yeah.
And but I think in the North it's more pronounced.
It's extremely, people don't have any. You read manifestos of somebody coming to run for government, you can't see anything. They can't tell you how they are going to do A, B, C, and D. They create budgets, they don't know what education costs, they don't know health, they know nothing because there's no system where the way Nigeria can be productive, the way that we can get good governance is if Nigeria runs a state where your budget, you have to generate your budget and more that you contribute to the state, not that you come and like you're like a beggar. That's why all governors are living in Abuja in Nigeria. Why are you living in Abuja? You're governor of Lagos,
Imagine.
you're living in Abuja. What are you doing in Abuja?
Imagine. It's
Anyway.
just it's just messed up. It's just messed up all around. Messed up all around. Like, that's something we definitely need to look into. And I don't know. I feel like that's why, like I said, I'm sure you know this already. This is why I'm transitioning as a content creator this year, especially to focus more on Nigeria, to focus more on Africa. But like what can I do? What can I use? How can I use my platform to move Nigeria forward? I mean, in the small way that I can. And the best way that we can use is we need to start highlighting this. We need to start highlighting this corruption. This corruption. We need to start with the corruption. Like, you're not paying people salary. That's a big problem. Why aren't you paying people salary? That how are they going? How are they going to pay? How are they going to buy? Hey, Stefan, tell him I say hi. Tell him we are talking about our unique country, bro. Jesus. You're lucky in Germany, man. Nigeria, we have problems every single minute.
That's why he left because it's like you're getting passionate again. I don't want to see you cry
Ah,
because I'm always
tell him
crying
this is.
about that
Tell
country.
him I'm always passionate. I'm always passionate, man. I'm always passionate. But that's me. But I think it's important for us to to start calling out this thing, like the corruption. And as Nigerians, whether you are, especially for those of us abroad, we need to help the Nigerians at home. Because let me tell you, as Nigerians abroad, you and I can talk, you and I can speak out. Let us use that. Why are you not paying salaries, bro? Hashtag Ebony State. Call them out. Tag the governor. But a lot of us Nigerians, we are hypocrites. Let's be honest. We know a lot of you people, you know the kids of these governors, yet you're supporting them on Instagram.
I'm
We are
telling you.
hypocritical. I see so many Nigerians supporting the same kids of corrupt politicians. Pick a side. Pick a side. You are liking the Instagram post of, his father is a politician that is fucking up the country. Yet you are liking, you're sharing, you're putting, well done, bro, hard work. What hard work? His father is a governor. Of course, he has money from the government.
And the funny thing, they will be the one. There was a time I saw a video of the daughter of the Ogun State governor. She made a video of, well, not a video on TikTok, going to my hair appointment. She enters a jet to her hair appointment in London, and she has the audacity.
Really?
Yes. And
Oh, yeah,
Nigerians
yeah.
were there in the comment section praising her. I was like, this is the kind of person that when you see her in London, you stone her. You slap her if you can. You do something to her because you cannot be praising and supporting your oppressors. Nigerians love supporting their oppressors. Somebody is
Yeah.
oppressing you. If you don't want to do anything, no, but don't be praising them because it's not their money. They are spending their state's money. They are
Yeah.
spending money. You rented a jet, or I don't know who owns it, to go for your hair appointment. in London when your father has not paid doctor's salary
Imagine. Imagine.
for 7 months. Doctors that work in the state will not pay the salary. That's the kind of person that when you see her in London, you slap her. You if you see her father, you go and protest wherever her father is. If her father is in a
Imagine.
hotel, Nigerians organize 20,000 Nigerians stand there and tell the hotel to kick him out. He hasn't paid salaries in his states. Why
Imagine.
is he staying there? What is he doing there? But we
Imagine.
love praising people that are oppressing us. And then we have this, consign me, I'm distant, I'm living in Canada. But you have people back home. And if one of us is, if any of, like, no matter what we as Nigerians become abroad, they will never respect us because our country is shit.
Yeah.
That's a
Absolutely.
fact.
Absolutely.
Even if you have another
Absolutely.
passport, they will not respect you. Where are you from?
Absolutely.
Nigeria. They won't respect us.
Yeah. 1000%.
We need to
1000%.
organize, Kingsley.
Well,
We need to organize Nigerians.
we do, and it's possible. I think what has been missing is just that plan, right? That consistent plan. You understand? You
Mhm.
see, it's just step by step. We cannot do everything at once. But for me, what I can definitely do is to use my platform to speak about Nigerian issues more because I seem to have I have a very diverse African audience, but I have a lot of audience in the diaspora, which is even good because the
Mhm.
more Africans or Nigerians in diaspora we can connect with and show them the real or Nigerians in the diaspora that we can connect with and say this is what's happening in our countries. Nigeria is not just dirty December. Honestly, this dirty December thing pisses me off. If I'm just as an aside, because I feel like it glosses over the realities of Nigeria and
Mhm.
it reduces Nigeria into this like, oh, it's a party spot. Like the average Nigerian is just partying every day, and that's not true. That is so not true.
Friend
But
of
that's aside the point. But I just feel like the first step is Nigerians highlighting the day-to-day issues in the country and putting it out there and calling people out, calling out like this Ebony instead. I might even make a video on it. To get it out there. You know, and we cannot afford to be as Nigerians. We cannot afford to be passive anymore. We need to be active. We need to take the initiative. But when it comes to politics, a lot of Nigerians just chill. We just resigned our fate.
Yeah, it doesn't affect us. But also there's also something that came to my mind about Nigeria. The average Nigerian, well, let me not sound negative, but we don't treat people well. We don't treat people that we think will not do anything for us well. I saw a video of a girl recently on TikTok where she made a video. She's a Nigerian in Canada, made a video of how life is very hard in Canada and how the things that she lost jackbarring to Canada and how in Lagos she would just come out and go outside and call somebody to come to her house and they will clean her house and then she will pay them 1,500. So somebody replies 1,000 to clean your, and she even said, I think she said a four-bedroom duplex. They will claim you give them 1,500. And I read the comment, and one of the things that came to my mind was, as a Nigerian, why would you pay somebody 1,500? Kingsley, that's like less than €2. Someone to clean your house. Yes, it's a benevolent thing to do, but also it justifies how our government treat us. Most times, most Nigerians do not treat people well whom they feel will do nothing for them.
Yeah, I agree. On my days, you just summarized what I wanted to say as well. But the problem with Nigeria is that Nigeria has they have a classism thing. I've
Oh
noticed
yeah.
Nigerians are
Oh yeah.
very classist, and
Yeah.
it's quite ironic considering the state of the country. But Nigerians are very classist. Even the average Nigerian that doesn't have much money, if they have more money than someone else, they will oppress them. It absolutely blows my mind. It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. Nigerians have this thing with respect. Oh my days, the respect word is such a big thing in Nigeria. Nigerians love to weaponize respect, but they don't respect people that they think is below them. And because
Respect your elders.
yeah, and because they value respect so much, they can't even speak out against the politicians. Why? Because the politicians are most likely older than them. The youth in Nigeria wouldn't ever speak out consistently about the politicians in Nigeria. Why? Because they're older than them and you have to respect them. Nigerians, we can talk about the politicians stealing from the country, but another main problem with Nigerians is the average Nigerian, just the character. And if we're being
I
honest, the character of the average Nigerian is not great. I was in Nigeria not too long ago, but the character of the average Nigerian is not great. It's
I
blows my mind. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. I completely agree with you. And as you were speaking, something came to mind of how in 2015, when Buhari, that was the first time I voted in the Nigerian election, when Buhari was, trying to be president. And I remember like I went from saying no, this guy was a military oppressor and blah blah blah, to eventually buying into the facade of how people were marketing this guy who was head of state and did very bad things before I was born. So I wrote this thing on Facebook and blah, blah, blah. And one of my former lecturers, who was like a political economist, who was my lecturer at University of Manchester, he replied to that Facebook comment saying, you know what I find interesting about your generation supporting someone like Buhari? First of all, many of you were not even born when he was head of state and the horrible things he did. He was like, I've never been to Nigeria, but I'm a political scientist and I've studied Africa. And he basically gave me his opinion. And then he ended, his long, very long justification, basically telling me who was in Nigeria, who's Nigerian, why I should not vote for Buhari, that Buhari is an oppressor, blah, blah, blah. And then he ended it by saying, in his study of the Nigerian political culture, the average Nigerian is an oppressor who is waiting for power so he can oppress people. And
Exactly.
I just remember that when you were speaking.
Listen, and even adding to what you said as well, that's why none of the politicians in Nigeria that have run for election sway me. Even Peter Obi, as much as everybody loves Peter Obi, even he does not sway me either. There's nothing that generation, age 40, age 35 and up, that's born and raised in Nigeria, there's nothing about them that I believe will do anything for the country. In my personal opinion, because of the way we are culturally, because of the way we are innately.
I wouldn't say that. The truth is, if you have, I don't know if you've lived in Nigeria, and politics, to be honest, is the same everywhere. It's just that in Nigeria, we've had our own dirtiness, decadence for so long that we don't know any different now. In 2019, when Buhari reran, I was also in Nigeria. I mean, I make it a point of duty to go and vote because I can't be talking and not doing. So I was actually in Nigeria. No, I was in London and I went to vote. And I voted for someone whom I thought was much better than Buhari. And I believe that person won. Now, when Peter Obi came up also in the last election, I am a big believer in politics globally. There's nobody's perfect, but there's always the lesser evil. And to be very honest with you, I believe Peter Obi won the election. I believe Peter Obi would have given Nigeria the break that we need because right now we need a break from the chains of destruction that Buhari started in
Yeah,
2015
I
and
agree.
the decadence that we dropped into in 2019. And now we keep moving from fire to fire to fire to hellfire. So now we now moved deep, 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 deep. If there's a hellfire before hellfire, that's where we are now.
But you
So
know, another reason, sorry to interrupt you, but another reason why I believe that is just a long way to go is because of the way we worship the politicians and their children. Like, for example, you know, the politicians' children, they're on social media flexing their wealth. And they have followers and people that love them and support them. Even as much as I love Davido's music, his family's connected to politics. As much as I love like as if we're being honest, like we really push, like we worship the oppressor's children.
to be very honest with you, that's why you have to look very holistically. Right now, actually, Davido's Osun state, which is Davido's uncle, is actually one of the most performing states. It might not be much, but to me, I feel like we have been in such shit for so long that good governance in Nigeria just means pay people salary on time, let things work. If there's a budget for the airport, let it go to the air. Like we need Nigerians are hardworking people, so we don't need a government to come and give us
No, but
handouts.
what I mean is that people that can, if you can trace your wealth back to a politician in Nigeria, for example, you know Otadela, his father was a politician, so it's like the family are benefiting from that wealth, and it's like we are now putting the children of those politicians on a pedestal.
My
Am I making
sister is the
sense?
same everywhere
I
in the
mean, but
world.
if
For
it's the same,
Nigeria, the poverty in
if,
Nigeria means that
if
it
I'm
shouldn't be the same for Nigeria.
if
It
I'm being
shouldn't.
honest though, if I'm being honest, most of the wealthy people around, it seems that their wealth is always tied to politics. It's so weird.
Yeah, in
Like
Nigeria.
Otedola
Yeah.
politics. Yeah, in Nigeria, Davido politics. Like every single wealthy even Dangote politics. His father was Dan Tata, who was then in like it's like god damn, bro. I think the only person that seems to be doing good is like that's clear. It's like this old Elumelu guy that just seems like pure private sector
It's a
guy.
lie. Even Elumelu,
Hey,
there's no evil that Elumelu is not. So the thing is,
Olumelu is even one of the biggest evils. I mean,
yes,
if you know
yes,
him, if you know
yes,
him properly, he's one
yes,
of the biggest.
yes. Elumelu, Jimovia, they are all evil. Like they are the people that if I had a power,
Troy.
I would
Oh,
take them
wow.
somewhere and do firing squad. I'll kill all of them.
Exactly.
That's what I
And
would
it's
do.
just the lack of shame. Like, for example, Nigeria is not the only country that's corrupt, but it's only the African nations where their children feel so comfortable flexing the wealth of their parents. Whereas the politicians of other countries, you don't really see their children on social media flexing their wealth like
But
that.
do you know why? Again, it goes back to religion and the aspiration to be more and like we believe too much in excessiveness. And and that's like one of the problems that I have with religion, especially Christianity, is the fact that you're supposed to be wealthy. No, why should I be special? If I was rich, I would not be comfortable. Like I would disappear from if I was from one of those family. I wouldn't even want to be known because I would feel like, is it fair that I have all of this and then when I come out of my house in Ikoyi, there are beggars on my street? Is it fair?
Exactly.
But the thing is, our culture worships these kinds of things, and if you look at our religious structures, that's where it starts from. So there's an aspiration. All those people that are worshiping politicians' children is because they believe one day it will be their turn. One day God will bless them. But what kind of God blesses me over other people? What kind of,
Exactly. And
that's
it's
our
like,
culture.
I agree, and it's like even I was talking to my cousin about it. It's like as a culture, aren't we embarrassed? Like every December, we promote Nigeria in December. Come to Lagos for all these parties, and like we're flaunting all these wealths in the clubs. People are coming with money, but then when you leave the club, when you walk down the street, people are starving on the side of the road. Like okay, there's one thing to flex money, but let your country or your economy represent what you are trying to flex. Like, if example, like Dubai, the UAE, that like that Middle Eastern culture, they're like Nigerians in a way where they like to flex their wealth. They like to be loud with their money, but it's also reflective in their economy. Like, if you go to Dubai and you look at the state of Dubai, you won't even question the people that flex their wealth in Dubai, the wealth in Dubai, because the people in Dubai can at least eat food.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, just be very careful of Dubai. Dubai is just be mindful of Dubai. Dubai is very is a very
It's
well
so sad.
well marketed place. It's a well marketed, but I see what you mean. Neuro,
Yeah.
I do understand, but I think see a deep issue we have in Nigeria is this, like you said very clearly. Was it neuro or about the classism that we do have, right?
Yeah.
We have a big classism issue. We also have the average Nigerian can have a tendency to want to be an oppressor themselves, if that makes any sense. So, as long as they have money, as long as I have money, and my father has money, and my mother has money, they don't give a fuck about the others. That is why you see a lot of Nigerians ignoring that even they themselves are poor, even they themselves are struggling, even they themselves, their fathers have not been paid salary, but they will still be following the kids of politicians whose father is the governor of that state they are in, and they will still be supporting, reposting, encouraging, fighting themselves because they aspire to be an oppressor themselves. If that makes any sense. But I don't want us to dwell on that. I want us to focus on what we can do to move ourselves forward, because we all know what's going on in Nigeria. We know. I mean, we can talk about the whole issues of Nigeria from now till kingdom come. My solution and what I'm going to use my platform to do is using my platform to bring more Nigerians like yourself, Neuro, like Eno. I don't know if dystopian is Nigeria. I'm guessing you are.
Yes,
To
yes.
start talking intentionally on Nigeria and what can we do? Are we gonna, what can we do to get more Nigerians talking about politics and accountability in politics? Not so much party politics. I could care less. I could care less about PDP. I don't care, but politicking for accountability. And how can we start focusing where it matters? Because I feel like a lot of Nigerians right now, we are focusing on the wrong things. A
Yeah.
lot of us are focusing on the presidency. The presidency is not our issue. Our issues are the governors, the senators, the local government chairman, because they are the ones that they have a closer touch to the people, the grassroots. So that's the conversations that's the conversations I want us to have, right?
But
So what do you think,
also,
Euro? Like, what do you think is the solution? Oh, okay, well, Neuro has spoken, but dystopian. I don't know what do you think, or but let's maybe dystopian. You want to go because I know you haven't spoken yet.
Mm, yeah. I mean,
This is gonna be nice, by the way. Ah! Oh, wow,
yeah.
wow.
I mean, this dystopian is a new name anyway. And Peaceful Trouble, I've been to your platform couple times, right? So,
Oh,
look, the thing with Nigeria is that the problem is systematic, right? I don't think this whole issue of trying to hold the governor accountable or the president, whatever, whatever. There is a reason why they are acting the way they act. You understand? It is more like a systematic structure because even with this current system now, if you want to come as a president of Nigeria to act on the interest of the people, you won't you would likely never win that position, right? So the issue is about you know the president. I know you say we shouldn't blame the president, but because of the dynamics of the situation in Nigeria, if the president says because the president is like the kleptocrat of the system, like he's the I don't know more like I would say I will use the word pinnacle, right? He's on top of the chain. If he stops stealing, right, and people who are below knows that if you steal under this man, you're probably gonna go to jail, right? The people in the civil services, the people, the governors, they will become cautious. But the situation in Nigeria is so dystopian, like is so bad that someone like Yaya Bello would steal 86 billion and pay 500 million and go. So tell me, in a system like that, what do you think would ever stop the next governor from stealing?
if I could add to that, I just wanted to say as well, I feel like it's bigger than Nigeria now. Like other countries that work with Nigeria need to start applying pressure on Nigeria, especially like the UK and America that are complaining and crying about immigrants in their country. If you're bothered with immigrants, go to the politicians of these countries that have the immigrants coming to your countries and tell them they need to fix their economy so that they can have less immigrants. I don't know, but I think at this point it's like we need to start like applying pressure to like other countries who work with Nigeria, knowing how corrupt they are.
Look, my sister, I mean, if you want to talk about Nigeria in terms of geopolitics, look, all these European countries they know how corrupt Nigeria is. In fact, it is in their best interest that the president of Nigeria be Tinubu or Buhari. It is a an ideal thing. When Peter B went to Chatham House, I mean, I was just laughing. So you think you're going there saying all this your shit, and then they'll be happy that you'll be president? Fuck no. Who wants that? Of course. So if you are talking about none of these they know exactly what they are doing. It's why they classify you as third world. We will use you, we will dump you, we will keep you guys there to suffer, and third world people will just stay there. It's why you look. We have to fix ourselves. It's why sometimes people come on here and blame Europe and blame white people. Yes, of course they have done evil, but these people actually know that they are doing evil and they have done evil. It's because you have made yourself available or I
Yeah.
don't know weak enough to be used. Because I think at some point the conversation needs to be changed. Why are we being used? Why are they able to use us? Instead of
Yeah.
complaining that we are the person abusing you knows, yes, I'm abusing you and it's benefiting me. So if you are staying there and saying, stop abusing me, it's hurting me, he gives a fuck? Of course, no. He doesn't give a fuck, bro. You have to make him stop. Understand? In terms of the how the geopolitics relates. So again, in Nigeria, let me give you a classical solution. If a president who means business comes in and sentences, let's say, at least 6 corrupt politicians, death, unaliving by hanging. I don't want to use the D word, right? Unaliving by hanging, and they actually do it and it's done. My sisters, corruption will go down like maybe by 70%.
Are you sure? Because there was a coup done before.
Not a coup. This is not a coup. This is not even about a coup. I mean, even if you think about the coup period, Nigeria was performing way better than under democracy. But again, I'm telling you that look, if a president who means business said, "You see, you Senate president, I saw you are mismanaging fund, governor of Kogi, you are manipulating death by hanging," and they actually execute these people, everybody's feet will start shaking. Because the reason why Wike will come on live television and tell you people, yes, you will grab your land, let heaven fall, is because there is no consequence. Do you think white people don't like stealing? Do you think the politicians in London don't like stealing? But in their hearts, they know that if I steal this money and I get caught, I have consequences. But Yaya Bello will steal, and he knows that he will go to court after stealing 85 billion. He will go and pay 500 billion. If I'm Yaya Bello, next time I will steal 200 billion instead of 85. So it's more like a systematic issue. We cannot run a country depending on for people to be good. People will never be good. Heart of men are evil. You just need to create systems and structures that will make sure that if you try them, you are standing there and you'll be shot. Period. What happened to China in the 19? China was even maybe times two corrupt than Nigeria in the 19. Look at the history of China now. They were literally enslaving their people. It was this thing of they started killing the elites. So if in Nigeria you unalive like 6 or even 10 of these people who are stealing and feeling like they are untouchable, everybody will sit up. I bet you everybody will sit up. So this is just my own view of
Okay.
the current situation.
Can I talk, Mr. Kingsley? Okay, thank you. Good evening. Yeah, as for the dystopia, he said something about, killing corrupt leaders. I kind of agree with him, but let's take a look. If for instance now, okay, maybe Tinubu started doing that. Did you think that after he left office, maybe after 4 years, did you think like situation won't come back to the previous state? What's your opinion on that?
My brother, no, no. Look. This is about a psychological shift. It's like you. It's like I don't know what is the perfect example now to use. But look, the core reasons of corruption by Nigerian politicians now is because of lack of consequences. A governor will steal and he has immunity. Nobody will do anything to him. So you removing those things that is protecting them and making them feel untouchable to steal, and you go to the extent of unaliving them by hanging. My brother, the next person is not Nigerian politicians. If you point gun at them, they will give you all their money in Switzerland. Look, if you can do that, the next person that will come into office will have cold feet to steal 1 naira. So I'm just telling you because Nigeria is not the first country that is this corrupt. China was. Even Europe, if not for the like the revolution that led Europe into the communist era, Europe was as corrupt as this now. Everybody has greed. Humans are I mean, the world now, the world economy is run by pure greed. Is the reason why China and Japan sorry, China and France and all these other Europeans are all over the continent, milking all these African countries. It's greed. Human nature is greed. So Europe have done this thing to their people. They went through the communist era. Then from communist era, then now they are back to like this type of democracy they are running now, whatever. But everybody have had their fair share, but it is the same pattern. You unalive there has to be a big shift within the elite to make them know that you cannot get away with this. But unfortunately in Nigeria we worship the elite. Even I will give you a very crystal clear example, right? Wike, for example, will steal your money, buy this, flex it on you guys on Twitter. Wike goes to church on Sunday. The pastor gives him a front seat. And the pastor is probably expecting a fact envelope from Wike, the same Wike that he knows is a corrupt politician, a politician who steals. Everybody who says, everybody who is shouting Wike is a thief or criminal. Once they see Wike in church, hello, sir, good evening, sir. How are you, sir? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. I believe you, sir. You are doing well, sir. So so it is the reverse. But if you look at the revolution that happened, especially in Prussia, you see Prussia or Prussia, I don't know how it's pronounced, but the old Eastern Europe, all these revolutions that led them into communism, even Poland, China, Singapore, even the one of Singapore, the videos are still on YouTube now. You can read word by word what their president was saying. You have to revolt against the elite. And the Nigerian situation now is a classic kleptocracy. It is a country run solely by the rich. So if you have such country, classism will be a thing. Because everybody feels like he has to be on that rich class to have a better life. So if the average Nigerian starts earning 10k, he doesn't even 100k, he doesn't even want to associate with the person earning 10k because he feels now he's at so all these things are systematic. It's like I say this more often. People say things like, "Oh, Nigerians deserve the type of leaders they have." "Oh, Nigerians are this." Bro, you have to understand that the Nigerians we have now, they are just a product of the system. They are a product of that wicked system. If an average French person grew up in Nigeria with this type of system, he would think the same, exactly the same as the Nigerians are thinking. Or those of you that have gone abroad, I'm here in Abuja, although I schooled in Poland, right? But for those of us that have gone abroad, right? If you go abroad and you live there for a certain, there is some sort of wake up moment you will have. Because the environment sort of influences the way you think a little bit, right? It influences it. Then you're like, oh, fuck, this doesn't make sense. So again, if those people who have been in Nigeria all their life, they grew up within the system, they would think in a certain narrative. They would think in a certain pattern. So yeah.
I agree with you so much because Nigeria is a type of country.
Okay, maybe you should go on Nero.
All right, I'll say it briefly, but I agree with you because Nigeria is a type of country where we raise our children to not have critical thinking, and then we wonder why we can't have these discussions with people in Nigeria because we're not allowed to have critical thinking. We're not allowed to question these things.
Okay, as for dystopia, yeah, it was talking about, well, in my own opinion, I think if the government just, the president just decide, take down any corruption, maybe if you steal, if you embezzle money, and then he decide to hang them. Yeah, I just think that's just kind of, cutting the branch, not the root, because maybe after 4 years when he leaves office, the same thing will repeat itself. Or even though he might not even complete his tenure before someone assassinates him. What do you think about that? Well, maybe we should leave that anyway. Okay, maybe you should come on.
Yeah, can I
Okay,
just
yeah,
add to
go.
that, please? I think that what dystopian is saying is not that the unaliving process as a consequence is a standalone act. For that to happen, because right now, what I think dystopian is saying is that even though we see the presidency as not so important, the structure of corruption makes him the ultimate power. And I agree with him on that. So for the system that he's talking about of consequences, of severe consequences, that will require that the judiciary system works, that the executive, that all arms of government work. So it wouldn't be a sole act of the president. It will mean that you have to try the person, the court has to convict him, and due process of his consequences have to follow. So I don't think that that system would be disrupted after 4 years if you leave, because the whole process itself creates a structure where if I am a local government chairman and I'm allocated budget for sanitation and I steal the money, it's not going to be about my state governor prosecuting me. It's going to be that there's a court system in place that you do A, B is the consequence. I think that's what he was trying to say, and I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, yeah, then I 100% agree on that. But in my own opinion, I think the way Nigeria can move forward is, I just think the youth should, I think they are the one with this vision. So I just think we can just head over to just a country, I said a country, a state, instead of, going after the president position. We can just go over a state and then that's where we start from. So once we build this soft state, it will kind of I don't know it will spread just like the way this enlightenment in Europe spread then. So that's what I'm thinking. Instead of we going immediately for the president position.
Can I ask you a question, Optimus? Are you in Nigeria?
Oh no.
Okay, are you registered to vote in Nigeria?
Yes.
Do you know that our last election, I believe that um there's a sound. Please, can you mute? Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
I'm
so
sorry. I'm
I'm
sorry.
not able to concentrate if there's a sound. I believe that even though rigging exists, as bad as Nigeria is, there's a podcast I listen to on YouTube, which I think every Nigerian should listen to, even though I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but Sowore described a system of the overhaul of how to stop rigging election in Nigeria that I completely agree with. And he brought statistics to say, let me tell you, elections are difficult to rig when people show up because the people who rig election are still the minority. He used Lagos State and everywhere where there was problems in Nigeria. And he said, listen, our last election was the lowest turnout in election, and you can see the statistics from 1999 of all the elections we've had just keep dropping, but the last one, the margin was so high. And that shows you people are discouraged. But however, the only way that we can stop election rigging is more people to come out. Because guess what? Even if the riggers bring 5,000 police to a state, because first of all, Nigeria, we only have 30,000 police in the whole country. So they don't have enough. Now, if they even if the people that rig election decide to use this kind of forces, imagine if Lagos State is 24 million people, but Lagos State had 4 million. That's not even up to 5%. So if half of the population of Lagos State came out to vote, the people who disrupt the election, who snatch ballot boxes, we will overpower them. So for me, one of the solutions that I am professing is, even though it might seem like our next election is still far away, if you're a Nigerian, please go and register to vote. Go and register to vote. If you can afford to, go to Nigeria to vote. Me, I went for the last one. I plan to go for the next one. I think I owe my country that. Because if more of us come out, if we're advocating for more people to register to vote, the thing is, you have to register to vote on time so that because the INEC people, they also have a strategy, which is they start advertising register to vote very late so that you register and your PVC will not be out. And if it's not out, it's better for them. It's easier for them to rig. But if you are registering 2 years ahead, next year you go to Nigeria, you collect your thing, you plan around election, register close to where you live so that you don't have to go far to go and vote. If more of us are voting, there is no way we will not be able to disrupt the system. Because, like Dystopia said, I now, even though I see that lower levels of government are important, Nigeria is so corrupt that now the presidency has the ultimate power, you know. So, yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Kingsley, what are you cooking? You're making me hungry.
I well, you said Nigeria like the we have the lowest turnout in terms of election. That was last year. I'm not certain, but I think that's why Kingsley is having this kind of this media educating the Nigerian youth. So I think maybe by then when he's done with this with his project, with his media, I think we should be able to have the Nigeria we desire. Yes.
Yeah, Google it. You know, there are so many reports on the last election. Google it. Google last election. Google 2019. It shows
Oh,
you how many people registered to vote and how many people actually came out to vote per state. You know, there are actual statistics to show this that many people did not come out to vote. And when less people come out to vote, rigging is very easy for the people who rig election.
okay. Well, my own, I just think that our focus should just be on the youth because this the or what are the not the Gen Z, the generation before this, the Gen Z are kind of I don't really flow with their mind with the way they think about this politics. So I think we should focus on the Gen Z to you know I think they can make Nigeria what we always intend to be, not the generation before the Gen Z.
I don't believe in that because I myself am a millennial. So you'll be saying that we are not good for Nigeria. That's not the point. The point is, I don't believe that Nigeria's problem is necessarily if you're a youth, you're not a youth. I think we have a collective responsibility. If it's the youth, there are many young people that will just make you feel very disillusioned with Nigeria. For example, I don't know if he's your God, but this very dark man is an idiot, and he's not any different, you know. So it's not just about this generation or that generation or younger people will be better. Even though I don't believe anybody should be president who's from 70 and above, you don't even have any business going there. So it's not really about young people because again, our society has produced very bad, it enables us to have very bad character, to be oppressive, to not stand for truth and justice, no matter who it is for again. So we have a systemic problem of how we are as a people. But we have to find a candidate. We all have to support our candidates. We all have to vote. It's pointless if you are talking and you don't have voters card. It's pointless if you are not using your network to make sure that people are registering to vote and to start, if you find a candidate in your local government and you think that person should be chairman, you have to actively also play the active role of citizenship because Nigeria is getting to the point where in the last election, there was a guy that I know who does like this local community canvassing for people to vote in Lagos. And he is a slum dweller. So he was doing it in his community. And he was preaching a message or in his campaigning for people to go and vote in a way that I really liked. He had this campaign talk in Ajegunle where he was telling people if they are coming to give you 2,000 naira, divide 2,000 naira by 4 years and decide for yourself if it's worth giving your vote to someone that you know has no plans for you. So we all have to do that. Get more people to register to vote, get more people to vote, find candidates that you're already prepping for because Nigeria is getting to the point where the government will no longer be able to win, but that time that it will happen is going to be dependent on us. What are we doing? Because the Nigerian elites are not up to 10% of the population. So if we want to defeat them, we'll defeat them. Yeah, let me stop there for now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Yes. I think I heard all the points. Fantastic points were raised, but I think I agreed with everything. But I don't know. For me, my focus on solutions are always and has always been what can we do now to move the needle. And I just I just want us that as Nigerians that we are not always looking at things that are outside our control. And I really like Eno's suggestion. Vote. That's where it starts, right? Voting. But I feel like a lot of us Nigerians, especially like Africans in general, we are always looking at that big, it's the system. The system is this. And I don't think we realize this, but oftentimes we are always out kind of directly or indirectly outsourcing the responsibility of working, of doing the work. I don't know if you've noticed that. I don't know if you've noticed that we always outsource the what needs to be done, the work, the unsexy part. We always outsource it to somebody else. Judy, and I just said we had the lowest turnout for voting. That's not right. We need to vote. We have the numbers. There's only so much rigging you can do. We need to talk. I don't know why black people don't vote in general. Even in America, black folks don't vote. Why are we so anti-voting? Like, we need to vote, and it starts with voting. Your vote actually matters. We have the numbers. We have the numbers. The question is now, okay, starting today, how can we mobilize Nigerians to start preparing to go and vote? Period. That's step number one that every single person here can do. Fact. So we need to stop looking at, oh, it's the system. Oh, we need to do this. We need to get other countries. Like, bro, no. The question is, what can we do now to move our countries forward? Step number one, vote. Make sure you're ready and you're prepared to vote. Step number two, the act of actually voting. Can you travel? Thank you so much for the gift, Khadija. Can you travel to Nigeria? If you cannot travel to Nigeria, are there places in Europe or Asia or America where you can actually go and vote? You understand? That's how we must be thinking. Things that we can actually do. Step number two, or number three, what can we do now that is within our hands to start drumming awareness for Nigerians to be involved in the politicking of their countries? Period. You understand me? These are solutions that everybody on this life can do. And that's all I care about. Honestly, sometimes I zone out when I start hearing people talking about, oh, we need to do this thing. And it's always this grand gesture. And I'm like, okay, we know we can do that. If I'm going to talk about solutions, I want solutions that are within my reach, within my hands. So that's the plan. Like me, I have been blessed with a platform. Guess what? I'm going to use my platform to try and get Nigerians to be talking about Nigeria and which direction we want Nigeria to go to. That's what I can do. So what can you do? I think that's the wavelength we need to be on. Practical solutions that everybody can get on board. I don't know what you guys think, but I think that's it. And we need to acknowledge, okay, this Nigeria, is it personally, I believe in Nigeria, but I don't believe in Nigeria as it is. I believe in Nigeria as a confederacy. Nigeria as a confederacy, because I cannot give the destiny of the Niger Delta in the hands of the North. I will never do that. I can never co-sign on that. I have an issue with the North. Because I believe the North and the South of Nigeria are fundamentally ideologically different. And that cannot happen. I cannot, because we are ideologically different, I cannot for the life of me put you in any position to determine the direction of my people. Period. As long as we sort that out, that's a step in the direction. But now it cannot work.
Sadly, I agree with you. And it's not even sadly because I'm also one of those people that don't believe in a one Nigeria as it is. If anything, I think Nigeria is one of the countries that should take the route of Germany. Split, let everybody go and learn your lesson because there's power in the number that we have. But Nigeria as it is not a country. I think I'm reading what Proudly Muslim is saying, that we are not one, and that's a significant problem. So when I'm looking at Nigeria's development, I like to look at it also regionally. I'm personally at the point in my life where I'm thinking, what can I do for the south of Nigeria? What can I do in the Niger Delta? Because I don't see it working. I just do. It's not possible for it to work because, as all Nigerians know, and I have Hausa friends, I have northern friends who completely agree with the idea, and they are northerners. They are like, yeah, this thing is not going to. I don't know who came up with this idea that this was a country. It's not a country. And as long as progress is concerned, the Yoruba people will always think self first. They will always be hypocritical. Whenever it's time for election, they will bring tribe. Oh, it's not Yoruba. Oh, it's not this. Forgetting Nigeria is bigger than the Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. There are so many of us whom nobody knows or care about, our tribes. So whenever it's time for election, the Yorubas will bring election, they will bring their, oh, it's not Yoruba, it's not this, it's not that. But the common denominator of Nigeria's problem at the Hausas is the North. The North will always be a
No,
deciding factor.
it's the Fulanis. But the North in general, but the Fulanis are the
Yeah.
ones that I actually learned that recently. Because I always
Yeah.
think Hausa North. It's like, no, it's the Fulanis that actually, most of our presidents Fulani, you know,
And
it's
those
the
people
Fulanis.
they don't believe in Nigeria. Do you know that? They don't believe
No,
in
no, no,
Nigeria.
no. They have no country. They have no
Yeah.
state in Nigeria. They're nomads.
Yeah. And those are the
It's
people
crazy.
that are propagating this terrorism that is ongoing because their agenda is not for Nigeria's unity and peace. Their agenda is for a greater purpose that is outside of the interest. Like, if you see the way Buhari behaved, it really shocked me. I was like, wow, people like us that voted for Buhari in 2015, they should line us up, let Nigerians be slapping us. Because what were we thinking? How did we think this man had our best interest at heart? Somebody was talking about supporting Niger, and not like his solidarity is to the Islamic world. And Buhari, I'm sorry to say, it was the beginning of the genesis of the destruction of Nigeria in my lifetime. 2015, by 2013, Nigeria was, placed by everybody, by the IMF, the World Bank, to leave middle income to developed economy. That's how far we had gone. And then one wrong turn, everybody who brought Buhari and marketed him to us to buy into it, including those of us who voted for him the first time, we all deserve to be beaten by all Nigerians that are suffering now. They should line us up, take us around, let Nigerians that cannot eat every day be slapping us. Because how did we even come up with this idea? Because Buhari is the beginning of Nigeria's problem. And now you have seen him, he has finished, he has gone back to his village living there in abundance. When people say, oh, Buhari did not steal, Buhari is the highest criminal that Nigeria ever had. That's a criminal, you know. Nigeria is like, when I think about all the things, the way he used to talk, his nonchalancy, Nigerian youths are lazy. Like, no, no. We deserve better. We deserve better. With the amount of wealth that we have in Nigeria, with there's nobody that is more hardworking than a Nigerian. So you cannot even say a Nigerian is not having food because they are lazy. The Nigerian government is a problem to Nigerians. But the main problem of Nigeria is the northern region of Nigeria. That's a serious problem. Because if we stop all this federalism that we are doing, that Gombe State is getting something billion when Gombe State contributes nothing to Nigeria, everybody will have sense. Everybody will have sense.
And I'm gonna just add this. And I do believe from negotiation power, I believe in Nigeria as a whole because the numbers do give us like a negotiating power or whatever that is. The GDP as a collective gives us negotiation power. However, from a day-to-day operation, I cannot envision a Nigeria where my destiny is in the hands of the North. I cannot because, again, if I'm being honest with you, the north of Nigeria values different things than us in the south. Some idiot says that your hatred of the north, you fool. See, you are an example of the dumbness in the north. Your lack of
Facts.
critical thinking skills. Your one plus one mentality is the problem that's ravaging the north. If you have more than two brain cells, you will know this is not hatred. This is actually critically thinking and looking at things at a deeper level, you bum. Just because you escape to know one plus one, you automatically think it's hatred. You fool. Nonsense. That's why we want to split. Imagine this kind of person being my governor, my president. Yikes!
And then
Your
South,
hatred of the North. You take everything as hatred. Every form of critique is hatred. And that's the kind of mentality you use that, and now you know somebody's unalived because you feel pissed off. Nonsense. I cannot live in a country where my president is a northerner because we have very different ideology. Let the Niger Delta lead itself. Let the Southwest lead themselves.
facts.
Let the Southeast lead themselves. Let the North lead themselves. But you cannot do that because your governors have fucked you up. Your governors have failed. Because I cannot imagine if you look at the presidency of Nigeria since 1960, over 80% have been from the North. Yet the North is still one of the most underdeveloped parts of the country. And if we split the country in the sense whereby every region now has to sustain itself, the North will collapse, bro. I'm not saying it's going to. I don't want you to collapse, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying like the lack of development, the lack of value of education. I had a guy tell me the other day. That, oh my God, we have to understand the North. I'm like, that's not my business. It's not my business to understand the North. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? You don't understand me. So why should I understand you? These are the kind of honest conversations we must have as Nigerians.
But
And
also,
I'll let you go. There. There's a reason why the north of Nigeria always fights against anything that's regionalism, because they know that without the system that's currently set up, you're going to collapse. They know that. But if the wealth of the north, if the wealth of Nigeria was in the north, I swear not to say let's divide.
they would have done it long time ago. They wouldn't even say. They would just say, "You liabilities, get the fuck out of our resources. You people are leashes." Meanwhile, that's what the North is. But the thing is, I don't see it able to happen because when you look at the wealth of Nigeria, which oil is not the only wealth, but for the longest time, that's the only thing that that's what Nigeria was created upon, that oil, which is in the South. Now, the people who own the oil wells in my village, they are all northerners. Like, there's a lot of vested interest that is interconnected that will make splitting the country difficult, which is why I believe in regional development. Like if I had money now, I'll take it to my state. If my state is not good enough, I'll go to the next state, go to like somewhere around my region where I tie it back to us. Because the Yoruba people for a long time before this idiot that we have there managed to have that regional development where they try to tie Nigeria's development around the Yoruba state, Lagos being a prime example. We need that in a Niger Delta. We don't have that. We need that. The Igbo people have that, but it is not interconnected enough because, again, of these fractional issues that they're having with Biafra. Everybody needs to tie their rope around. If you're from the East, tie rope around Eastern states, connect with each other, develop your regions. Let the North be there crying. Let them be there killing themselves. And then one of the things that have started happening in the East, especially, which I support, is when the Northerners burn down, not when they've burned down their North anyway. If they come to your place, chase them away. Because wherever they go, they used to burn and destroy. Their aim is to go destroy and overtake. Let everybody be like them. Don't allow them. Let everybody stay. If you are bombing your state, stay there. You are the one that bombed it. You don't believe in Western education. You don't believe that people should have a right to their religion. You believe in Sharia law. How can Nigeria be a country and then there's a state within a state? Because the Sharia law is a constitution. You use it to destroy your area. You want to bring it to my side? No. Stay in the north. In the East, they are chasing them away. I read in the news 2 months ago of how these IDPs and even these militia groups, they were camping in a forest somewhere in one eastern state. The people found them because they have their own vigilante groups. They found them in the forest, and they made a video and he shared it on TikTok. It's like they chased them away. Don't come here after you've destroyed where you are from. You want to bring it here? No. If you want to come here, formally come to our chief and request hosting, then we decide if we want you radicals and we will set our terms and conditions. I think all regions in Nigeria need to focus on this because Nigeria will never split. Nigeria will never split.
Never split, and that's fine. I just believe the autonomy needs to be in the regions. I think that's the second best option. And I think if you speak to the average Nigerian, they actually say yes. The people that are keeping Nigeria together are the elites because it benefits them. I can guarantee you, if you speak to the average Southwesterner, they'll be like, yeah, let's do regionalism. Niger Delta, yeah, let's do even in the north, they will tell you let's do regionalism. But the bulk, I just don't want the leadership. I don't want anybody from the north deciding what happens in Niger Delta because you don't value education. You don't. You're more. You're a lot of people in the north they have more alliance to their religion than country. A lot of northerners they see themselves more as Arabs. They don't see themselves as black as even they don't see themselves as Africans. They are more aligned to the if anything North Africa. If they don't value things that we value down south, even to the point that a lot of northerners are running to the south. That's why you see a lot of northerners when they come to the south of Nigeria, they like it so much. They don't like it so much. They like it so much. I'm telling you, I've seen northerners come to like Abuja because Abuja is like a middle ground, which has a lot of Western influence. You see them when they come to Abuja, they love it so much. They love it. They only go back to their village maybe once every 3 months to go and do whatever or Salah, whatever. But when it's time to now like live and they love the South. They go to Lagos. They live good. They go to the Niger Delta. They live it. They love it.
They cannot stand what the chaos that they have created.
Of course.
But the thing is, there was a time somebody joined your life, and a northerner actually, who joined your life and was talking about how they should chase them away from Lagos because they are destroying Lagos State. That's a fact. Anywhere they go, they will destroy. They must not, because that radicalism is something that is so ingrained in the structure of the Fulani man that he think every small thing, let's kill, let's destroy. That's the rhythm of how this system works. And that
Yeah.
system is not good for Nigeria. So
It's not
if
even good for them.
yeah, it's not good for them, but the thing is they don't see it that way. They don't I have a friend who was born in Kano. He told me how, like in the north, the average, he was telling me that this radicalism which he was born and grew up in now lives in Lagos. He told me that life is valueless. At any given point, these radicals are willing to die for their beliefs. They can leave the house knowing, okay, if we die, we die. So how can you be a country with us, with people who value life, with people who the first call of action is not violence, is not let's kill, let's kidnap, let's rape girls? No, I don't want that where I'm from.
No, I cannot. No, even for me, I cannot. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense for me. I don't want that.
Yeah, I think
I do believe in Nigeria. However, I cannot. I don't. To be practical, moving forward, Nigeria has to exist. But however, the day-to-day operations politicking cannot be in the hands of the Northerners. We need to
Yeah,
split.
it can work in like
No, no, no. I don't even want to hear it honestly because
no
if
no no. I
in,
mean sort of a
in my own
hear me,
regional
opinion,
hear me,
autonomy.
hear me, hear me, hear me, hear me. If it was going to work, it would have worked. We've had 60 years
I
of this
mean
experience.
regional autonomy, not like in central federacy like we are working now. It has to be like the north control its own, and then
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
yeah,
Regionalism,
yeah,
confederacy.
yeah. But
yeah, but I think even without originalism, we can still we can still do better. That's if we focus on ourselves. Then later on, I just believe that we uniting, we can't get to our full potential, but we can still be able to achieve something. Maybe we should achieve that first before deciding that we should split. I think that's my own opinion.
Well, what do you mean? Explain.
nah,
I think okay. First, you said let's take a look at the south, the southwest, the south. We can still do better for ourselves. I mean, maybe we should try and focus on ourselves first, and then we
What does
should,
that mean?
in terms of maybe the basic infrastructure. If we have everything, infrastructure, just I hope you get me. The likes of the
Okay.
infrastructure, the way of living of people. I think if we do that, yes, then we can then go out for what's it called, for regionalism. But without it, even though if we decide to go for regionalism, I still think, yeah, we can do better, but not to our full potential. That, yeah.
But I just feel like the current system doesn't work, no matter what. It doesn't work before. It's not going to work today. It's not going to work tomorrow. I personally, as a Niger Delta, as a southerner, I personally believe if you take the north, if you take the north, maybe you leave the middle belt. If you take the core north out of Nigeria, southern Nigeria becomes one of the best countries in Africa. I'm being goddamn honest. It's more developed. It's very peaceful. It has its own issue, but I cannot. I don't know. Like I don't see the point of it. Again, but it goes back to the ideology of Nigeria. Northern Nigeria's ideology is complete opposite of the ideology of the South. I mean, let's. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and then I'll pass it on to whoever wants to speak. And I'm not trying to attack anybody. I'm not trying to like. I'm being honest. I'm not really in the business of dunking on anybody. I'm speaking as an Akwa man, as a Southerner. Like it's like we know the things we value. I mean, the Niger Delta, the Southeast, and the Southwest. We all have our own issues. Don't get me wrong. We have our own crap. But if we were gonna blow each other up, we would have done that a long time ago. You understand me? You know, like, what's the major conflict there? Yeah, we have our own stuff going on. Don't get me wrong. We have a lot of stuff going on, but it's not to the point of the North, bro. Like we still understand that yes, we may not like each other, but we coexist. We coexist. We do. Yeah, the Igbo and the Yoruba have their own stuff, but they still coexist. They buy from each other. They sell. They understand education is important. Collaboration is important. Education is important. Like business is important. You know, it's more open-minded. Like that's people like that you can reason with. You can coexist with because you can talk it out. But the core North, there's no talk it out. It's just you're not a Muslim like me. You die. Bam. Like what the hell? That's what I'm saying. We need to reconsider that. And I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just speaking from the perspective of a Southerner. Well,
Boss, can I say something?
I think
Boss,
I think Arewa unmuted first. I don't know.
Yeah, so I do agree with you that if the South would be its own country, it would be one of the best in Africa. But
Yeah.
that's just because of the fertile ground and a lot of oil.
And the
But
development, no, no, and the development of that the Southerners have already done.
also, yes, but I think that
Yeah,
it would never be its own country because if that's gonna happen, then a war is gonna start, just like Biafra. So I think regionalism is the best, but
yeah,
we still should have like a centralized government, and that government is obviously gonna be from the north, whether you like it or not.
yeah. And that's it. We say you're speaking with a tinge of arrogance.
Exactly the
No,
mentality you're
I don't
complaining
mean it
about.
to be arrogant, but it's the truth.
Why should
Yeah.
it be from the north?
No,
Why should it?
I'm
guys,
not saying
No,
it should be from the north.
wait,
because
wait, wait, wait,
that's the way the system is set up. Yeah,
wait, wait,
so I
wait.
believe him also.
So I'm not saying it should be, but it's going to be.
I know. No, wait.
Yes? Yeah, go
It
on.
will, it will be from the north because of how the system is structured.
Yes.
And the northerners will do anything in their power to keep it this way because it sustains you.
Mm-hmm.
True or false?
I agree, it's true, but if you could choose, how would you set it up then?
But
Because
Arewa,
Any
whatever you do, it's
Arewa,
not
one
gonna
minute.
change much.
interrupt me when I'm speaking. I really do because I try not to interrupt somebody when they're speaking. This dystopian, and I don't like it really. It's something. It's a personal pet peeve of mine. I let people speak. I let people speak for minutes, but when I'm speaking, please don't unmute us. It's not respectful. I'm speaking. When it's time for I'm speaking to Arewa, you will speak. I assure you. So, Hausa. The thing is this: how would I set it up? Regionalism and have nothing, zero influence from the north.
But how would the centralized government operate? Like what would you do
Honestly,
with the currency, with the military?
the central government has to be ceremonial. You focus on the international diplomacy, economy at large. But when it comes to the day-to-day operations
Yes.
of Nigeria, that is policing, businesses, what else? Infrastructure development. It has to be focused on the regions.
And what about the tax revenue?
So for example, in
Yeah.
the Niger Delta, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically, in the Niger Delta, we're gonna say, okay, how many states? I think 6 states in the Niger Delta. Okay, you guys are now responsible for that zone. We could call it the Niger Delta zone, call it the Southeast zone. So the Niger Delta, you guys are responsible for generating revenue, policing, taxation, infrastructure, education systems, have your own systems, have your own taxation systems, have your own parliament for your parliament unique to your zone, because that's the only way, and it brings government closer to the people. And now maybe from each zone we could have like a minister of Niger Delta, a minister of East Nigeria, minister of West Nigeria, minister of North Nigeria, Northeast, North. I think that way, so each zone sends their representative to the center, and their job there is just to, I don't know, update the president or what's going on. I don't know what they're going to do, but my point is this: each zone sends something. Maybe, in fact, what we could do is each zone now has to contribute to the center.
But what about the revenue from the oil, for like in a river state? Because I don't think that the North is gonna like it if the oil in their own country, if they don't benefit from it, if
I mean,
only
you
the
already
South
benefit.
suck.
You own a lot of the oil. You own the oil.
Yes, but you want to change that.
Yeah, but
So
but but but, but why should they like it? It's not yours.
how it's not ours? It's in our country.
No, but do we own the mines in the north?
No, but there's not much of mining operations in the North.
Or
Mm.
if there were, would we own it?
You could, honestly, you could. If you would have the money for it, you
If I
could go to
survive,
the,
right?
excuse me? If you would go to the Northeast to mine all the lithium, I'm sure the government wouldn't stop you from it.
Yeah, but I think personally, I think when we regionalize, we need to revisit that. You need to lose your oil in the south, in the Niger Delta.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, it
Nobody's
should.
gonna. It's not, I don't think the northern elites are gonna like it.
Yeah,
And I'm
well, the
sure that the
southern the southern
people
elites don't like it too. So
and the people will not like it as well, especially in North.
I
And
don't
it will
care,
only
bro.
drive the country away from each other.
I
There
don't
would be no
care.
national unity.
Can I be honest with you? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I
Yeah,
I honestly don't care what Northerners think.
I understand, but
Up to
the
like,
reason,
again, I'm not trying to be. I care more because for me it's like the north of Nigeria is like no. Again, I'm trying not to be disrespectful, but it's like you guys have. What have you done for us in the south?
no, I understand that you
It's
may
like
not care.
it's like
Yeah,
the north are not gonna like do it. Like
I
if the people if the Igbos are like panic, okay, what are the Igbos doing? What are the Yorubas doing? Because I know that the Yorubas, academically they are sound. Igbos enterprising their sound in the Southern Niger Delta, oil and gas. Okay, like North. If I really sit down for the past 10 years, like what has the North really done? Like for real, like can somebody tell me like 3 things the North has done to benefit Nigeria? I truly want to know.
I've already told you that all the development of Nigeria has come from the south. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the South will not gain any more autonomy over itself. Because even if you take all the oil away, and I said that the North elites are gonna be mad, and you said you don't care about them. I tried to explain that they will be mad, so there will be like violent consequences for it. They can
Why
send
must
the
why why why
military
why why,
down.
why must it
That's what
why
I'm
must
trying
it
to explain.
why must it be violent though? Why can't you guys just sit down and have a conversation and negotiate?
Because
Why must
because
violence
it's
always be a thing with
because
you
it's
guys?
going to be a lose situation for them. It's not gonna be a win-win situation. It's gonna be a win for the South and a lose for the North.
Can't you sit down and negotiate? Why must it be war and
But
violence?
there is no so you can't negotiate because it's going to be a lose for the North and a win for the South, whenever or however you want to take it.
If it's 60-40, was that a lose for the North?
Then not. But if it's gonna be like 80-20, then it's going to be.
So what if it's 60-40 then?
Then we can do it.
See, I never even said about war. You were the one that automatically jumped to war, to kill, to destroy.
No, yeah, if you
It's
want.
in your fucking genetics, bruv.
Alright,
God.
relax. You have the same genetics. Come on, but
No, we do not. No, I don't think you realize it, but automatically, war. They're not gonna like it. War, fight,
yes,
kill. Let's fuck people up. I'm like, see, I'm the one even thinking, okay, negotiation. You're like, what? So you see, it's in your fucking DNA, bro.
But
I
you
don't know
didn't
where else to
explain it.
go.
But you did not explain it in the first place because you just said like every region will manage its own taxation. So
Yeah, but
I thought,
even if I didn't explain
so
it,
I thought you meant
even if I didn't explain it, why was violence your automatic answer?
because I thought that you were gonna block us from getting any oil money.
Whatever, man.
That's what I
Anybody
thought.
anybody else wants to go?
Yeah, I was going to say that to Hausa. I don't know if he lives in Nigeria, but
Yeah.
he sounds like the average northerner that we know and have experienced in Nigeria. All of us that have experienced northerners, you have this certain level of yes, and there's nothing you can do about it, which is wrong because the northerners need to see that they are a liability to Nigeria and that Nigeria would be a much better country if they were not part of it, and that we are not a one people. You know what Kingsley was talking about, and you immediately resolve to there will be violence. That's how the north is. And that's why now people are blocking them, even though they are refugees who have a right to seek safety as Nigerian citizens in Nigeria, people are blocking them from entering their regions because people are like, if there's disagreement amongst us, your immediate automatic response is violence. So I think that the Northerners, need to check themselves and stop this level of entitlement because the reason why you people are able to exist, and even though your region, you people control Nigeria, the North controls Nigeria since so-called independence that we gained, you people are still the poorest. You people are still the problem in the country. So what have you gained? What has the average northerner gained from the political elites being in power all these years? Nothing. So you have shown us that you are a liability to the state. So when we are talking about solutions, let's be reasonable and let's drop the arrogance because the truth is Nigeria benefits the North more than everybody else.
Yeah, Mr. Kingsley, I wanted to ask that you said
Can I
that.
respond?
Oops. Oh, just a minute. I just have a question to ask him. Oh, you said that the
Okay.
oil, okay, the oil well in your area that it is being owned by the North, by Northerner. So when there's regionalism, do you think they will transfer like the ownership to someone else, or how will they go about it?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, yes.
Say that again.
Yeah, I said you said that the oil well in Nigeria, that are like in your area, they are owned by the Northerner. So if
Yeah.
there's regionalism, like will the ownership be transferred to someone else, or how will they go about it? Because I don't think it will go well.
Firstly, can you please mute? There's like a sound. Could you please mute?
Oh, sorry. Of course, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. So for
Just
me,
mute me, please.
okay, so for me, my solution is this. Personally, we need to sit down and revisit everything. In the north, in the south, in the oil wells, you're gonna first off, you lose your ownership. Either there's gonna be some form of compensation. Right? We're gonna pay you back whatever it is. We'll figure it out. We'll pay you back. We're not just gonna take it from you. No, there's gonna be a re-ownership back. Pay you back. But ultimately, the ownership at maybe it's 3 years, maybe it's 4 years, maybe it's 5 years, it could be 6 years. But ultimately, the plan is to take that ownership back. So we're going to pay you back. But that's the idea. There'll be a negotiation. So it could be a repayment plan. We could buy it back from you. So it's not. People need to understand. Like that's what I see a lot from Northerners. Is like, oh, I don't agree with you, therefore violence. And that's I don't think even again, I'm not trying to pick on Hausa, but I think it's the only Northern on the platform, so I have to use you as reference. It's like
Yeah.
this is something, and I'm not coming for you, brother, I assure you. It's just like, and this is something that I have seen from Northerners so many times. There's a disagreement, ultimately violence. I don't like what you're talking about, violence. Something is happening, and there's like a rift, somebody must die. there's gonna be war. There's gonna be they're not gonna like it. Like that's the ideology I'm talking about. You see what I just did, Optimus? Like I was like, okay, we can buy it back from you. We could give you 5 years. We could. This is a tendency you're gonna see from the north, from the south a lot. You understand? Like we
Yeah.
are more open-minded. We are more able to discuss, negotiate. Something that we don't see from the north. It's always I want to have my way, and if you don't come my way, I have to kill you. I have to hurt you. And that's an ideology I cannot coexist with. Never. And I
But
cannot have such people leading my country.
but I think it's based more on historic relationships.
Nah, bro, I'm sorry. I understand where you're coming from, bro, and I do agree, and I respect where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Hausa, maybe because you're just young, and I get it, and he's 19, so please put that into context. But if I'm 29, right, and so I'm 10 years, I'm 20, and I think I'm the youngest of the panels anyway. I think I'm the second youngest on the panel, if I'm not mistaken. However, it's like if you speak to our fathers and our fathers' fathers and our mothers, they will tell you the insidious violence that has been meted on the South, Southerners in their territories and Southerners in the North. It's nothing but violence. And I understand it. You are passionate and you love Nigeria, and I respect that. But brother, please, you have to understand. We are speaking from the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
You know, I'm speaking from the other side of the coin, bro. We have been marginalized in Nigeria. There's so many things I cannot do. And the fact that you are Hausa automatically puts you ahead of me in Nigeria, just so you know. Whether you are qualified or not, it doesn't matter. If me and you run for political office, a national political office in Nigeria, Hausa, you are automatically the best candidate because you're a northerner and you're Muslim. Period. Because I'm Christian. I'm not Christian, but Nigeria there's like two religion. Because I'm from Akwa Ibom State, massive disadvantage. Because I'm Christian, massive disadvantage. I can never amount to anything that you could do, and that's not allowed. I mean, put yourself in our shoes. Like, how long can you take that? Be for real.
Yeah. All right, I understand. It's tribalism. I understand. It's not nice and stuff. But I'm more focusing on like the solutions because I just trying to help by saying like certain things that you're trying to say is not gonna work.
I mean, the solution is regionalism, bro. But anyway,
I
I'm sorry.
understand. I also think that's the solution, and I'm from North, so I want to be able to practice Sharia when I go back to Nigeria, inshallah. And you guys
Oh,
can practice whatever. Let me talk.
oh,
You guys can practice whatever you want in the
Did you just
south
say
or in the
Sharia?
south.
Sorry.
Sharia, bro,
Yes,
Hausa.
in the
Why,
north, and
why,
you guys
why,
can
are,
I'm
why,
from
are,
the
practice.
north
why
as
are
well.
Nigerians? Why are Muslims in
Okay,
Nigeria
no, no, no,
so
no, wait, wait,
focused
wait.
on
So I'm
Sharia
from the
law?
north as well. So I'm from Katsina. What part of the north are you from?
Like, I'm not like the core north. I'm from Kwara State, but still,
Forest State. Okay, so I'm from the north,
yeah.
and I will say I do agree with a lot of what Kingsley has said. Not everything, because as someone's from the north, and I lived in Zaria. Hausa Christians, Northern Christians are being. When I say the Christians in the north are being extremely mistreated, we cannot ignore that. So it's not even a tribal thing as well. It's just anyone that thinks differently from the norm gets isolated, and then there's violence.
I know it's sad, but that does not take away from that we still want Sharia law. Like
But
we shouldn't
But I
harm
don't
like the
understand.
Christians, but
Also,
yeah.
I'm a Muslim as well, by the way, just letting you
Okay.
know, just making you aware. So I'm speaking to you as someone from the same religion as you.
Yeah.
But why are we going to put Sharia law on a country that we know has many different religions?
I do all right, okay, let me answer. I do not want to put it on the whole Nigeria. The South can do whatever they want, or the Southwest, Southeast. But like the northern
I,
part,
I, I don't believe you.
But what?
I
the
But
don't.
the
I,
northern
north.
I, I
But
don't.
no
the,
no
the
no
I
thing
don't
is,
believe you.
all right,
the
let me
reason I
speak.
say this, the reason I'm asking this
Because
question
I
is
want the
because I
northern
come
part.
from a family where we are half Muslim, half Christian. There
Yeah.
are lots of Christians in the north, a lot of Christians in the north. But one thing I don't like that House of people do, we like to act like Northern Christians don't exist.
They
We like
exist,
to
but
act like, so why are we going to put Sharia law in the north when we know we have a huge Christian population?
it's not gonna affect them as much. They won't pray 5 times a day. We don't expect them to fast, etc. We just want them to cover up modestly and not drink alcohol or pork or anything like that in the north. That's about it.
No, but okay, Nigerians don't eat pork in general. That's not really a Nigerian thing. That's
But
more of a
why is
Western
that
thing.
your
But
business?
why is
Like,
exactly why do you care what other people are
why do you want
doing?
to control other? Why can't you practice
And
your religion as
and
a personal
as
thing?
some exactly,
Because
and as
we are the
someone,
majority, and that's the law that we want to follow in
no,
our
that's
region.
wrong. I'm sorry, guys. Not everyone in the north thinks like this.
You
I
see, you
promise
see, you
you.
see, you see. This
I
is, you
promise
see,
you.
no, guys,
Wait,
wait. You see,
let me speak. Wait, let me
Hausa,
say one thing. Let me say one
no,
thing
no,
before you can
Hausa,
speak. Okay,
Hausa,
wait, one thing.
Hausa, wait.
If the majority did
No,
not,
wait. Hausa, I have to mute you. But I want you guys to just pay attention to the way he speaks. This, like, just you see, pay attention. Again, also, I don't, maybe another northerner can call, so I'm not like focusing on you, but I want you to just pay attention to the way this is what I'm talking about. This, yeah, we are gonna allow you. Yeah, maybe we're gonna allow.
Listen,
I'm
I
like, what the
promise you,
fuck? Excuse me,
not
bro.
all of us think like that. That terrifies me. That generally terrifies me. Not all of us think like that.
That's why I don't want you guys leading me because
okay,
our ideology is so different.
I
Neuro,
understand.
So
But like
Neuro.
one thing, just one thing, I want to say, if the majority of people did not think like me, then there would be no state with Sharia law. So
I
it
don't
means that
think
a
most.
lot of
I
people
don't
think
even
like me.
think
This
most
was
Muslims in
for
Nigeria want to practice Sharia law. If I'm being
Yeah,
honest with you,
most
no
Muslims
the
in Nigeria don't want to
Kingsley,
practice Sharia law.
they
okay,
don't want to
yes,
practice
Kingsley,
Sharia law.
wait,
I can
wait,
guarantee
wait.
you
Kingsley.
that.
The girl who's
Hausa,
saying
please.
that,
Can I just speak, please?
yeah, but I just want to
What?
say one thing that I haven't been able to say, just one, and then you guys can
Okay,
speak.
go on.
Like the girl was saying that most of the people do not think like me. If that was true, then there would be no state with Sharia law. Like there are a lot of states in Nigeria, the northern part with Sharia law. That's
Um,
about it. Now you guys
And
can go on.
how no, guys wait. How developed are those states?
poor
Name me.
as shit.
Unfortunately, they're
Tell
not
me.
as developed,
Tell me.
but
Guys,
they're
wait. Also,
unfortunately they're not as developed, but those are economical reasons and not religious reasons.
Um,
okay. So tell me. Okay. Somebody else go. Let me shut up. And no, go.
Kingsley, you know what I wanted to say. I actually wanted to dispute Nero and agree with Hausa. As somebody who's worked in the north, I know the north very well. Sadly, he is right. The
Thank you.
majority of the Muslims in the north, who are radical Muslims, are in support of Sharia law, unfortunately. And that goes back to my point. Why are we a country? We don't want that in our country.
No, like I
How
feel like when people are in support of Sharia law, they mean in themselves. Do you get? So
my sister is
they
not true.
practice the book on themselves.
My
A lot.
sister, I'm telling you that
Where in the
if
north
you
did you
go
stay?
to,
Because I feel like Northerners we have this bad rep. I promise you, not all
you
of
are
us
a
feel like this.
northerner living in the UK, go to Nigeria and see what is happening.
I lived in
Go to
Nigeria for
see,
many years, and I was literally just there a couple months ago. I go to Nigeria twice a year.
go to the streets. You sound like an elite. The reason why the north has destroyed itself is because the average radical Muslim in the north, which I'm sorry to say this, the Islam in the north is radicalism, period. The average radical Muslim in the north talks like Hausa, agrees with everything he has said. It's not a personal thing. They don't want it to be me, I'm a Muslim, I practice Sharia law. No, they want the entirety. I have Hausa friends who are Christians who tell me this. They tell me in the north, if you're a Muslim, if you're a Christian, you are nothing. You're treated like nothing, and you are
That's
the
true.
same
If you're
northerner as
Christian,
them.
if you're
That's just
Christian
how
in
it
the north,
works.
so that's why it's not really it's not a tribalism thing. It's a religious thing, and that is true. Christians are badly mistreated in the north, and that's a conversation we can have for another day because that's a big topic. But I promise you, not all Northerners think like this, and I also think it's an education problem as well. We know there's a huge illiteracy problem in the north. A lot of the radical Muslims that think like this, majority of them aren't as educated.
Uh, uh, I'm born in
Okay,
Netherlands.
excuse me.
I'm educated.
Arewa. That's
Yes.
Hausa. Oh, okay. You were talking about the Sharia law, but how has Sharia law helped Nigeria? Like, you guys have been
Okay.
practicing for a while. So how has
Um.
it helped you?
Okay. Wait. You're saying like how it has been for Nigeria. Only I
How
don't
has
want
it
it for the
helped?
whole of Nigeria, by the way. Yeah? Just the north. Um.
Ye-
It has helped us in religious matters and in, I would say, economical as well, because the only reason why the south is more developed than the north is because of a few things. You have more fertile land, so you can do more agriculture. You have the oil money, and you are closer to the sea, so you can import and export. You can
Okay.
have. large
That's not
ports there.
true.
Wait,
That's
wait,
not
wait,
true.
wait, wait. Please. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
Oh,
last
host,
time
I'm
it
free
was.
now. I'm ready
Yeah,
now.
excuse
Sorry.
me. Okay, please,
Guys,
just a
guys,
minute.
guys, 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 please. Okay, guys, listen, we're
Shit.
all adults. Please, if you
Yeah.
want
By
to
the way,
speak,
Okay.
I like this conversation
no, no,
because I'm
Hausa,
learning a lot. So yeah.
Hausa, wait.
Also, just
Yes.
wait.
Oh,
Go ahead, up Tumus. When you finish, I can say something.
Okay.
no, Optimum, you just butted in. I don't want to get. Please, I want it to flow. Who was somebody else was speaking and then you just started talking? Listen, let somebody
It was
talk.
Hausa that was speaking.
Yeah, let Hausa land his plane. When Hausa lands his plane, then it's one after the other.
Okay, I'll
Like,
respond
please,
after
can we,
Hausa. Sorry.
one of my pet peeves is I don't like somebody starting a conversation when somebody's in the middle of their conversation.
Okay, my apologies. That was my fault. I'll
Thank
respond
you.
after Hausa.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Because also think of the people in the audience. So Hausa, please go on. And when you are done
Okay.
speaking, say I have landed so that somebody else can go. Thank you.
Okay. I understand. So yes, it hasn't helped economically as you guys would have wanted or would have expected it to help us, but it has helped us religiously and it has helped us with a lot of other things. Slightly economics, but not as much as you guys would have wanted it. And the only reason why the south is like more developed than the north is because of more fertile ground, so you can produce more agriculturally. And because of being close to the sea, you have large ports there, more tourism, and the oil wealth. That's about it. That's why the south is more developed than north. And I understand the people who own all the oil things are from the north, but still, the people who are getting the jobs live in the south. So also that. And yeah, Sharia law, I just
Okay.
want it from the north. That's about it. Now somebody else can react to it.
Okay.
Optimus, respond so that
Sorry.
I
Yeah,
want to say
okay.
I
something
just wanted
fast.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
respond as well. I'm sorry. I just wanted to respond. The
Okay?
reason why the South is doing better, and I'm just saying, as a Northern girl, is the
Yes.
Northern Nigerians. Our mentality is that we're always waiting for someone else to save us. Whereas one thing I like about Igbo people, people in the East,
Mm-hmm.
if like they go out and hustle on their own, they don't wait on the government. When the lights on the street go out, they go and pay for their own lights and put up their own lights on their own. A lot of the reason why you see them progressing is firstly education. They take pride in education. Education can take you so far.
Agreed.
Secondly, they help themselves. They have this mentality where they help themselves. They're very business orientated. Whereas in the north, we are waiting. We are waiting for what do you call it? The government to do something, this person to do something, that person to do something. Also, another problem in the north as well is that we're having way too many children. Way too many children.
Okay.
Way too many children than you can afford. You'll see one man, he can barely look after his first wife, but he's going to go and collect two more. That's the problem in the north. It's
Okay.
not because the South have been around longer. It's because it's us. It's how we are managing ourselves culturally. And also, we
Okay.
have old money in the North. The richest man in Nigeria, the richest family in Nigeria are from the North.
Yeah,
So
then we'll talk.
we have old money. That's not. So you can't say that's the reason why the South are doing okay. We have old money.
Okay. So, okay, the first and second.
Okay. Can I
No,
proceed?
no, no. Optimus, respond so that I can
Okay.
say
Yeah.
so that I can speak.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. The guy was talking about the Sharia law maybe helping. I mean, couple of days back we checked, like Kings is checked how like the poorest state in Nigeria, and I'm telling you, majority of top 10 are from the north. And it was even talking about, when there's Sharia law, there won't be, alcohol. But you guys are receiving taxation money that we drink alcohol from the south. You
I
guys are taking it
agree.
from the west,
Yeah, I saw
from
that
the
too.
north. And you are
Mhm.
spending, but that one isn't haram. But you drinking
Also,
alcohol
also,
is
also,
treason.
please don't interrupt Optimus. Mute
Okay,
yourself,
sorry.
sir.
Okay, sorry.
Guys, also, I really like you. I really like you, Hausa. I know, honestly. I met Hausa when we had that very hot panel. And in fairness to the guy, he held his own on some points. So I really, and guys, keep in mind, Hausa is 19 years old. Not that it does matter, but it doesn't matter. So he's also speaking from a very idealistic standpoint. You understand? So please keep that at the back of your mind. He's not like a 30-year-old guy. He's not like a 40-year-old guy. He's probably the youngest guy on the panel. So keep that in mind as well while you're addressing him, okay? Please go on. But mute Hausa,
Okay,
please
and
mute. Well,
yeah, and about the Sharia law also, take a look at the females in the northern. I mean, you guys, you can't dress like a corporate every time. This thing won't help us. So I don't think the Sharia law thing will help. That's it.
Okay, yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I've listened to what the host was saying. I've listened to. I think I came in when Eno was speaking. Hausa. I have some of my very close friends are from like northeast, some from northwest. So I have friends from northern Nigeria. But I agree absolutely with the host. You know, we don't share the same idea philosophy. Somebody is struggling, he's a carpenter, or he has one job that he's doing, he could barely feed himself. You see this guy with four wives. He'll tell because his religion says so. Hausa, can you tell me since 1808, I don't know if you're very familiar with history, between 1808 to 2025, can you mention one sultan of Sokoto that's of Hausa extraction?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You can't find it. Do
You
you know
cannot,
why?
because we were
Do you
coming.
know why in 1804, between 1804 and 1805 and 1808, which lasted for 4 years, there was a bloodbath of the unaliving of all the Hausa elite in Hausa land, carried out by Uthman Danfodio, who
Yes,
was an
by the
Islamic cleric.
Fulanis.
Yes.
Yes,
Now he came in just like the way Christianity entered Africa because people don't understand the dark side of religion. I say it and I stand with it 100% that religion has destroyed Africa in all of its entirety. It has destroyed our culture, it has destroyed our tradition, it has destroyed our sense of brotherhood as a people. Somebody who first acclaimed to be a Christian before he think of himself as being an Ijaw man, as being an Idoma man. You first think about being a Muslim, sharing a name, sharing Muhammad, that he has not even been to Mecca or has not been to the what they call it, West Asia, but he has more religious ties to Saudi Arabia than he has to Nigeria. So when you have people who don't share the same philosophy, political thoughts, and everything with you, you have them living together in one country. You can't expect development. Look at 2015. I said it in 2014 that Buhari is a disaster waiting to occur. And some people say,
agree.
oh, because Jonathan is your brother. No, not because Jonathan was your brother. As of 2014, Nigeria was the 20th largest economy. We're next in line to Australia. As at that time, Nigerian GDP was $970 billion. Australian GDP was 1 trillion $50 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Today, Australian GDP is about 2.5 2.5 trillion Australian dollars, or 1.7 trillion US dollars. But look at Nigerian GDP in the last 14 years, or in the last 10 years. Look at how we are plummeted. So you don't tell me that Buhari did a lot of good. He did a travesty. And this is somebody who came into power in 1983 after amassing almost about 1.3, I think it's about almost $3 billion then, that he stole and swept to a foreign bank in Switzerland. That money, when he was running for office, was valued at almost 500 billion naira. You know, so people come and say like all these guys are honest people. Let me tell you, if you remove the North from Nigeria, you'll be surprised that Nigeria will be on the same level with Indonesia, will be on the same level with Malaysia. But because of these guys, go and look at the total. We have about 120 million people, 112 million out of school children. I've forgotten the figure. Where are they from? 95% of them are from the north. The poorest state in Nigeria. If you look at the bottom 10 poorest state in the country, where are they from? Northern Nigeria. The least educated state in Nigeria, where are they? Northern Nigeria. The least developed regions in Nigeria, where are they? Northern Nigeria. These guys are the clog on the wheel of our progress. More than 85% of our presidents are from the north. And yet we can't even find tangible development. It is time for us to push for a regional system where the federal government is not as powerful as it is today. Because Aguiyi Rossi caused some of all these problems that we have today when he brought about unitary system that empowered the federal ahead of the states. So if you look at Nigerian constitution as of 1963, it's almost the same template to what Australia is practicing. The state have power to do a lot of things to make changes. Today, the federal government, everything, road construction, infrastructure, everything is centered on the federal, and that's why Lagos State and Kano thereabout were created at the same time. From Kano, you carve out Jigawa, they carved out another state, and these states are not viable. Gombe State, what is the GDP of Gombe? You say you don't like what they call it alcohol because it's haram. Yet you take VAT. Why come you share in the VAT that is generated from alcohol? VAT is value added tax which you got from Nigerian breweries, you get from Heineken. You get all this money from these companies, and yet you say you're against alcohol. You some things you say is against your religion, but when you come to Aso Villa to collect allocation, you don't think about your religion. You don't say this is against my religious practices. Let's look for things that are sustainable. Let's use our common sense. If you know you cannot maintain two wives, why don't you have one? If you know you cannot have multiple children, why don't you have the few ones that you have the capacity to look after? Let's stop this idea of blaming everybody. If we all work within the confines of our limitations and what we have, realize that our country can develop. I don't believe in dividing Nigeria. America is 50 states. Some states in America are not viable, but they're still together. Let's see how we can help, how we can grow individually. Then we become a powerful as a nation. I don't see reasons why some states should secede from Nigeria. We can all put in our resources and all grow at our own pace. If you look at a family structure, not everybody succeed at the same level. Some people will be extremely successful. Some people will lean in on the good name or reputation of their siblings to be able to succeed. So if we have other states in Nigeria that are not they're not doing so well, why can't those governors come back and say, how do we cut down the cost of governance? Why will a governor in Gombe be carrying 18 cars when your state is not viable? Why don't you think about the cutting the cost of governance to make your state more livable for your people? Now, by the time people start holding their governors more responsible for what is going on in their state, there'll be more accountability. You'll see that why do you want to live if you want to be a governor in a state? You cannot be having houses in Lagos. Develop your region, build a hospital that your citizens can go to. Let's start holding our people accountable. And my brother, we don't share the same ideologies, but we can work together. This is not a must. I must like you, you must like me, but let's see how we can forge a common front. That's all I just say. So the Hausas, the Fulanis, the Igbos, can all come together, but go and build your own house. Don't come and lean on me after I built my house to use to establish your own. I don't agree. Thank you very much.
All right, so a lot of people are giving good arguments, some not as good as the others. But I feel like a lot of people are giving arguments to attack different standpoints. For example, Neuro, she went about the religious aspect, and you went against the economical aspect, and Optimus also went against the religious aspect. So I think I will clarify the economical aspect first. So yeah, obviously I've already mentioned it like a lot of times. Yes, the south of Nigeria is better than the north. Yeah. After you guys have spoken, I agree. You guys have better education, and people in the northern part of Nigeria need to focus more on education as well. But I don't think that that has a lot to do with religion, because in Islam we are being encouraged to seek a lot of knowledge, like to learn about science and politics and such and such. So I don't think that you can blame religion for like the lack of education in the north. And yeah, about the other things, by saying basically that some governors have a lot of cars and etc., you're trying to say that they are corrupt. I agree with it, but again, that has nothing to do with the religion. And yeah, that's about it. So can anybody say something?
Can I ask a question? After me, then somebody else can go that wants to speak. Are you hearing me, Elsa?
Yes.
Again, I don't want you to feel like we are mobbing you. We are not, right?
Mhm.
It's just that I agree 1,000% with everything Festi said.
Mhm.
Right now, the system of governance in Nigeria just doesn't work, bro. Again, Festi put it fantastically, and the system we have in government, everything is on is on the central government, and who dominates the central politics in Nigeria? The North. Empower the states. Let the states have the final say to what happens to its region. Yeah, the center is always going to have some level of influence, but right now, and another thing Festi said that I really agree with is every state has to develop at its own pace. That's the thing. The federal system in Nigeria wants to carry everybody along at the same pace. I don't quote me on this. I heard this from some maybe first year or no, because they know more about these things than I do. But I heard that the federal government of Nigeria, now the federal system means they're also striving for quote unquote equality amongst the states. So they don't care. They don't care if you are producing enough. They don't care if you are the right person, but because they want to make sure every region is equal. That is why you see every state and every region in Nigeria has federal university. And it's like, dude, you don't value education. Why do you have a federal university? And because you don't value education and because you don't value the kind of things we value down south, the way you're going to maintain your educational system is not going to be the same quality that we're going to maintain, say, in southeast Nigeria or southwest Nigeria or south Nigeria or Niger Delta Nigeria. And because of the federal system, a northerner is giving heads up because, quote unquote, he or she cannot compete. That is why when I wanted to go to the University of Abuja back in, I don't remember the year, but I wanted to study law in University of Abuja. I worked hard, I worked hard. I got 230 in my JAM. The cutoff was 200. I was so excited. I was thinking I'm going to get admitted into University of Abuja. I did not. And I was told that because of the federal allocation, Northerners have the Northern students are favored to get admitted into university more than the Southerner because of the federal system to make everything equal. What the fuck? Excuse me? The cutoff mark for law was 210. I had 230. Northerners were getting getting admission with like 120, 140, 100, below 200, 210, by the way. I got 230 and I did not even get anywhere. So what does that mean? Because of the federal system, I was denied admission into the University of Abuja to favor North because the government was like, oh, the South is too smart. Therefore, let's give the North more opportunities. No. In a confederational system, in a regionalized system, the South will be like, okay, let us do our own system, and the North can develop at its own pace. This federal system is trying to carry everybody along at once. That is not feasible. And I think the North and Northerners like yourself, you need to be more focused on actual things that matter. If I'm being very honest to you, again, maybe I'm speaking out of turn. I think the focus needs to be how can we get our people educated? How can we get our governors to actually work? I mean, I saw a video of the governor of Zamfara State. The governor of Zamfara State was moving up. He's on TikTok. The governor of Zamfara State is on TikTok, bro. Can you imagine that nonsense? This guy was showing us his motorcade. This guy had like 12, 15 cars. Prado Jeep, Toyota Prado Jeep. And he was commissioning automated doors in government house. I'm like, I left a comment there. I was like, bro, we don't care to see this, bro. We don't care about your automated doors. You're one of the poorest states in Nigeria, bro. Who cares about your cars? Even as he was driving, you could see on the street people sitting begging. Like, I just feel like Northerners need to focus less on this religion thing. And I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but the north of Nigeria has core problems that transcends, like, if you are doing Sharia law or not. And another thing is, why are you guys so why are you holding on to like archaic things? The life is moving on. We are modernizing. The world is moving. I mean, you're talking about Sharia law. The other countries are talking about artificial intelligence. They're talking about Sharia law. Other countries are talking about expanding trade and becoming better people. And just, I don't know. I just feel like the north of Nigeria. I mean, again, because I'm not trying to tell you what to do. That is why I say regionalism. We split ourselves. You focus on your operation. Nigeria stays together, but everybody focus. So if you want to do region, if you want to do Sharia law, and you want to do all this, do it. But do not include me in any way, shape, or form. Period. And that's what I want.
And can I quickly ask a question as well? Because one thing I've noticed as well, and if you look at like the Yoruba tribe, they're quite 50-50 Muslim, 50-50 Christian. But I feel like the Christians and the Muslims within the Yoruba people, they're not oppressing each other. Like everybody just goes their own way. So why is it in the north we do this?
And one thing I've realized as well is that a lot of core Muslims, Northern Muslims, don't see Yoruba Muslims as Muslims too.
Oh, so that's true. I've heard that. So I've heard a relative.
It's all fucked up. So trust me, man, these guys are different.
That one I support you with, because I actually a relative of mine told me not to marry a Yoruba man because they're not proper Muslims, and I felt that did not make sense. The Quran does not say that, but okay. But yeah, that is true.
Um,
Okay, can I speak or
can I speak, please, Hausa?
No,
okay?
I want. So after I want people that haven't spoken to speak, and people that haven't spoken, please don't wait for me to. I'm washing plates. All right, so just unmute yourself and speak. After somebody else can speak, then other people. Then I also want to hear Festy speak again, but after everybody has spoken, maybe Festy will go again. But go on, go on,
Yeah,
speak.
I was going to tell Nero that actually is not something that you have heard is a fact. Anybody who grew up in the south of Nigeria, I lived in Lagos when I was young, who went to school there. When we were growing up, I don't know if it still happens now, but I guess it does. In schools, they would have Muslim prayer and Christian prayer. So we learned the Quran. We, even though we were Christians, there was no separatism. There was no your God is different from mine or you must convert to mine. So the average Muslim in the South, like I didn't know that Islam in the North was different until I did NYC in Abuja. That was when I met people who were Muslims who I was just shocked by how they were. And then I thought, but in Lagos, when I was growing up, we used to celebrate Salah, we used to go to the mosque, we used to do all these things. So in the South, Islam is so different. Even the Muslims in the South do not understand the Islam that is practiced in the North. That's why there's a lot of pushback from the Southerners, whom the IDPs, who are also Muslims, are arriving. They don't want it because they associate it with the violence that it is. I'll stop there.
I want to hear Proudly Muslim speak because she's been saying a lot in the comments.
Can I speak?
Proudly Muslim
Please go
or
ahead.
T. I don't know. Anybody that unmutes, I beg, speak. Please go on.
Yes, I just want to say this is that as someone that's also from the northern part of Nigeria, yeah, a lot of people from the north like the current system that we are literally in because it only benefits them. Like I don't think that Nigeria can literally work in the long term because it is going to disenfranchise them a lot of people who aren't Hausa or Fulani and literally Muslim. I don't think a person from the South can ever become president of Nigeria again due to this current system. Is because of it disenfranchises a lot of people, which just cannot work. For a country to be successful, the system cannot be built that way. This is why, in the long run, I don't think we can be together.
I
Period.
completely agree with you. Completely.
It is because someone with the intellect of Mr. Kingsley now, he probably wouldn't be allowed to become the president of the country. Why? Because he is disenfranchised and because there are already negative stereotypes about him. In the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi was the most qualified candidate, but he came third.
You won, by the way, but okay.
Yes, I do believe that he literally won. I do believe that election was literally rigged. We have been saying this, and I think one thing that should have literally, I think that Nigerians literally like we were too late with this stuff, especially like we southern Nigerian people here. We should have known that this stuff wasn't going to work ever since the 1979 election between Obafemi and Awolowo, a Yoruba man, between Nnamdi Azikwe and an Igbo man, and between Shehu Shagari and Hausa man. We should have known that it wasn't going to work when Shehu Shagari won him a landslide victory, despite the fact that he really had no involvement in the independence of Nigeria, despite the fact that both Obafemi Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikwe were literally both better candidates. I think a lot of Nigerians should have known that, okay, in the long term, this stuff cannot work. It's because of the North, they were always going to be very, very tribal.
You know what? I never used to agree with this, but I generally, after like, I do believe Nigeria should split now.
Yes, because 1979 should have been the most radicalizing point for a lot of people. Shehu Shagari wasn't the best candidate at all. It was between Nnamdi Azikwe and Obafemi Awolowo. in a reasonable country where this tribe and religion stuff like does not exist, I believe either Nnamdi Azikiwe or Awolowo would have won that election. Also, look at the 19, I think it's the one where MK Abiola literally won. Look how they literally did to him.
Yeah, Nigeria should split.
Yes, like look at when Aguiyi Ironsi, the first ever military president of Nigeria, he was literally doing them a good job, but it was literally from the southeast, and literally the northerners were the ones who had the numbers in the military, and they easily took him out. These so-called stuff that we call democracy in Nigeria too hasn't just worked. I'm sorry to literally say.
And another thing as well, I feel like the North has lost their culture. I was even talking to my friend about it as well because she's from Borno State. She's Kanuri.
Yes.
And we went to my other friend's wedding and we were literally saying that Kanuri weddings, like Kanuri people,
Yeah.
they put tribe before religion. They're mostly Muslim, but they put their culture before Islam. Whereas Hausa people, we put Islam before Hausa culture. And if you actually look at Hausa culture now,
Can you imagine?
the Hausa culture 80 years ago is not the Hausa culture of today. Even last name,
Exactly.
the average Hausa person does not have a traditional Hausa last name. My family, I thank God, we still have a traditional Hausa last name, and I'm going to hold that. My children's children are going to have that, but most Hausa people do not have traditional Hausa last names.
Yes, they
We are
absolutely
losing our culture. We are
don't,
losing our culture.
and they want to be Arabs. They want to be black Arabs by all
So
costs. They also
badly.
want to
So
feel like
badly.
South Indians. Pardon?
So badly. Yeah, I agree.
Yes, listen, I went to my school in Lagos. It was literally a Muslim school that my dad literally put me in for my primary school. So in 2013 we started getting a lot of influx of wealthy Hausa kids into the school because of the school was where mostly wealthy kids went. And I literally clocked something as well too. Some of the Hausas there wanted to be either Indian or Arabs. And this stuff in the long term cannot really work. Why? Because of both Arabs and especially Indians are literally, I'm sorry to use the word plagues when it comes from when it comes from African to the African people. Look at what Indians are literally doing in East Africa, which means that with the Hausas in charge, they could easily sell us out to these Indian people.
That's M1. I agree with you there. That's another thing I agree. That's why I say the north and south M1. To your point, brother, we're good to see you again, bro. Is that
Yeah, nice to see you, brother.
I'm just gonna add to you, what you said is facts. Because when push comes to shove, the average northerner will sell us out to the Indians or to the Arabs. They have no allegiance to us. That's it. So
They
that's
don't
another
see
thing.
themselves as Nigerians.
That's another thing that I cannot again, like I said, I cannot leave the destiny of Niger Delta in the hands of the Northern.
Yes.
I can never go to, especially moving forward, knowing what's coming. Nigeria, our population is going to double. There's going to be a fight for resources. I can never allow that. And I think a lot as more Nigerians start advocating for regionalism and confederacy, we need to start talking about this because these are reality. But go on, Emma.
This
Emma, after you land
this
your plane, let me speak, okay?
okay, yes. This is the
Oh shit, sorry.
What happened? He muted.
Yeah. I think I muted him by mistake. But Emma,
okay.
Oh,
So
sorry.
look at all the greatest activists in Nigeria history, whether be it Ken Saro, whether be it MKO, whose economy whose economy philosophy could have taken Nigeria into $1 trillion economy. They were all killed. How many activists who literally fight for the pride of Nigeria have literally ever come from the north? None.
never.
None. It's because they see themselves more as Arabs and more as Indian people. And in the long run, they are going to sell us to the Malaysian people, to the Lebanese people, and to the Indian people in the long run. It is because they want to be everything except Hausa people and except Nigerians. And
M1, if you have, go ahead. Sorry.
sorry, I'm okay. Let me let you talk. Sorry, Festi.
No. I thought you had finished. I'm sorry.
No, 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 no. Like, let me just let you go in my head. Sorry, bro.
All right.
can I speak?
See, the truth is, what they call it now. Most Nigerians have, especially the Northerners, have more religious ties than cultural ties. I don't have issues with you having ties with your religion, but I have issues with when you push your religion to the extremity of other people. Where your right stops, that's where someone else's right starts. It is unfair for somebody to be living in Katsina because you are Muslim. You say, oh, we should implement Sharia in Katsina. But when you look at the population balance in that state, you realize that at least 40% of people living there or 30% are Christians. How is it fair if you now push your Sharia as to be the dominant law instead of the Nigerian constitution? Now, how do you expect somebody who is living in the South, who is seeing all these things happen in your own state, how do you expect them to, what they call it, allow such kind of thing to happen at the national level? Does that make sense? So you now see that when people have too much religious ties and no cultural ties and no sense of patriotism, if you look at those who advocated and fought for Nigerian independence, I didn't see any northerner who was at the forefront. They eventually gave the British who caused the problem we have today gave the power to the minority. They gave it to the Hausa Fulanese. The same thing the Belgians did in Rwanda. You are living a country, hand over 14, the people who have 14% of the population, you handed over power to them. So this is all the inequalities that the Europeans created in Africa. And that's why Nigeria, as its design, is not built to succeed. If we were trying to succeed when we're practicing regional system of government, and if we go back to it, I think our country can move forward. We can have a president who doesn't have so much powers. Let our regions have powers. The things that are decided in our region, let it stay there. So if somebody who says, for instance, if I'm a Christian living in Katsina, Kaduna, any of these northern states, and I don't subscribe to Sharia law because it is against my religious belief, I can decide to move to Niger Delta. I can decide to move to the southeast part of the country, of the country, because these places have liberal laws, just like we have in the U.S. So if we have regional autonomy, that will encourage development. Nobody will tell these guys at the end of the day to start moving fast. If you look at not some states in the U.S., for instance, those not southern states like Oklahoma, Arkansas, most people don't want to live there. Most of their citizens are moving to California. They are moving to New York. So nobody will tell the governor there that you have to do better to retain and bring businesses to your state. If not, you don't have anything to show at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
I think T is next. He hasn't spoken.
Yeah, but T, you
T,
gotta
go
T,
ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go on,
yeah,
T.
thank you very much. I'd wanted to speak before the Festus actually jumped in. Good evening, everyone. I think I jumped in when I heard Hausa speaking, and he kind of struck me like the average Northern elite who, regardless of how educated they are and all, they still hold this whole thing with religion. And can you guys hear me though? Oh, okay, okay. So, regardless of how educated they are, they still hold this brief for religion, and they don't see it being a problem, even if it has been a way of keeping their people underdeveloped. I mean, I'm not so surprised. The average Northern elite actually has that mentality. And it's not really even for the love of the religion, no, it's for the love of the power it gives them, because it makes them relevant in their local politics and continuously makes them use these guys who they have kept in the name of religion as tools to drive their own political agenda. Because, come to think of it, the most presidents we've had in this country have been from the northern extraction. Let's even put aside that, let them play tribalism, for example. Let them be tribal. It hasn't resulted to, as a collective, development for their own people. It hasn't. So, over the years, I've come to know that Nigeria is a contraptment. We all know that. And I think there is this thought in the average northerner's head that Nigeria belongs to them. And maybe, of course, we can say the British made that possible or whatnot. They control the politics. So, so there's this thought that Nigeria belongs to them, and you see it by their utterances, by the way they say some things, and even when whoever is the 001 there is not doing their bidding, you could see the way they kick back and all. I think the for Nigeria to actually move forward, yeah, at some point, I believe it's either we're going to break up at some point because this whole union is not sustainable. Because you can't have people with very divergent ideologies wanting to forge a country together. It's not just possible. And one thing I notice about the North, there's this kind of mediocrity it thrives on. And if you look at the so-called be it in civil service, in whatever, you always have this thing that the North is usually given an edge because of, I don't know, they say it's education or they're not well educated or whatnot. But coming to that round table to compete is a problem for our Northern brothers. So they'll always want this, give us this edge that we are, I don't know what to call it, but countries don't develop by thriving on mediocrity. No, it has to be meritocracy. So we have to come to a point where the best of us are the ones that are actually leading us. So if the North decides to practice Sharia, it's not my problem actually. But can you just practice it there and not infiltrate other people or want
That's
to
my
force
issue
other
too.
people?
That's my own issue. That's my own point too. We
Yes,
don't care. Just don't force it on us.
but
Thank you.
okay. Can I speak?
Yeah.
No.
No,
Let's
let
see.
me land my train. Let me land. So you can practice it without forcing it on other people. But hey, here is why. Because they have this, because it's in their head somewhere that they own Nigeria. And I have had this real experience where, and what you call an average northerner in Nigeria, an average northerner, not even an elite, told me to my face that these same lines I'm telling you, that they rule Nigeria. So somehow, somewhere, it's, and we hear it in different forms as, for example, in politics, in Nigerian politics, you will hear the North remembers. You see all those kind of phrases is to show, is a show of power to show you that yes, we control things. I think it's funny, and at the same time it's sickening, because in the grand scheme of things, if we have to forge forward as a nation, this current setting, we have to actually break it up, because one way or the other, it is not working. It will never work. It has never worked. So I believe if the North is actually seeking for development, they should also support it, right? They should support it in one form, and at least agree that everybody has to come together and let's just go our separate ways and solve our issues, govern ourselves. If we want to practice true democracy or true federalism, like we have in the likes of the US and all, we do it. If we are not, then everybody to your tent, so Israel. Because one thing I know for a fact, the divergence in mentality and in ideology, even from the most educated northerner, it's not even about whether they are not even educated or not. The educated ones, actually, that same mentality, I don't want to say Islamic mentality, but their religion have so far covered that thinking that they would put forth before every other thing else that religion. And that is where I see it as a problem. So that divergence, personally for me, I don't see it as something that can move the country forward. Because if you go from the way the South is further away from the North, That's how divergent the people and the mentality is or are. So I just think that regionalism is a good start. And if it doesn't work, everybody to your tents, oh Israel.
Okay, so who hasn't spoken? Everybody has spoken, all right? So, this proudly Muslim. I wanted to hear your point, madam, but you keep dropping. Come on, you yap a lot in the comment section. I bring you up. You come and you drop. Come and talk. And Osh, I invited you. You didn't show up. So everybody has spoken, right? So T Osh, I sent you. I sent you invite. I sent you invite. You did not accept it, T Osh. So that's on you. So I think we can have an open panel now. Everybody has spoken. So unmute yourself and ask your questions or make a comment. Up to you.
Yes. Okay.
Tiosh, bro, I've sent you invite. I beg. I've done my part. Accept it or not, it's on you. Or request to join. I'm not gonna do anything again. M1, go on.
Yes. And another thing as well too is that one problem with this extreme Muslim people here is that they when they are done destroying their they don't want to live in the Sharia laws that they've literally created. And you may say that I'm literally that backing a far right people here, but when you come to the UK, these people are taking over London, Birmingham, Bradford, and majority of them all these cities, and the Muslims who are taking them over these places, they literally hate black people, and they are very, very extreme. You may say that I'm literally trying to back in the far right people. No, majority of the far right guys, in the UK barely even have issues with black people. They are their main issues are literally with the Muslim people. Why? Because of the far right Muslims, the extreme Muslims in this country are busy raping, saying that when they take over, they are going to impose Sharia law in this country.
M1, I've told you this, bro. You gotta understand. You don't have a picture. You don't have a name. They're using these words, man. You can get my account banned or something, bro.
My bad, bro.
Come on, man. I've told you this many times. You get me, please. Use the TikTok language, brother. Thank you.
Can I
Alright.
quickly respond to M1?
Oh, let
Pardon?
him land. Let him land. Let him land. Land M1 so
Oh
that
no, I'm she can talk.
As a Hausa person that lives in the UK and lives in London, and I spend the
Yeah.
majority of my time here, there's not that many Hausa people here. That's not true.
I'm not talking about outsiders. I am talking about the the people from all those South Asian countries and from all those
That is
Middle
true.
Eastern
That is a
countries. I'm not talking about the outside people
we
because
have a
of there are
big
very many outsiders.
okay.
In
We have a
London.
big Muslim population in the UK. That
We
is
do,
true. But the
and they are very
people,
very extreme.
no, they're not. The average Muslim that in the UK is not
I'm
extreme.
talking.
We have
I'm,
extremists here, but the average Muslim is not extreme.
I'm
I think
talking about.
the UK is a good
Okay,
example.
let's move on. Let's move on. Yeah, I don't want. This is not about UK. I don't care. Let's focus on Nigeria and our issues, please.
Okay.
Who wants to go next? I beg. On what we have. Let's focus. I get we can compare, but our issues not Muslims in the UK. Our issues Nigeria,
One thing
Sharia law,
One thing
moving
I wanted
Okay,
to
I
add
can
as
go
well is
on.
that Muslims believe that we should obey the laws of the land. And I feel like a lot of the Muslims I hear speaking when it comes to this stuff is like Sharia law, just focus on the laws in the land you live on and obey that. That is a big part of Sharia law. So I feel like that's a part that people just like to glaze over. And I don't know, sorry, as a Hausa Muslim and being in this conversation and listening to the dialogue is made me realize my privilege, and it's also actually getting me emotional as well. So yeah, it's actually a lot. But yeah, all of this is let someone else land.
Yeah,
and you see.
I see. Go ahead, Rose.
First, I'm going to say this and then I'll pass it back to you first. Look, at the end of the day, I think everybody has spoken very well. Festi has spoken very well. Eno has spoken very well. Hausa has spoken very well from his perspective. T as well. M1, Nero. I think our request here is very simple. Ideology matters. Absolutely matters, right? I think Festi, you are from the east, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, you're from Akwa Ibom also, are you?
No, I'm a proud Abo man. I'm from Delta State.
Delta also,
But I
Niger
lived in
Delta.
Akwa Ibom for 6 years. I worked in Akwa Ibom for 6 years.
Right. And you see, in the Niger Delta, the southeast, for example, I'll focus on Niger Delta and southeast. Um, you see, if we were going to blow each other up, we would have. a long time ago. I mean, Akwa Ibom sits with Abia. We share border. I've been there. We split the time. Even in the southwest and southeast, if we were going to blow each other up, we would have done that. Don't get me wrong. In the south, we all have our own mess. We have our own. But it's not to the point where it destabilizes. I want that's one like you understand? Like yeah, Niger Delta and Southeast, we have our own bickerings. You know, at first you know what I mean. Like there are bickerings here and
Yeah, I
there.
get it.
It's not. Oh, I'm going to blow you up first. I'm going to come to your house and nah. You know, because we understand that. Listen, we have to look at the bigger picture. You understand? Like we have to be like, okay, yeah, I may not like you. You may not even like me. But bro, we need to do business. We need to trade. We need to make sure everybody's good. You know what I mean? That's how. But it's like with such people, I can coexist because we know that okay, we're able to sit down and reason. But how can I sit down and reason with somebody whose automatic, almost instinct is to go to violence? We have an argument, violence. Like, oh, there has to be war. Like, I cannot do that. It just does not make sense. So I guess what all we are saying, and we are saying it in different ways as Southerners, is that we cannot coexist with the north of Nigeria, because we share fundamentally different perspective on ideology. I'll shut up. First, to go on, and after somebody else can go. I'm really enjoying the conversation. Go on.
Yeah, so like we all have spoken here. I know maybe someday maybe some Fulani people on the live or an Hausa person on the live and may say, oh, these persons are against us. No, we're actually addressing the root cause. We all share a lot of things in common. The most people who are benefiting from the injustice in Nigeria that are Fulani extraction are not even you. They are the Fulani elite, like the likes of Buhari, the likes of Babangida, all these guys. They are the rich guys who are benefiting from the rot and the decadence in the country. So we need to think about what do we have in common. We have poverty in common. How do we address poverty? Let's. I know there's a lot of systemic issues, but if to address systemic issues, you need a whole system thinking. Think about what you can do differently from your own standpoint, and what can we do as an individual. Firstly, we need to start looking at ourselves as a people. What are some of the changes we can make? If you know, as an Hausa man, as a Fulani man, as an Igbo man, you can maintain one wife, have one wife, and have fewer kids. Let's also look at how do we build economic structure, educating our kids, empowering them. Let's those ones are the things we can do at the micro level. At the macro level, we need to start choosing leaders who have the vision and the competence and capacity to lead. Let's stop putting religion. If you come to the southern part of Nigeria, and I have a very big issue with that. You ask an average girl or boy, what kind of a man do you want to marry, or what kind of a spouse are you looking for? The first thing they tell is God fearing. But all your politicians are God fearing, and their accounts are not God fearing. We cannot see God fearing. The former governor of Akwa Ibom State is a deacon. The current one is a pastor. I served in governor's office when I was doing my youth service. I worked in the state for 6 years as a banker. I can tell you, you know, I'm not putting Kingsley or state on the spot, but that I share a lot of this. I have a lot of ties to Akwa Ibom, and I love the state. Number one, because people there are very welcoming, one of the most hospitable states I've been to in Nigeria, and I'm proud to be associated with that state. You know, but if as Akwa Ibom is, if that's how a lot of other Nigerian states are, I think we can now start having a sense of brotherhood. You come to a state, people treat you as their brother, as their friend. Do you understand? You realize when I did my youth service there, by the time I got job in the bank, and they asked me where do you want to work? Well, sorry, my client is the one that's making noise at the background. It's not me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
you sort it
He
out?
he he
Can you,
just he will just get a bit excited. Let me move a bit far away from
okay,
him.
please. Thank
So
you.
so yeah, move a bit away. So when you look at some of all this stuff, if as your Akwa Ibom treated me, for instance, that's how other states in Nigeria treat other Nigerians. We will now start seeing ourselves as one people. They don't talk about where you come from, your religion, your tribe. And when you come to a place as a guest, also obey the laws of that place. You will see somebody will come from some part of the world. You move to Southeast, you know that these guys are against this. But you want to superimpose your religion, your own beliefs. You have to, when I live in Australia, I obey the laws of this place. There's some things that are going on here that I don't agree with, but I respect it. You understand? So let's look at how do we respect our host community. It is unfair for you to come to a place and start telling them that you need to use your cattle to graze their land. It doesn't make any sense. So let's start thinking about collective and nation building, patriotism. So if you see the other guy that come from this other place as your brother, why will you be thinking about unaliving them? Because somebody said something that is against my religion, why should I blow him up? So let's start thinking, let's become more empathetic. I don't have issues with Islam. I don't have issues with Christianity. The problem I have with it is what people have done in the name of those religions. That's the issue I have with it. The religion itself, I don't have any problem with it. If you practice your Islam, that's good. But don't, in the name of your religion, propagate things that affect humanity. You can practice your religion, that's your faith. We don't have any problems with it. But don't come and tell me certain things that goes against what I stand for and want me to accept it. That is unfair. Respect my own views and I'll respect yours. So let's leave and let every other person live. I think it's better if we can start having a sense of brotherhood and patriotism. Let's think about the collective good. Let's think about the issues that are affecting everyday Nigerian. How do we solve the issue of out of school kids in the north? How do we address the issue of unemployment, mass illiteracy, female a lot of women are not empowered in the northern Nigeria. How do we address those key issues? Let's stop putting religion and tribe ahead of the bigger issues that are affecting us. If we start looking at the bigger picture, I think we can start moving forward and start holding our leaders accountable. I'll rest my case. Thank you.
I think that if I'll just add to what you have said, my issue is I'm still not able to wrap my head around a northern. I'm sorry to say this, Neuro, but the average northerner sounds like Hausa. The average northerner, even to the point that during the last election, there were northerners saying, we have the monopoly to violence in this country. It must go our way. That's the body language. My question now to you, Festus, is how do you make a country with such a people? As much as I personally also want a one Nigeria to work because I believe that we have a lot of power in our numbers, but how do you make a country with a people who feel entitled, who feel like Nigeria belongs to them, and who feel like they have to decide? In the last election, Northerners were saying, we have a monopoly to violence. That means whatever we want, we must get. That means you can enter my village, even though you have destroyed where you're from and you are quote unquote a refugee, but you can come to my place and enter my farm and destroy my products with your cows. And then if my people say, no, we don't want that, you set the whole place on fire and kill people. How do you make a country with those kind of people?
Okay, see that if you listen to my last statement, I said let's put nation building, patriotism, have a sense of empathy. Now, politically, we can solve this from a political solution. How do we do that? We have already started having that conversation. Let's support regional governments. Oops,
Okay, Festy,
sorry.
Festy, Festy, so get the noise behind you sorted out, brother. I'll have to put you on mute. Hausa, you haven't spoken in a minute. You want to say something, Hausa?
Yeah, but a lot of people are making different points, so I don't know where
I
to.
mean, you pick one point, right? People have different perspectives. Just pick, you can make another point, or you can just speak on any point you want. It's up to you. Okay.
Um, okay, so I agree with regionalism, but I still think that we need a strong centralized government who controls all the government revenue. So that includes like the tax and the oil revenue and all other government owned companies. And I think that yes, if you guys in the south do not want Sharia, what I already said, you guys don't have to practice this. We in the north, we will practice it. And some people will say this, that they agree with me, But after a few minutes, then they will say, yes, how can there be Sharia in the north? Why are they doing that? So first they say that we can do that in the north, and after that, then people will argue and say that it's not good to do that. So I don't understand that.
What do
If
you mean?
you
Give
understand
me an
it.
example. Give me an example. Give me an example.
For
For example,
example,
so that
I don't know who said it, but somebody said that if the North wants to practice Sharia, let them practice it. But after a few minutes, somebody else will come and say, no, they don't need. They can't practice it. If you understand what I mean.
okay. So now I will explain. So the person said yes, you can practice Sharia law, but keep it to your side.
Yeah,
Keep it
that's what I mean.
strictly to your region. But but
Yeah,
but
that's
um but 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 how Sahara? Okay, again speaking from history. Okay, I'm referring to
yeah.
history. Historically,
Hmm.
that's not how it's always gone. So we are pulling from historical evidence. It's not about what we want, it's about what we've seen. Speak to everybody on this panel, they will tell you the North don't typically keep it to themselves. They always want to push it, they want to impose it on everybody else, they want to move it from point A to point B. That's how the North has always done. Hausa, you need to understand that. So most of us here are not speaking because we are trying to be tough to you. We are speaking because we've seen this happen over and over again. I mean, was it T or Festi that said that the North has blatantly said this, that they own Nigeria. Nigeria is originally an Islamic country. Do you know that it's even in newspapers? If you Google it and see, you will see a lot of statements made by northern leaders talking about Nigeria is destined to be an Islamic country. They're going to Islamize
I
Nigeria. That,
agree.
in fact, there was a period in time. I'm just giving you historical evidence, right? Where
Yes.
where it made the news that somebody said Nigeria, the North is going to rule Nigeria for the next 60 years. It's like they don't even see us as part of Nigeria. They're like, yeah, we own this country. It's an Islamic country, and this is how the North has treated the rest of Nigeria. So when we tell you that yes, you can do whatever you want, but keep it to your side, and we push back, is because historically that has never been the case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree, and
It
I just
makes
wanted to
sense.
add as well, Hausa, just
Hmm.
talking to you as someone who's also from the north. So we're both
Yes.
from the same tribe. Let's be honest, we're both Muslim. How do
Hmm.
we treat as a community, not individually, but as a community, how do we treat our fellow Christian houses?
Wow. A
How
lot
do
of
we
a lot of us act like they don't exist.
Exactly. You act like they don't exist. And this is a very personal subject to me because one thing I love about my family is we're not radical. We have Christians and Muslims. We
But
respect both
Are the
religions.
Christians in
And
your
I
family
see
Hausa
I
or?
see the way my Christian side are being treated. This is why this is that's why I don't want Sharia law in the north either. Because I know if we bring Sharia law in the north, we're going to oppress the Christian houses, the people that share the same blood as us. We're going to oppress them because they have a different religion. Then we're going to bring it to the rest of Nigeria. Like, we have to be
Look at what
honest.
Hausa. If you need evidence, look at what's happening in Jos, in Plateau State.
But I
Sometimes, sometimes even in Benue State.
about what? About the killings or?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I know. I'm aware of this. Okay,
You know, there are loads of people who are Christian in the north that just became Muslim out of peace.
So we are
okay,
not we are
They
not we are not
just
we are we are
became.
not we are not making it up. We are not making it up. We are telling
We're
you
not. There are
facts.
loads of people
I
in
understand.
the
But the
north. There are
thing is,
loads of people who are Christian and decided to become Muslim, not because they wanted to, just because they wanted peace. They wanted to fit in. That's not Islam. The best way to bring someone to Islam is did you see, I know you said we shouldn't talk about the UK, but I'll use the UK as an example. We have this thing where a lot of people in jail are leaving jail and becoming Muslims. We're not forcing Islam onto us. They have found it organically and they fell in love with it organically, and now they're practicing it by themselves. That's how you show someone religion. You're supposed to show someone religion with love. You're not supposed to force it onto them. We have to be honest now. If we bring Sharia law into the north of Nigeria, that's not going to sort our problems. We're going to impose it on the Christians in the north, and then once we finish imposing it on the Christians in the north, we're going to try and impose it on the rest of Nigeria. We have to be honest. We don't
okay,
act like the Christian houses exist.
okay. So first of all, I agree with it that we tend, some of us, not all, some, a small minority tend to be violent against the Christians. But I think that what people think about Sharia, they have a different understanding of it. They think that it's violence or something. What I think it is that people have to dress modestly when they go outside, and that you can't sell or buy any pork or alcohol or any drugs, and that music should be banned. Those type of things. That's what I think that Sharia is. I don't think that we
Listen,
should.
but we
But it's not about, we don't force anybody to become Muslim.
No, but it's not about the violence of it. It's about why
Then
can't
what is
I
it?
live in my native land? Why can't I
Well,
not? Why can't I live in my native land and practice the religion I want? Let's forget Islam
you
and
no, you
Christianity.
can
What if
practice.
someone wants to practice traditional Hausa spirituality? What happens
Mm-hmm.
to them? Because they're a minority, but they exist.
Okay, but we don't ban them from practicing it. If they want to practice it in their homes, let them do it. We don't ban them from
I
doing
don't
it.
I don't believe it.
Hausa, guys,
No, no,
guys, I want
please
us
let
to
me
move from
speak.
this.
No, no,
No, no,
wait, please
guys,
let me
guys.
speak with Newell. It's so people can hear about different opinions from Hausa people.
Just to
Let's be
summarize
clear.
for Kingsley, but we both know it's not true. Just seeing how the Christian Northerners are treated.
No, but that
The
has
majority
nothing
of
to do with
people,
Sharia.
it has nothing to do with Sharia, but it gives us a glimpse of how people in the north are going to be treated once Sharia is put in place. There's no
That's
Sharia now,
that's
Why?
but
true,
once Sharia is put in place,
but
that's
Hausa,
crossing the line.
okay,
Hausa,
that's true,
Hausa.
but it's
Hausa,
not
I
the
have to.
fault of
Hausa,
Sharia.
wait. I have to
Yeah.
interrupt you because, listen, again, listen. I'm not trying to. You're young, Hausa. You're 19, brother. I'm sorry to bring that up because it matters. Like you are speaking from a very idealistic standpoint. Listen, I'm 29. I remember when I used to hear the riot in Kano because they're like we don't want Christians around. I had my mother's best friend at the time when I was living in Abuja. She
Mm-hmm.
was from Plateau State, man. Bro, almost every 2 months, her family needs to run to Abuja for safety because they were Christians. Like this is something that we have seen. So please, let's. This is but it doesn't matter. Evidence, historical evidence has proven us that's not how the North operates. This is a fact, man. There's no need to be like, oh, but it doesn't matter. Everybody, I'm sure Becca has stories. Optimus has stories. Festy, even Mogi. I don't know about Mogi, but we all have evidence. So it's not a matter of arguing back and forth. I have my laptop here. I can show you about 10 evidence in Benue, in Southern Kaduna, in Plateau State, in bro. It's
I have seen them too,
it's
but
in Adamawa. It happens
what I'm trying
a
to say,
lot.
what I'm trying to say is that it's not the fault of the Sharia law. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't care, brother. It's the people that practice it, and it's listen. The person that is getting unalived doesn't have the time to. Oh, but it's not Sharia law. It's the. I don't care. You are the representative of it. Use it the right way. I mean, you don't see Christians in Nigeria going about to conquer your lands. I don't care. Like you have to be able to look at things from the other side. It's called empathy, brother. I cannot, I
I
cannot,
understand.
I cannot be telling you, oh, sorry, because again, we are the ones getting unalived, not you. So of course you are gonna be like, yeah, but it's not how it is. If you were the one getting unalived, if it was the Southerners raiding the North and killing you and raiding your village and blowing you up, and I'm then trying to tell you, oh, but Hausa, that's not actually the real practice. You'll be like, Kingsley, fuck you. I don't
Yeah.
care. You're not the one losing. You're not the one losing your family members. You're not the one losing your land. You understand? So we understand where we are coming from, brother. Like people are dying daily at the hands of Northerners just because of their religion. This is a fact.
A
It's a fact.
he did say that it's not the fault of the Sharia. There's a young lady, I think last year or 2 years ago, that got on alive simply for saying that the WhatsApp group is not meant for religious preaching, but it's meant for educational purposes. And they say because she said that blood of Jesus are forgotten, they unalived her and burnt her. I heard even it made the news during the presidential election, before the presidential election, Atiku condemned it, but when they attacked him, he went to delete the tweets. So you can't tell me these are not visible evidence. This was somebody who was born and living in Sokoto State. It happened in Sokoto. So don't tell me
Also,
it's not the fault of the
also,
Sharia. Come
also,
on.
how are we? Okay, wait. How are women treated under Sharia law?
Okay,
Can
Okay.
these
accent.
women
Okay.
in a place that practices Sharia law? Could these women actually come in the panel to speak with us?
Also is going to try to defend that, but that's something you can't defend.
Let's be honest, because I'm looking at it now. I'm looking at it now. Don't twist it. I have it here. Can women actually engage with us on a panel like this under Sharia law, sir?
A lot of people take advantage of Sharia law and misuse it. And no, okay, I will give you answer. A lot of them cannot. A lot of them cannot.
Can I jump in now for a sec, guys?
No, let him learn. Let him learn.
I'll go ahead.
You have to, go on,
So,
Hausa.
okay, the quick answer is no. A lot of them won't be allowed to come in here to talk because they will be talking to non-mahram men, which means that strangers, basically strange men, they cannot talk to them about these type of stuff. So yeah, that's your answer. A lot of them know.
And you want that? You like that?
It's not. It's not. It's being misused. That's the thing. I what if I say I was
How,
Sharia?
how,
I
how,
haven't.
how, how is it misused? How is it misused, sir? Tell me how it's misused.
All right, you got me there. All right.
Hausa brother, I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm just
No,
trying to
no,
make
no.
sure you
I
see the
like
other
these
side.
conversations. No, no, don't feel bad. I like this
And,
conversation.
and, and
I
and
like to
Hausa,
learn.
listen, Hausa, I'll give you credit, and I'm gonna say this publicly.
Yeah.
One thing I do like, guys. This is I think Morgan was there when we had that heated conversation. I mean, Hausa, I'll give you credit for a 19-year-old guy. You are quite open-minded enough in terms of listening to the other side, and
Mhm.
you stick around because some people would have dropped. So I give you credit for that. But all we are doing is we just want to show you the other side. So that's actually progress in our books. But
Yeah,
Morgan's,
I
go ahead.
like
I'll
it.
shut up again. And I like that too. So thank you. After
Mhm.
Morgan's, then anybody else can just go on. Go on, Morgan's.
Yeah, without getting, and obviously thanks for the opportunity again, Kingsley. But without getting in too much into the whole northern and south situation, it's just looking at it objectively as a whole country. When you look at Nigeria, the state of Nigeria at the moment, everybody needs to ask themselves a question: is adding Sharia law into the mix of already serious issues in Nigeria, is that gonna make it a better place to live for people who live there? And it's not a case of somebody saying, "Oh, but it's there's nothing beneficial. There's nothing good that's going to come out of that." The
Wait, but this
country,
is what I meant. He talks about Sharia for the whole Nigeria. We only want it for the north.
yeah, but
This is
how
what
is
I
that going to
meant. We
benefit
don't
you
want.
guys in the north?
No, no, but Hausa,
I'll
I've
let you.
answered. I've already answered that, man. Come on, I answered that like some minutes ago. Why I look at it from Nigeria because the average Northerner will not keep it to himself. He will want his expansion. The Northerners are expansionists by nature.
The
The
religion is
North,
You
dispassionate by
want.
but
nature.
no, no. Let
Mhm.
Morgan speak. Morgan is your
Okay.
let Morgan speak.
Not only are the Northerners expansionist by nature, the religion itself, that's what it does. That's what Islam is. It
Facts.
expands. Um, and just the other thing about that, Hausa, you were saying you guys only want it in the north. Can I honestly ask you, man to man, as a fellow Nigerian man to Nigerian man, do you think that's going to benefit you guys in the north? How is that going to add any better situation for what you guys have going on in the north by making things more tighter, more stricter than what it currently is at the moment? Do you want a situation where people are literally getting off left, right, and center for the slightest things? And I don't want anybody to get me wrong in this panel. I have very close friends who are Muslim, but they're from Omani and Yemeni. Some of them are from Tanzania and they have Arab roots and stuff like that. We can have these open conversations. We need to be very realistic here. There's a difference between Middle Eastern Muslims and the Africans that took on Islam. I don't know how to explain it. It's as if I say it now, I'll sound really bad, but it's as if we missed a couple of steps. It's like when somebody is building something and they didn't follow the instructions thoroughly, man. I don't think Islam was meant for Africans in general. I don't think it's something that Africans need. I don't think they need it. I'm being quite honest with you. We've got enough issues to be thinking about than adding Islam into it already. You're black and then you're not adding Islam into the mix as well. I know it's going to come across crazy, but you go to the Middle East as a black person and tell them, "Oh, I'm a Muslim." See whether they look at you like a Muslim. You're still black, and then you're talking about in the northern states you want to add Sharia law into it. This religion wasn't even meant for us in the first place. What's that going to do for us? What's that going to do in northern Nigeria? They will now do that in northern Nigeria. They have the most amount of people. So what's going to happen next? They're going to want to expand that out to the rest of Nigeria. There's no two ways about it. And what are you going to do? How are you going to fight back? We already seen in the Civil War how that went. Who's going to beat them? Who's going to beat them? There is no any African country that has this kind of law. We look at Somalia, Kenya. Tell me how them countries are doing. Let's be honest here in the panel. Let's not be sitting around beating around the bush. Black African countries that are predominantly Muslim. You tell me how they're doing. How are they doing economically? Is that just by chance? Is that by luck? I'll leave it at that, guys.
All right. Interesting. Okay. So first of all, I don't think you can tie economics to religion, but if you want an African country that's doing like slightly better maybe than Nigeria and it's Muslim, you can look at Senegal, for example. It has around the same GDP per capita. So that argument of yours is kind of, yeah, it's not a good argument. And secondly, about what you said, that if a black Muslim goes to the Middle East and people still see him as black, I agree with it. But we as Muslims, we don't see the Middle East as the people we should follow. We only see our holy book, the Quran, and the hadith that we have gotten from scholars. That's what we follow. We don't follow anybody, no matter if he's Arab, Chinese, white, we don't follow it. So yeah, that about, and so the argument about saying that Islam is not for black people, it's not a good argument, because you don't say that Christianity is not for
It's
black
not for
people.
black people either, but
I,
sure,
mean,
that's what
I say that
I
Christianity
say.
is not
That
for black
Christianity is
people.
not for black people either,
It's not
but
for
sure, what
black
can you
people.
do?
I
Okay,
say both.
Well,
I think
religions are
Islam is
not
for
for us, to be
everybody.
quite honest, but what can you do about it? You
I
pick the
think,
one that's the least damage, that causes the least amount of damage. I think that's what black people do in general, but
Yeah,
okay,
but Hausa,
yeah,
Senegal does not practice Sharia law though.
they do not.
They do not practice Sharia law, but you reference Sharia.
Because he was talking about Islam and not about Sharia.
Ah, okay. Just to
yeah,
That's
clarify.
but
why.
my point when I said that is, if you okay, let's look at Somalia for a minute. They're pretty fundamentalist in the way they look at stuff.
Yeah, but that's a
Uh,
terrible economy, by the way, Somalia.
exactly, but they practice. I'm pretty sure they
Okay,
practice.
let's Randa, let's move on so that other people can speak. Who else wants to go? Oh, I think everybody's good. It's open panel, guys. Open your mic and
But
speak.
I
Somebody,
want to know what Neuro has to say, because she's also Muslim. So I want to
yeah,
know
we
what
need
she
more.
has
See,
to say.
if you're a northern Nigerian and you're Muslim and you would like to join the panel, I'd like you to join. So we have Hausa, we have M1, we have Neuro. It's actually quite balanced.
Sorry, what did you
Optimus,
say you wanted me to say?
I
yeah.
want you. I was thinking about you reacting about him saying that Islam isn't for black people. I want to hear your opinion about
I
it.
believe Islam is for everybody. However, this is my beliefs, but I also believe that people take religion and interpret it differently. And that's the problem that we are having. It has been interpreted in a way where it's become quite extreme.
Okay. Okay. So I will give. Okay, I will agree with. Okay. So somebody said that Islam is kind of expression. I don't know how to say that word. I'm not a native English speaker, by the way. Expansionist. So I kind of agree with it, but there's no other way to stop it, because a lot of radical people are in Nigeria. Even if you get our Sharia or we don't,
Yeah,
people would still.
they're radical, but they're in the north. So keep them in the north. That's all we are saying.
Yes.
Just
So if we
don't
can,
share with us. That's all we are saying. Just
but
keep it
wait,
to
wait,
yourself.
wait. But
That's
listen.
all.
Yeah, but sir, listen to yourself. Now you're saying keep it to ourselves, and if I say we want it more for ourselves, then you will say no because we will try to expand it.
Because both are correct.
So which way should it be?
Well, keep it to yourself and then keep them to yourself too. Like
So
I
we
don't
can do
know.
Sharia. So we can keep it.
I don't know the answer. Honestly, I don't know what the
Yeah.
answer is. But it's like Jesus, because we can't win. Because that's, you see again. That's another thing that as we it's like we cannot win because you're gonna do it anyway and you're gonna try anyway. So it's like it's like honestly we cannot win. It's like that's why I push for regionalization and soon.
But regionalization. So Sharia has to come with it because we want it in the north. So
Regionalization and a powerful region so that we can say no, stay out and
but
defend
that means that,
ourselves.
so you want a strong military as well.
Come again?
You want a strong military in the southeast as well, and the south.
Yes.
I think every country wants a strong military, bro. Come on.
But no, but every country, but not every region. You
No, no,
understand?
no,
So that means that the
no,
centralized government is not as strong as it is now.
no. I see what you're asking, but the military can always be tweaked. The military needs to be strong, so everybody contributes to the military, sure. But the thing
Yeah.
is, when it comes outside the military, everybody needs to focus on themselves, economic. So the regionalization actually has two things: politics and economic. That's all it is. I don't know, social, political, and economic. Military is
Religion is,
controversial anyway.
yeah, we said too. Okay, I like that one.
Yeah, yeah, I like it too. I mean, the goal is just, bro, we want the people to lead themselves. That's all we are saying. Let the
I
people
want
lead
to,
themselves.
but the thing is, I want a strong centralized government and with Sharia in the north. That's about it. For the rest, we have the same opinion on most things.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
you want a strong central government
Yes,
solely because you have to depend on what everybody else contributes. That's what it
that's a
sounds like.
very interesting, nice argument, but no, that's not why.
So
It's
what's the
most,
reason why
it's
you want
mostly
it strong?
so we can take financial decisions faster. Like for example, if we should devalue our currency or not,
No,
or which countries we should export or import from.
but
These
but
type of things,
but
like
why should
geopolitics
you
reason. You
why
should think
should
about the bigger picture.
why
That's
should you, the North, who contributes nothing, only brings problem, want to have such power?
and that's the thing. I did not say that. I
Yeah,
said
but
I like
if you
no.
want a strong central government, you are still
Yes.
saying you are dancing around the issue. You want a
No way.
strong central government. Wait, hold on. You want a
Okay.
strong central government because
Yes.
everybody else contributes to the purse, and you want the taxes of the haram that we conduct to contribute to the purse because you don't have the power to do that for your region. So your centrality is not in the interest of Nigeria as a whole, but in the interest of the North. So why do you want that? I just want you to say why you want that. Because
Okay. So first of all, I think that economically and socially, every region should dictate from themselves. But I want a strong centralized government so that we take tax from the whole country, and you guys can keep like the haram tax if you want, and that we can just make geopolitical decisions fast. Because if we don't have a strong centralized government, then how can we keep the country together? Like
what
what if the certain Islamic radicals want to expand to the south, to the southeast, to the south? What should we do then? Then the government should step up and say no, and they should send the military to it. Without that, then we can get into a civil
regionalism
war
means
if the central government is not strong enough.
so
Look at
let him land. Let him
Somalia,
regionalism.
for
land. Let him land.
example. Look at Somalia, for example. They don't have a strong centralized government, and a lot of regions in the country want independence. A lot of terrorists are there, and they're killing each other. The central government can do nothing about it. I've looked it up. Their government revenue is less than 1 billion. They don't even have enough money to do infrastructure or
Yeah, but
to have
you
their
can you
money.
cannot you cannot compare Somalia and
No,
Nigeria, bro. Come
no,
on, man.
it's about the point. I tried to make the point that a centralized government is needed to keep the country
Yeah, but
stable
that's
and
Somalia.
together.
That's Somalia. That's
But
Somalia. Bro. It
no,
doesn't
but
matter.
for each no, but for every country, it's important to have a strong centralized government. That's the
No,
thing.
In Switzerland, the central government is weak. The regions are empowered, and it works because the
But if
people are empowered, and the
but it
uniqueness of
won't
the
work for
people
us
are
because
empowered.
what if some radicals come down to southeast and kill people and the government is not strong enough to
Then we
send
go and kill you
military
too.
to
Then we
them?
go. Then we kill the north. We kill the north. See.
Exactly.
No, no. See, I want to make
Can
something.
I
I
ask
want
you
to
a
make
Wait,
something.
question?
wait,
Let me tell you
wait.
something. Let me tell you
Exactly.
something.
That's the point.
No, no,
Then
no, no.
chaos will come. That's the point.
Guys,
It
wait.
will
See, let me
erupt
tell
in
you.
chaos.
Everybody wait. Everybody wait. You're gonna continue outside. I want to make something very clear. See, if I ever become a leader in the south, say
Mm-hmm.
Niger Delta, I will militarize the South. I will militarize the Niger Delta so that, like, oh, we're gonna come to the south, bro. If you come here and kill, we're gonna come up and kill.
Oh
Now,
God.
I mean, like, because this, in my opinion, the Niger Delta, we have been too calm for too long. The South has been too calm, too mellow. Because let me tell you something: the best way to ensure peace. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys something about life and politics, because I did some history. There's something called mutually assured destruction. Have you guys heard of that?
Yeah,
Put
about
away.
nuclear weapons.
No, wait. Yes, with nuclear weapons, but
Yes.
I'm gonna use it for something.
Okay.
Do you know why the frequencies of war around the world has dropped? It has dropped because nowadays, first off, we have a lot of countries now have economic interest in one another, right? So if you attack this country, you have investment there, it doesn't make sense. Plus, nowadays, some countries have nuclear weapons. So if you attack this one that's my ally, I'm going to blow you up. Now, using that analogy, right? The North, a lot of Northerners believe that they're the only ones that can unalive somebody. Now, because I am thinking of what you said, Hausa, of just this what if I ever become somebody powerful, let's say in a regionalized Niger Delta, I'm going to be like, listen, guys, yes, we are a peaceful people. Yes, we are a welcoming people. But those guys, they are not. You understand? We are, they are not. So we need to be able to speak their language if it comes. So what does that mean? You have to learn how to fight. You have to learn how to use weapons. You have to know, you have to learn, you have to be able to switch your personality in case you need to defend yourself or in case you need to attack too. And I will tell you a thing, once you strike and we strike back, everybody will balance. Because now you spill, I spill. That's it.
Okay.
I don't have any problem if I have to pull the trigger on anybody. If it comes to defending my people, I will. Especially when I don't bother you. And I think a lot of Southerners need to get that mindset so that you know how to defend yourself when push comes to shove. So that's the way I just told you your answer of, what if the North come and kill? Yeah, well then we come up there and show you too. Period.
But don't you see that this will destroy the unification of our country? We are
Bro,
already divided.
if you attack us, we have to attack you too.
But
Imagine if a centralized government, instead of the south or southeast being armed up, imagine the centralized government comes, they send the military and everything calms down. That's much better than people starting to killing each other, because that was just started a civil war.
Sorry to
And then we're
interrupt,
back
but
to nothing again.
sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to understand, why are you pushing for the central government so much? Like,
Because
because
of geopolitical reasons.
so you understand that we in the north, we do rely on the rest of Nigeria for resources. So if you know you rely on them for resources, why are we implementing our beliefs onto them? You see, like, I think we need to start looking at their point of view. Imagine it from them. You rely on us, right? You are, what do you call it? You rely on us. You're marginalizing us, but then there's this fear that you're going to impose your religion onto us. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. We need each other. We need each other. Even the South.
We need each other. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to say this and I'm going to back up so that the conversation can flow. And then Traore has to speak. We need each other, but again, we need to start. I think Nigeria needs to go into an era where it is now based on production. Like, we need to start electing people and giving people positions based on what they've done. And I'm sorry to say, and I've said this many times, the North has proven their inability to develop. Dude, you've been in office since the creation of Nigeria, the North has had power. I think over 80% of our leaders, either military or civilian, has come from the North. Okay, now let's do a side-by-side comparison between the South, Southeast, Southwest, Niger Delta, and the North, Northeast, the North. Now, education, you rank lower than us. Economy, you rank lower than us. Gender equality, you rank lower than us. And a lot of things that actually matter, not your religion, you rank lower than us. Now, look at the South. The South has had less power in Nigeria. The South has had less influence. A lot of national decisions has been made regardless of the South. Yet we dominate in things that actually matter. We are the most educated part of Nigeria. We're the most peaceful compared to the North. We're the most open-minded. Hence, we attract more investments. We are the most, in terms of gender equality, women are freer. Women are even freer in the South of Nigeria. Like infrastructure, we praise development. You understand? And this is in the Southwest. This is in the Southeast. This is in the Niger Delta. We get along. So you cannot. So when it comes to now leadership, so let's be honest with ourselves, guys. So when it comes to, okay, who should lead Nigeria? Shouldn't you pick the person or the people that have proven their ability to do more with less? I will pick the people that have proven that they can do more with less. Let's take it to private sector, guys. For those of you that are in the private sector, let's say you have number one and number two. Number one has shown what he can do with his company. Let's say for example, Festi and M1. let's say First Year and M1, they've been building a company together for 30 years, and their company is now like $40 billion worth. They've excellent leadership, does everything well. And now me, I've been in office for 30 years, and my company is dysfunctional, nothing to show for it. And I say, hey guys, pick me, please pick me. I want to lead this other company. Will they give me the opportunity? No, because I have not shown my ability to lead and to produce and to maintain. Who are they going to pick? They're going to either pick First Year or M1 because they've shown their ability to produce and to that's how people get hired. Why can't we apply that into our politics? Why does it always have to be the religion and the number? Period. Come on, we cannot grow like this, and that's why I say I cannot continue to live in a Nigeria where the future of my country is being determined by people who don't value things that matters to me. You don't value education. You don't value gender equality. You don't value economic development. You don't value infrastructure. Because if you did, you would have done it. Because you've been in office for decades. No Niger Delta aside from Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who stumbled. He stumbled into office. Imagine this. Goodluck Jonathan stumbled into office, and Nigeria's economy was the best after him. Was the best during him.
Yeah,
That should
sure.
tell you that should tell you the mindset of the average Southerner. Yet we don't get the chance. If Yaradua didn't die, he was not going. But even during Jonathan, the economy of Nigeria was solid. We knew that, but nobody cared because he's from Niger Delta and he's not Muslim. So fuck him, right? Let's put somebody we endorse. Now look at us. I'm going to be in the brand so people can speak, please.
Okay. All right. So I want to make the argument about the strong centralized government again, and a lot of people. Wait. Can somebody unmute themselves so we can have a small debate, like real quick? Okay.
Yes, I've unmuted myself. I'm ready for you. Go ahead.
So I understand a lot of people think that we just want to take advantage of the oil in South,
Mm-hmm.
I
and
mean,
to have a strong
you've been
centralized
taking
government.
advantage of him already, though.
Yeah, but
Okay, before you go on, let me hit
yes,
on that you just said now.
yes.
The Northeast Development Commission, I think that was set up by Buhari or so. Where was the funds coming from? Just be honest.
I don't know about that one.
Of course, it doesn't know.
It was coming from NDDC. NDDC was funding it. Go on.
Okay, so the thing is, what I have pictured, what I viewed for Nigeria is like a strong
Mm-hmm.
country, a strong economy. Like, for example, a lot of agriculture in the south, a lot of manufacturing in the north, high tech manufacturing in the south because of educated people. That's what I have. But in order to be able to manufacture and produce cars and everything else, you need a lot of raw materials. Where can you find those raw materials? You can find them in the northeast, for example, lithium, which you need to be able to produce devices.
Yeah, but
So no,
Hassan,
please
we're
let me
gonna
speak.
wait, no,
Please,
no, no,
it's
no, wait, wait.
economical. Let me speak.
But we can buy it from you. We buy it. It's not free. We're gonna buy it
Okay,
anyway.
yeah, sure. Let me. Okay, so the thing is, so imagine if our, all right. So imagine if every region dictates for itself, just like Kingsley said, and you want to use the oil money for yourself, it will not be fair because you are also using our raw materials to be able to export to other countries and to make our currency stronger. So you're also benefiting from our raw materials as well as we are benefiting from your raw material like oil.
But it's like the North wants like complete ownership of the Niger Delta oil, while the people in
No,
the South don't want complete ownership of the North's raw material. Like, that's the
no,
difference.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like what Kingsley said. Like if like the oil in Niger Delta would 100% or like 80% be owned by the people who live there, and all the revenue would go to them. That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying that's not fair because you also would get benefits from our raw materials. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to explain.
I don't think that's. I think that's incorrect. Though you're thinking about
How
it
is it incorrect?
Thank you,
because
Mo.
even if okay, just before I answer that question, your first point was about centralizing and you want to industrialize the north and then use the south for agri and all that stuff. You do know that in each economy, the most valuable people are the population. I don't think the Northerners are capable enough to even facilitate industrializing the North. I don't think there's enough high skilled workers there that even understand what to do. You have to set up a ton of factories. I don't think you could chuck in a million Northerners and they'd be able to actually do anything when it comes to that work because the education is not there and they're just not up to par to do stuff like that in terms of organizing themselves, being able to work like that. It's not as simple as you think in your head. And obviously you're 19, so you might think you can just shove 100 people into a factory and they'll do the job.
I don't
Not the
think
way.
so.
That's not the way things work. The other thing about centralizing as well, the reason people have an issue with what you're saying is you're asking for centralization, but you're part of the majority that don't really, not saying that you don't add anything into the economy, but add like let's say 10%. But you're acting for a centralization, which makes it look like why would they agree to centralize? So when you have the numbers, so if it was centralized, you still have the dominance because you have the numbers in office. So why would anybody agree to that? It's literally that would be the dumbest idea ever because if the Igbos, Yorubas, and all the other tribes are contributing more, you want to centralize it, but and then there's more of you in power, even in the centralized government. That just means it's the exact same situation that we have now anyway. So why would anybody agree to that?
I just wanted to so I do agree with the majority of what you said, but I just wanted to say as well, just just because just because someone doesn't have a university degree or further education doesn't mean they can't work in a factory. You can get a million Northerners and put them in a factory. Because one thing is that Northerners are very big on trades, skill trades. I think that's what it's called. So they might not put education forward, but it's like they'll go and learn plumbing, they'll go and learn electricity. Like you'll meet people in the north that are engineers that haven't actually gone to university for it because they've just learned it on the job or they've learned it online or they've learned it from books. So
My sister, that's not true.
no, it's true.
Where is that? Where is that,
It's true.
Nero? I've never seen a northern plumber and northern electrician. Where is that?
Do you
Well,
know?
That's also not true. Obviously, there are plumbers and
there are
electricians in
plumbers.
the north.
To say that there
Eh,
isn't,
but what's the percentage? What's the
that's
percentage?
obviously we acknowledge that the percentage is low, but it exists. But it exists. So
Okay, even
to
in the
say you can't,
north, most people who does this job that you just mentioned are not northerners.
Exactly.
What
that's
are we
not
talking
true.
about?
That's
The,
not true.
the
And
reason
if we even go diaspora, according to CBN report of 2020, Nigerians in diaspora contributed over 27 to 30 billion dollars to Nigerian economy that year. Where are those diasporans? Where do they come from? North or south? Tell me,
so
please.
the
I
reason the
live in
reason
Australia. Do you know how
No,
many
but
Nigerians that live overseas? Do you know what they contribute to Nigeria?
I
Now let's come
understand that.
back
I live
home.
overseas
People in
as
the
well.
country.
This is
People in
this
the
is
country.
Festy. This is Nigeria. This is the South like this. When they carry Nigeria for back.
No, but what I'm saying
Ah,
is
Yet
that
Hausa wants to
to
sit
say
on
you
top to
can't get
tell
a
us what
million how because you know
right.
how big the population of Hausa people are. To say you can't get a million Hausa
the
people to work
population
in
in
a
the north
factory.
is
You
political. It's not
cannot.
true.
No, but to say
Neuro,
no,
you are
but
educated.
no,
Neuro,
no,
you are
but
educated. Can
to
you
say
tell
you
me that
can't get
people
a
who live in
million.
Reading Reading is more populated than London? Can you tell me that? Or can you tell me that Manchester is more populated than
I'm not
London?
disputing that. What I'm saying is saying that you can't get a
So the
million
population
northern
in the north
Nigerians
is
to work in a
political.
factory is not
okay,
true.
just wait.
No,
I
this
understand what she's saying, but what
I'm
I'm
not
saying is
disputing anything he said, but to say you can't get one, do you know how
No,
little
of
1
course you
million
can. No,
is?
no, no.
No, but
No, I
that's
don't
what I'm
mean that way.
disputing. That's what I'm disputing
fair
because
enough.
that's patronizing to me.
Fair
Because you
enough.
can
No,
get
no,
a
I
million
agree.
people
I
to
agree
work
with
in a
you.
Yeah,
factory.
okay.
Okay,
Let's move on to the
but okay,
page
let
then.
me say it
But
like this
everything
then.
else he said, I agree.
Well, let me say it like
Okay.
this then. Even okay, I don't want to make anybody's job sound bad, but let's say for example in the UK, a lot of people work in Amazon warehouses and stuff like that. Um, I heard a lot of comments about how people from a certain group they're not very good at the job because they come with a certain mindset. So okay, you could get a million people in the north to work in a factory. I don't dispute that at all. But what I'm saying is based on the cultural behaviors up north, would that be a stable area where businesses want to set up and
It
ensure
would.
that if anything happened, that their business is safe there? That's what I'm trying to get at. Is that really where you want to set up your business and then you could sleep at night knowing that nothing's going to kick off and they're not going to blow up the area or blow up your shop if you've done something wrong? That's my whole point. When you're saying industrialize the north, I think it's too unstable, too unpredictable. And I think your idea in your head makes a lot more sense in your head than in reality. I don't think it's as easy as doing something like that when you're talking
So,
about
if you don't want to industrialize the north, what do you want them to do then?
it should, maybe honestly, I think maybe start from the ground up again, all from the ground up. Maybe educate first, focus on maybe making it a bit easier for people to have access to everything before you can even think about industrializing the north. I don't think
Howard,
helping.
so how many years is it gonna take? Because if you want to do that, then it's
That's
gonna
not
take.
our business, bro. That's your business. That's your governor business. True.
Wait, what? But then you guys are gonna get mad at us again for saying, yeah, we are holding Nigeria back. Because if it's gonna take, for example, 10 years, another 10 years, so that means that we will get
As
another
long as
10 years. Your
as long
tax
as it's
revenue.
regionalized, as long as it's regionalized on your own, and we don't our resources stays in our region, and we don't have to fund your whatever you guys
But
do.
that's the thing. People will not agree to regionalize if they see that
But
they will
who
not
are the
become better
people?
on it.
Who are the people? Say northerners. Don't say
Our
people.
northerners, they will, well, not only southwest, also, they will not.
What Southwest?
Yes,
Why?
Yoruba, a lot of Yoruba.
Yoruba people
Yoruba's
can't wait
okay.
to get rid of Hausa people. They are even evicting Hausa people from Lagos. I hope you know that.
No, Yoruba people or who Hausa people should be culturally, because they are Christians and Muslims and they live peacefully with each other.
Yes.
And you won't even have this conversation. You see Yoruba and Hausa people, Yoruba Christians and Yoruba Muslims in the same family, peaceful.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's who we
They
should
I
be.
grew up in Abuja. My best friend came there from Osun State, bro. That was my first. No. Even no, it was Samson in Lagos. I've always had my two best friends in all my life has always been either Yoruba or Igbo, and I kid you not. I've always had a I never knew there was anything like division. I kid you. Because I was born in Lagos and my best friend was Samson Okelaja. I still remember his name. We're neighbors. We're neighbors. Like, I would go to his house. I didn't even know if he was Muslim or not, but I think his father was Muslim, his mother was Christian. Yes?
Yes, that's how it is.
Yes. His father was Muslim, his mother was Christian. They were married. I didn't even know there was a difference. It was when I got older. Oh, then I saw his father would go to mosque. There was peace. There was peace. And Yoruba Muslims, I've never had any bese with them. I never in my life had any issue with even in when we went to Abuja, Kende, I don't remember his last name, but Kende, his father too was Muslim, his mom was Muslim, but it was all good. Like we played together, we chilled together. There was no problem. And I don't know, like, but then you start seeing the North Muslims and how they are so, separatists from everybody, and it's like, okay, this is different. This is very different from me. And so I don't know why you're looping in the Yorubas here. The Yoruba Muslims, in my opinion, have been very liberal, more open, and like some of them they don't mind even going to church sometimes to just see what it's like. I kid you not, very liberal. And
The Yoruba first.
I've had Yoruba Muslims live with Christians, no problem, zero.
And also they practice the 5 pillars as well, but still they're able to live peacefully with the rest of Nigeria. You can practice your religion and live peacefully with the people next to you.
Yeah, because they're
And that's
Yoruba
I
even
think
first.
like about North. I talk
I think
about core North. I don't
the
talk about
north
like
has
Southwest or
actually,
Middle Belt because I've never had issues with them, and I don't think they've put bombs in anybody's places. I've never seen it.
yeah, I think the north, or will I say the houses, I don't know, they have really lost themselves in the religion, and that has actually substituted what used to be their culture. Which for the Yorubas, I think they're much more liberal. They still maintain their identity first as Yorubas. The average, maybe Hausa Northerner, his religions come first before. I mean, I can't even picture. I think someone was mentioning on this platform what the culture of the North is. I can't picture it because many of it has actually been substituted by religion, and that is why
Northeast, you
religion
can look up
plays.
Kanuri culture if you want.
No,
That's
Kanuri culture and Hausa culture isn't the same. Let's not use them. That's cultural appropriation.
we literally said Northeast. So I gave an example.
No, but one
I didn't
thing I
say
like
north.
about
I didn't say
Kanuri people is
northeast.
that they practice Islam, but also they put their culture first. You
Okay.
can see their culture. Even when you go to a Kanuri wedding, it's like wow. So
Okay, then
it's not
can
the
you,
same.
okay, do you know Boko Haram? Do you know which ethnic group they're from? The most.
They're not from that ethnic group. They
A lot
started
of
in
them are
Brno,
Kanuri
but
in
to
Boko
say
Haram.
to say they're Kanuri is that's not
A,
fair. That's not a
a
fair
lot of, but
analogy.
a lot of them are.
No, it started in Brno, but they're not. They're to say they're Kanuri is
Who are
wild.
they then?
But
So you're saying they're
what we're
Hausa?
trying to say What we're trying
Who
to
are they
say
then?
is that the importance of culture and religion.
Okay, but sister, can you tell me which ethnic group is Boko Haram then? Tell me.
That's like saying which ethnic group is ISIS. You can't say
Arabs.
that.
Arabs. I can
I'm
say
not.
it. Arabs.
I'm not going
ISIS
to
is
say
Arab.
that. I am not going to say that. And
You
those are
see?
extremists. Boko Haram are
Look,
very
look what
extremist.
someone says in the comments. Muhammad Yusuf was Kanuri.
Okay,
Somebody
but
says.
Boko Haram
Somebody
are
else. Fed
extremists,
is
and I
great.
think
He
it's
said
unfair
a
for
lot
you
of
for
Boko
me to say
Haram
that Kanuri
are
people
Kanuris.
are.
Look, even Fed is agreeing with me, even though he's not Muslim, and he's agreeing with me, and other people are agreeing as well. So me saying that Kanuris, a lot of them are Boko Haram,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not a
Hausa,
lie.
Hausa. My point is this: a lot of Northerners have not called out Boko Haram the way we expected them to. Again, that's another issue. We don't hear. Again, yeah, the
Somebody else
North.
saying again, look in the comments. They are mostly Fulanis and Kanuri. Keep it simple.
Yeah, but yeah. But I don't think Northerners have come together to demonize and call them out the way we expected them to. No, that's another. Anyway,
They're in fear. They're in fear. That's the issue. Even the people in the north are scared of people in the north, mate. It's
bro, we can't.
complete.
We,
It's
we,
complete
we can't. We
madness.
can't. We can't be a country, bro. We can't be a
It's
country, guy.
complete madness. Because
I'm tired.
even when you look at the Asian population in general, like Pakistan, India, they can call out when something is wrong within the religion. But with the Northerners in Nigeria, it's as if the people there are so scared of what will happen to them if they say anything about it that they
But
don't even speak up about it.
of course they're scared. Haven't you seen like every year, like a lot of schoolgirls are being kidnapped by Boko Haram, so it's normal for them to
So
be
then you're
scared.
justifying our point. Then you're
What is your
justifying the
point?
point by saying the
What is the
point is
point?
the point is
Because
that in
yeah,
the north, you guys don't have any cultural identity anymore. It's based in religion.
that
And
has nothing to do with people being scared.
why would it not be anything to do with people
Tiosh,
No, but like,
Guys,
about Sharia law?
Tiosh in the comment section. Brother, I have sent you like four. You say you want to come up. I have sent you 4 invites to come to this panel. You haven't accepted it. You say you want to come up. Bring me up. Bring me up. Invite, brother. What else do you want me to do? Tell me, because it's getting irritating right now. Really, is this your first time on TikTok, bro? Like, what else do you want me to do? Bring me up, please. I've sent you invite, bro. Are you on your mobile? No. I'm waiting for your comment. What are you using? Because it's not rocket science. I send you invite. You get a notification on your phone. You click accept and you come up. Does he have enough followers? People that know this TikTok stuff. I don't know. What is it? First, you say he doesn't have enough followers. Is that it? Because because I don't want you to think like I'm trying to avoid you. I'm not avoiding you. I'm really not. I don't do that. I talk to people. I don't. Because that's why I'm making this notification so that you know that I'm not avoiding you. Or something. So that then Tiosh, you have 71 followers. Then I cannot bring you up. You don't have enough followers. So acknowledge that you don't have enough followers, and I'm making a public statement so that you hear that I'm not avoiding you, because that's what people do. Oh, you're scared of me. No, I'm not. I've made a public statement. You don't have enough followers, so I move on. So please stop trying to request that I bring you up. Thank you. Go. Let's keep going, please. Thank you.
so I just wanted to raise something because, and please explain to me. But we've acknowledged that Kanuri people put culture before religion, correct? So how is it that Kanuri people put culture before religion, but they're the ones that are doing? They are Boko Haram. That contradicts everything we're saying, doesn't it not?
Okay, just look at the other people what they are saying in the
No,
comments.
I'm
A
not
lot of
disputing that.
them.
I'm just literally asking a question. Like Kanuri people, I know that for a fact. They put culture before religion.
You have said that. Nobody has said that
No, no,
they
no,
put
this is
culture
a
before religion.
fact. This is a
You have
fact.
said that.
I've been to Brno. I have friends who are from there. They put culture before religion.
Look, somebody
They're the
else saying in
only
the comments
state in the
again.
north that still has their own king. They don't have a Fulani king. They have a Kanuri king. That shows you how much they put their culture before religion. They didn't fall to the Fulani takeover. So why is it I can acknowledge that Kanuri people put their culture before religion. So why is it that now it's Kanuri people are the most terrorists? Like it will contradict. I feel like that's a contradictory statement.
It contradicts yourself because you're the one who made that statement. Nobody else made that
I'm
statement. You
generally
are the
asking a
one.
question. I know for a fact Kanuri people put culture before religion, and you can look at just looking at them as a culture, the fact that they kept their king, they've kept their culture alive. Kanuri culture is very unique compared to the rest of the North. Very
Okay,
unique.
okay.
So how have they been able? How have they been able to maintain their culture but still be extremely extremist?
All right. Let's get some facts. It started in their area. Where Boko Haram the most is, it's in their area. Okay. The leader of them is also Kanuri. Also, a lot of people have said that a lot of their members are also Kanuri descent. That's it. Those are the facts.
No, but the point I'm trying to raise is that does this mean that it's not necessarily an Islamic thing, but it's more of a cultural thing? Because they put culture first. They hold on to their culture.
But you are talking with emotion by saying they
No,
put
I'm not,
culture
I'm
first.
generally
You are
just
not
like
coming with facts.
I am agreeing with you. If the
Yeah, guys,
majority,
guys. Okay, guys. Let's let's
But
let's
wait,
let's let's, let's
this
pass that.
debate is not beneficial. Okay,
Yeah,
sister,
let's move on.
I
Let's move on.
understand.
it's beneficial because it's like does that mean it's more of a cultural thing then?
Okay, wait.
If it's not a religious thing.
All right,
Please, but let's move
Okay,
on from this
let's
okay,
now.
let's
move
move
on.
on.
Let's move on.
So,
Okay,
so
wait.
I have again.
Let's
I
have
want. Okay,
the quality of this debate is going down. It's not good. Okay.
okay. So I have a question. I
Yeah.
have a question. Okay. I think those of us from the south, we are quite clear on what we want. And honestly, I think if I speak to the average man from Akwa Ibom and you speak to the average person from Bayelsa, and you speak to the person from anybody from the east, and south, I can already tell you southwest. I can already tell them, like, yeah, let's. So, Arewa, do you
Yes.
think? What do you think? Because I'm curious for the north now, right?
Yes.
How do you envision the north can move forward? Because again, when I look at the north from a distance, the north, the most north I've ever gone in Nigeria is Abuja. Okay, Neuro, just request. And maybe people that know the north, maybe no, I think first year has been quite around in the north, I don't know. But in the north, what do you think is the way forward for your people? Because clearly in the north too, there is a dominance hierarchy too. Fulani on top and everybody else below. Islam first, and then culture second. And it looks like it has its own multiple layers of stress. So, but anyway, go on. I'm actually truly fascinated. I want to hear from the other side too. Go on.
Okay. First of all, the education needs to be better in the north because without education, you will not be able to grow your economy to a certain level. So we can all agree. I'm happy. The southerners are great on education. Now the north needs to follow. I agree. So the thing is, for me, the North can do that together with being religious, together with praying towards God. Wait. All right. So we can do both. Why I say we can do both is look at other Muslim countries that are doing great. So right now, we need. Right now, it's true. The North has education a little bit too low. Even cultural reasons, some of them think that education is not as important.
So wait. So
So
Traore is saying, no, Traore is saying, he said, you can see that we don't like him. What kind of minds is this how low-minded you guys are?
no insults, please. Let's
No, no,
keep the
no,
quality
no, no, no,
high.
no, no, no. Like, cause again, like, do you guys? I'm sorry, but we don't like him. What have we said to him that we say we don't like him? If we don't like him, would we have kept him up so long? Would I have been asking him questions? Why do you guys always take any form of critique as, oh, they don't like me? Like, god damn. See, you see this again. This is the difference between Southerners and Northerners, man. Like, if I'm being honest with you, we are more incisive. We are critical thinkers. We want to explore. Like, I'm literally asking you, what's the solution for you? All you can take is, oh, they disagree with me. They don't like me. Now you take that to the average Northerner. That results in somebody buying. I know how this works. I know how you guys think. This is why that's why you see, for example, in Southerners, we ask questions. We want to see what's happening. We don't just jump. Oh, they disagree with me because they hate me. Let me buy somebody. No, go away. Go again. Sorry to interrupt you, bro. We actually like Hausa. If we did not like him, we would have dropped him. We don't agree with him. We don't agree with him on a lot of points. I'm sure he doesn't agree with us on a lot, but we're having a conversation. Go on, Hausa. Sorry for that, man.
Okay,
Damn.
so the first thing that needs to change is the education. So right now the South has great education, very nice. I think the North needs to follow, and they can do it together with being religious, with with being Muslims. I do agree that some people in the North think that education is not as important, but it is because otherwise you will not be able to grow your economy. After that, I think obviously we need to have some land reforms for like agriculture. We need to be more food self-sufficient, and we need to manufacture. Why? Because we don't have as much farmland or fertile land as the south, because the north is very very dry. So those type of things, and you will need to have improve of infrastructure, otherwise you cannot be able to move the goods and all those stuff. So that's what I think needs to happen. But it all starts with education, and it can go hand in hand with being Muslim as well. And I don't think that we need to impose. I don't think that we need to have the debate about Sharia law, because it's only going to scare the Christians away or the non-Muslims in general. So I think we need to have those conversations with ourselves, with our fellow Muslims, and not try to implement Sharia law on non-Muslims. That's what think needs to change.
Okay.
Ye-
But that's good. And honestly, I wished a lot of the leaders had your mindset. To be very honest with you, I don't agree with you on the Sharia law. I just don't. But again, it is what it is. But I honestly I wish a lot of Northerners had your mindset, because I think if a lot of Northerners had your mindset to an extent, I think then we could probably coexist to an extent, because you are willing to listen. And I'm sure a lot of the people on the panel would agree with me here. You listen. I mean, you disagree with us on a lot of things, but you're still listening, and you say, "Oh, I agree with you. I listen. I agree. I disagree. I agree." So it's been actually been a conversation that we can actually sit down and have a conversation. So I do appreciate, and I wish a lot of Northern leaders have had your mindset. But I'm going to ask this question, and I'm going to fit to the Bible. Like, do you think, like, what do you think is the state of like northern governors? Do you think that the northern governors are being held in check by the people from your own perspective?
No, they're not, but the people can't do anything about it. They're too unorganized, and a lot of them are uninformed. Like, yes, they go out and protest, but they don't actually know what's going on. And like,
Protest?
yes, yes, we've had this conversation before. Remember, and you looked it up, and you saw that they protested.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
had
but
a
but
protest recently.
Yeah, we had
yeah,
protest,
no, no,
but
wait, but that was a specific. That was like the end hunger that was nationally though. I haven't seen protests
before
of
that, they
against a
also had
particular
another
government.
protest, and they had the
Okay.
protest that the rice was getting too expensive for the commoner to be able to buy.
Oh,
A
okay.
lot of people
Okay.
were hungry. So yeah, so back to the question, people are unorganized, and they're uninformed about what's happening and what kind of decisions the government is making on economical level. Yes, they know, like, oh, it's getting expensive and we are hungry, so let's protest, but they don't know why it's getting more expensive. They're not informed. A lot of them are uneducated. They don't know much about economy or finance, etc. So that's why the education needs to improve, and we can put factories there to industrialize, because it needs, like, it's low skilled labor. They don't need to have a lot of education. And after people are getting more educated, then we can grow our economy to, like, produce high tech, etc. Because right now in West Africa, Nigeria is the best country with, like, technology, etc. So we need to be a key player on that and keep ECOWAS strong, so that we can be dominant in our region. That's what I.
Echo. Okay, okay, I
Yes,
hear
I
you.
know
Okay.
ECOWAS is falling a little bit out, but I don't want you to go into that, because that just keeps us away from the main topic. So yeah,
Okay.
so education is important, and factories, industrialization, infrastructure, etc.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm gonna anybody can. I'll just fill in the background. Go on.
Okay, yeah. He was talking about, I don't know, maybe him and Nero. You guys were talking about the problem of the North and the religion stuff, the violence. I think the main problem of in the North is about the religion. That's to me. I mean, what they study. I think it's not all thing in the religion that deserves to be studied because I've had it. I lived in Ogun State, so and I've had it mainly among the Muslims that there are some part of the Quran that aren't meant to be read. So I was wondering that what is this thing that you guys are talking about? So about a year ago now, okay, maybe last year, then I saw someone on TikTok here. He was talking about a a chapter, not a chapter. I mean, one part of the Quran where it was talking about the Quran giving them. I mean, justifying the fact that you can kill a non-believer. So I was like, yeah. So now I understand where this terrorist art is coming from. So what they study is the problem.
I that's for you to rebuttal.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Uh,
I thought he was going to respond to that, or even Nero was
oh,
going to say something back to that.
Okay, sorry, I was waiting for him to respond. I don't believe it's the religion. Like the point I was raising, leading to earlier. I believe it's the culture. Because even then, if we speak about, let's leave Nigeria for a second and go to like Sierra Leone's. The Fulani people in Sierra Leone, you don't hear Wahala. You see examples in West African cultures of Muslim Islam being practiced, but there's no Wahala. It's the North. There's something in the Northern culture mixing with the religion that's causing this.
That's exactly what I said earlier as well.
No, I think that's not really true because let's even leave the Hausa, the Fulanis. Let's go down to the likes of Iran, the Afghanistan. You can see what they are doing because of this religion of the thing.
Yeah, but then you can look at other countries like Turkey, that are very liberal, even though it's a predominantly Muslim country, that they don't have any issues. You can look at
Morocco,
Okay,
Tanzania,
yeah.
yeah, and
peaceful.
okay now and then let's talk about majority of people that do this terrorism act. I mean, what they study.
The thing, you're kind of missing the point. This is what I said earlier, man. It's because the Northerners, if you look at them before now, and I know it sounds like a derogatory term, but I believe that they were like closer to Nigeria, they were like nomadic herdsmen, whatever it
Yeah,
was they did 200
that's
years ago.
true.
So when you mix that up with a new religion given to you by whoever, I don't see. It's very easy to misinterpret it and then become a lot more radicalized when you don't actually have the background of the religion, how to do it properly, if you want to call it that. So that's what I think the issue is. I think they gave the religion over to a group of people. No, not being rude to Hausa or Neuro or anything like that, but a group of people who didn't. Maybe they didn't need it at that point in time, and then they just interpreted it in a way where it didn't really mix well with their culture. So I think that's the. I don't think. Obviously, I'm not big on Christianity or Islam, but I can see a lot of examples of Islamic countries that are fine.
Yeah, and
But
also just adding to his point as well, like if you look at in Christianity, you can see in history where some Christians have taken the Bible out of context for their own agenda. Even when it comes to slavery, they use the Bible to justify slavery. So you just need to apply that to this context as well. So people do take the Quran out of context, and also when you mix culture, it just becomes a whole thing.
Nero, is it in Nigeria that I lived in, or the different Nigeria you guys are talking about? Is it a country where I say something that is contrary to your religious view, and the next thing you not even think about me as a friend again, you think about beheading me simply because I said something contrary? Islam that is practiced
Exactly.
outside the shores of Nigeria is not the same as one practiced in Nigeria. Let's
I'm
call a
not
spade a
disputing that.
spade.
I think all Arabic, all,
You
all
guys may
Arabic
be of good
religions.
heart, yeah, you may be a good heart, so like Hausana, for instance, he sounds like somebody who is seeking knowledge, although he still has a very strong conservative Islamic fundamentalist viewpoint. The difference between him and the average extremist in Kano, Taraba, Katsina, one of those northern states, is because he has a little touch of education. So he can see a little bit different. But in terms of his proportion of violence may be less than the other one that's not educated. But he still has that tendency because he still mentioned all those things in his words. So you need to understand that these guys, the way you people view things, in Neuro, you may be a different person because you live in a different you are living currently outside the shores of Nigeria.
Well, that's
The
the thing.
way
Is
this The way a northerner that is living in Nigeria views, if I say something now, for instance, let me make a statement now and say, oh, let me remember, there's something that happened some years ago when I was, I think, high school, I can't remember, where yeah, Prophet Muhammad was cartooned by someone in Europe, either in Denmark or so.
Charlie Hebdo.
Do you know that a lot of Muslims started beheading Christians in the north? They has no coloration with Nigerians. So you can see one single act can cause a spiral of events. Let's assume we are all Nigerian citizens. Somebody says something against Islam. Why don't the law take its course? I didn't see the Sultan of Sokoto condemn that act. I saw a lot of Muslim elites saying it is good for her, that serves her right. How will she make an utterance against Prophet Muhammad? Why are you in the position to fight for the prophet? If the prophet is a representative of God, why can't Allah deal with that person? Why must you take vengeance in your own hands?
I do
And
agree with
is
what
the
you're saying.
Sharia
Sorry,
law
can I say this real quick?
is it
No, but
higher than the
can I
constitution?
quickly add something? I agree with what you're saying, but that's where I'm coming in with the culture mixing with the religion. Because what happened there was jungle justice. I think jungle justice is a thing that's all over Nigeria, but they have now taken jungle justice and mixed it with the justice they believe they need in their religion. So this is where you're
And
mixing.
that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. So as far as people have those strong viewpoints, we will still see. Let me tell you, I don't have issues sharing, living in the same in close proximity with a Fulani. I've one of our tenants when I was in Nigeria used to was a Hausa man. He's a Muslim. You know, he got married to a Yoruba woman who was Muslim. So we don't have any issues with living with people of other cultures, other ethnic nationality, or other religion. But the problem is, even when there are visitors in your own community, something happens now. Somebody makes a statement. Okay, I remember one incident where somebody, I don't know how that incident happened, and the woman, I think she used, she couldn't find the paper ahead, whether she used the Quran or one of the hadiths to whether clean the baby's poo or so. And that lady, that woman was pregnant. They stripped the baby off her womb. Is that not, these things are not condemned? And you see a lot of these things happen. The same thing I hate, I condemn like what happened when a woman was caught, they said the woman was a witch in Cross River State, and whether they mobbed her so by some group of boys, and they say, okay, she was responsible for an accident that happened. The constitution of the country is supposed to supersede, according to law, any law that is contrary to the provisions of the constitution becomes ultra vires, therefore null and void. Whether Sharia law, whether penal code, whether the civil, any of those laws, as far as it goes contrary to the provisions of the constitution, we need to respect people's fundamental rights, not their religion. We are
Question.
first Nigerians. So we
I was
don't
gonna
see
ask you a
these
question.
things.
Do you think it just came into my head right now? Do you think if Islam wasn't in the north, that the northerners would be more peaceful? Just think about it. Just take a minute and think about that before you
They will
answer.
be more peaceful,
Do
more.
you
I
think so?
can bet you.
Do you think
I am
so?
telling you.
You know
Why
what?
do you think?
I don't think
Do you
they
Guys,
think
would.
guys,
do you think we don't have Muslim in
guys,
Australia?
look
Why
at
do you think
the
they are
comment.
curtailed?
Kirsty,
I don't think so.
look at the comments from Proudly Muslim, and then you make your. She just answered your question, Kirsty and Morgan's. Constitution doesn't work on a true Muslim. That's your answer, Kirsty.
Okay,
It's a nature.
okay.
I don't think that.
Yeah,
I think
no.
the houses. I
Obey,
think
obey
Thank
the
you.
laws of the land you live on.
But I think
Muslims.
culturally, Elsas, yeah. I'm not trying to come across in a bad way. I think the way Elsas are culturally, even if they weren't Muslim, I still think they'd be doing the exact same, maybe not the religiously back stuff, but I still think they'd be crossing over into the East. I still think
Yes.
they'd be burning places down, even if they weren't Muslim. Because that's the way I view Elsas. No disrespect to you guys, but that's just the way I see them. I think without the religion, they're
No,
still going to behave in the same crazy callous way they do anyways.
Sorry,
no, I
let me
disagree.
say this.
See,
Oh,
Mo,
Mo, sorry,
the
Lakin, let me
average
say this.
Hausa person,
Is
the average Hausa
oh my
person is a
days.
peaceful person. I can tell you for a fact. I've met a lot of Hausa people. They are
Thank
very
you.
nice people. They keep to their word. They are honest people. The problem is this religion, and a lot of people have
No,
cashed in on religion extremism, just like we have in Christianity. Look at what Christianity is doing to southern Nigeria. Most marriages are breaking, things are not working, people no longer have morals or values. because they believe in the grace message, and people they believe that the end justify the means. Nobody want to read anymore. People believe that if I pray to God, I'll sow a special seed, things is going to turn around. So the same thing that's happening is just that in Christianity there's no violence, but a lot of people are being brainwashed too. So religious, see, to be religious, in my own viewpoint, is to be an extremist. You can be spiritual where you have a relationship with your maker or have faith in Allah or God and still have empathy, still see your fellow person as a human being. First be humane, but to be religious, to be an extremist. That's my own point.
I think you're being very I think you're believing it because it helps the way you think to believe it. But if we look at other parts of Africa where Islam wasn't an issue, like the Houthis and Tutsis who butchered each other, millions of them took each other out. I see Hausas in the same exact mindset as Demla. I don't think if they weren't Muslim that they'd be any different. I still think they'd still do the whole culture cleansing. I still think the
All right,
same.
that's nonsense.
Yes,
That's
Mo,
nonsense.
sorry. Can I
Honestly, I
say
don't
this
think it's
real
the
You're
quick?
talking
religion.
about
I think
nonsense.
that's
Can I
just
say
the
this
way
real quick,
they
please?
come.
Hey,
Honestly,
please say Northern Nigerian.
northern
Sorry,
Nigeria,
let me
northern
say
Nigeria.
this real quick here. Is I believe that without Islam, like the issue with a lot of these northern people is that they reject Western education, which is the reason why they are this barbaric. Yes, I do think that even without Islam, they are still going to move like savages. It's because I'm sorry to say that's just how they are. Like even Taraba states them as well too, where they aren't really Muslims. You can see how the state like I'm literally looks. I'm sorry to literally say that I do agree with Mo. He is actually right.
It's not. It's not. You can't just because obviously I told you I'm not super religious, but I can't just blame Islam for their behavior because there's plenty of examples
There
all
is
over
plenty of
Africa
examples.
of
Okay, you know
different
what?
tribes
Okay,
butchering each other. There's
I am
plenty
let's
of
sorry that it
examples of
sounds
it.
very tribal,
all right.
but
Let's
it's
go.
just the harsh truth. Like, in order for us to move as a country, some harsh truths need to be said.
All right,
I'm very, very
okay.
sorry.
It's
Let's
the
go. All
culture.
right,
It's the
let's
culture.
go like a few hundred years before now. In the north, you have like the seven Hausa states, and the Hausa people used to do a little bit of agriculture and a lot of trade. You know, not anything significant or something like that. And you had in like the southeast, you had like Igbo people, like other ethnicities, and southwest you had like Yoruba, and you had like the Oyo Empire. So back then, these people they did not fight with each other. After the 1800s, like when Usman Nafodio came and he started the Sokoto Caliphate, that's when he tried to conquer like the whole West Africa and tried to make everybody Muslim. And after he almost succeeded, a large part of West Africa was under his reign. The British came and they first conquered like the southern part of Nigeria, which wasn't called Nigeria back then. These people had nothing to do with each other. And then they went to the northern part, they went to Sokoto Caliphate, and they defeated them. And after that, they made Nigeria into one country, and the sole purpose of that was purely economical to be able to extract as much from the nation to everything needed to go to export. They did not want them to build domestic market or a strong economy. No, everything needed to be for export. And after that, they gave us independence. It was weird. Why? Because you had these three big ethnic groups who had nothing to do with each other. They did not interact with each other, but now they are forced to be one nation. And 20 years later, after the independence, or like 15, a civil war started. And since then, most people in certain ethnic groups they do not like each other, and now we're in 2024 saying that oh this ethnic group is bad, no this one is bad, even though we
I'm
don't
sorry to
blame
say
even
this,
let me go,
also,
even
please.
though we do
Sorry for.
not blame the British who started this all, and before that the Hausas were not violent at all, but now we're saying oh look they want Sharia, they are violent, even without Islam they will still try to murder people and stuff. That is simply not true. That's nonsense.
I am sorry for disrupting you. You were
Yeah.
saying that you were talking about regionalism and the civil war. The reason why the Igbo people wanted their own country was because despite the fact that we were literally in that regionalism, they were literally still disenfranchised. They didn't control anything at all. That is the reason why they literally wanted to separate.
Yeah, but
That
my
was
point,
literally what caused the civil war. It is because the northern people who were literally in charge literally disenfranchised people from the east and from the south.
I understand, but my point, thank you for your input. But my point wasn't to be like, oh, they started this or trying to blame anybody. It was more to show that back then our ethnic groups did not have any war with each other and any trouble. It was
You
after the
didn't
conflict of
you didn't
Nigeria.
see it that way. Also, sorry to cut you off, but you didn't see
Yeah.
it that way. But it is just that the Igbos viewed it differently.
No, it's
You
before
didn't
it
view it
was
that
no,
way.
it's before
Why?
the
Because some of the
Guys,
independence.
people
guys,
Before it
literally
guys,
was
had them
guys.
all the power.
Sorry,
no,
I
it
have to
was
hop in.
no, I meant it was before the independence.
Yeah,
Before
yeah,
it was
okay, okay,
created
okay,
as one.
guys. Yeah, yeah, sure. I get it. But please keep in mind there are other people on the panel, and I want us to stay. I want us to stay on topic, right?
Yeah,
So
but this is like on. I'm trying to react to Mo Gaines to explain to him that Hausa people are not inherently violent. What he just said.
yeah, I don't think anybody is inherently violent. I mean,
Mo Gaines thinks.
I
But
take back my statement.
in
No.
fairness,
I take, guys, wait now. I take back my statement. Some cultures are more have more tendencies for violence than others. I'm not going to name names though. I'm not. So I'm not going to call anybody's tribal, but some tribes have a tendency for violence anyway. I think we don't have to look too far. So, but I want us to understand. I just want us to speak on something, right? And it's more like, okay, what is then the step? Okay. So how's my question is that my question to that is my question to you is this: why Sharia law specifically? Why, like you said, again, people say in the north, 80% of Muslims want Sharia law. Most northerners want Sharia law. But why Sharia law? Why not? Because I'm pretty sure there are different types of Islam. Again, I don't know too much about Islam, okay? So please educate me. But
Very,
why
very,
Sharia law? No, let me learn. Why Sharia law particularly? Again, I think Festi and Eno know more about the law, and you for sure. But why not a more I don't know. Why not a more like relaxed form of Islam that actually enables you to open your mind and look at things? Can somebody educate me on that? Why the most? Why go with the most strict form of Islam?
okay.
Somebody please educate
Very
me.
good question. Very good question. Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, we are Muslim, obviously. So, what the Sharia law is, it is the law that we as Muslims, individualists, and as a whole have to follow. It's like we have to pray 5 times a day. We have to do Ramadan. We have to do like a small percentage of our money that we possess. We have to give to the poor people. Those are things that you can do as an individual person. Now we also have things that we have to do collectively. For example, I would say in taking interest is haram. So if you want to take out a loan, there can't be any interest on it. So obviously, no bank is gonna give a loan without interest. So going to the bank that give interest is haram for us. Now, if we have a leader that takes interest out, and we as a nation are in extreme debt because of that interest, and we are staying in the debt because of the interest, then we do not like that because he's not following the law of Sharia. Because if he followed it, we would have never been in this problem in the first place. And
Um,
us following
but
it as a whole protects us.
but
Like,
do you
here,
know how to solve
Please
that?
let
Sorry.
him land. Please
yeah,
let him
like
land.
wait, let me
Let
talk.
him learn, please.
So as an individual person, me, I can say, oh, I won't drink alcohol. I will never drink it. But if somebody is drinking it beside me, I will still say, no, I won't. But another Muslim brother might be tempted by it. He might be tempted. So if the government just bans alcohol, it's easier for us Muslims to live under it. You see, so for us Muslims, it's important. So, and for the governor, if he's Muslim, he has to rule with it. If he's a Muslim, He he has to rule it, otherwise he would be sinful. So even a Muslim governor has to rule with Sharia law. That's why it's so important for us. It's our way of life, and it's how we dictate what we can and what we cannot do.
Okay.
And because we are the majority in our own regions that we have been in for hundreds of years, we want to dictate for ourselves. We don't want a southerner to say, oh, you can't do this. Just like you don't want a northerner to say, you cannot do this. That's how we want to live. So that's why
But wait,
Sharia law is important for us. It
You
keeps
you
us morally straight and it protects us.
you raised good points, and even
even
the point about interest, but it's
Yeah.
just very simple. Like for me, it's simple. If I took out, I won't take out a loan. Simple. I don't need Sharia law to teach me I'm not going to take out a loan. Am I making sense? Like you don't.
But you're not making sense. Why you're not making sense is because if the government takes out a loan, you will be affected by it as well.
No,
Just
I'm
look
not
at
going
the
to
debt.
be. That's I
Just
can't be affected by someone else's sins.
you no, you will not get the sin for it, but you will live in miserable because now the government has less money because they have to pay back the loan. They have to pay back the loans in dollars, so they have to sell the naira to pay back in dollar, and then your money will be worth less. Now the money is worth less, and you can
I have
buy
a
less
question.
things. So it directly affects you as
So,
someone who lives under that government.
so more economy, not is not religious,
Not only
basically.
economy, because I can make the example with alcohol as well, just like I did.
But obviously, for me as well. So I work, right, and obviously in British culture, it has a very heavy drinking culture.
Yes,
When my colleagues want to do networking events, I just don't drink. I don't say to anybody, "Oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that?" I have Muslims that I work with that I see drinking, but I turn away because why in Islam it's not good to expose other people's sins.
that's true. But now imagine if you lived in a country that alcohol was forbidden, pork was forbidden. Imagine how easier it would be for you. Imagine how easier it would. It would be very
also,
perfect.
But a good test of my faith is for me to be around alcohol or be in the world and not be what do you call it, moved by it. Isn't that
But
not?
all right, but sister, yes, it may be a good test for you, but it's even better to just not even be like tempted by it. It's not. That's even better to not be tempted
Okay,
because
guys,
you
I
may
have a
be
question.
strong,
No,
but
no,
other
guys, wait,
people
wait.
may not be strong. To
Yes, I got it. And no, no, guys, please. So somebody has to mute. Can everybody mute aside from Hausa or Neuro because they're both Muslim? Zainab, can you please mute, please? Because I'm hearing some zzz coming through. So I have a question. There's a reason I asked that question. Zainab, Zainab, are you there?
maybe Zainab is Muslim. The name is a Muslim name.
Yeah, yeah, but I'll come
All
to
right,
it. But
okay,
so,
she
so
mute. Okay.
the reason no, no, the reason I asked you is this, because I'm looking at. Okay, so I'm going to read what I have on my screen here. It says, by 2002, 12 states had adopted some form of Sharia law into their criminal legislation. Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Niger, Sokoto, Yobe, and Zamfara. These 12 states are so far the only states in Nigeria where Sharia courts have the jurisdiction to try criminal cases. Okay, so now, if I look at Sharia, and now I look at, according to the World Bank, so 2002 and 2005, how many years is that in between? It's 23 years. Okay. So if I now look at
Yeah.
the developed states, because I'm trying to find some type of correlation between Sharia law being implemented and some form of economic development, because let's be honest, the more developed a state is, the more developed a region is, the more justifications you have to say, oh, it worked, right? But if I look at, according to 2017, oh, the poorest states in Nigeria, it's Taraba, Sokoto, Jigawa, Ebonyi, Adamawa, Zamfara, Yobe, Niger, Bauchi, Gombe. The same states that practice Sharia law since 2002, in 2005, they are among the poorest still in Nigeria in 2017. And I'm pretty sure it hasn't changed in 2005. So we can actually say between 2002 and 2005, a difference of 23 years, yes, it has not. I don't think it has had. Again, I'm just trying to understand. I'm just even trying. I'm trying to as again. Maybe I'm not the right person to even think about it because I'm like then because again I'm trying to understand what the net positive is because if you want to develop again, please correct me if I'm wrong because I'm thinking if you want to develop yourself as a state, if you want to develop yourself as a person, you have to be less strict with yourself to an extent, and you have to be more open-minded because now you have to learn a skill, you have to do something, you have to try something and fail, you have to step outside your comfort zone. But it seems that Sharia law keeps people restricted. So again,
Okay.
because I'm looking at data, the states in Nigeria that practice Sharia law since 2002, they dominate the top 10 poorest states in Nigeria. So, and that's between decades, 2 decades. That's why I asked you why Sharia law? Why not? Because I'm pretty sure there are versions of Islam that, yes, follow your routines, but it's more like open minded. Because let me tell you something. I know you reference Saudi Arabia a lot. I know you reference Dubai a lot. I know you reference Qatar. They do practice Sharia law, but guess what? The reason those people are developed is because they adopted West. They work a lot with the West. That's something a lot of Nigerian Muslims don't seem to understand. Dubai is what it is today because of the West. Western investment, Western practices, Western behaviors. Qatar is not built by the Qatari. Qatar is built by the British and America. A lot of Middle Eastern countries that people glorify are in bed with the West.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
again, that's what I'm trying to understand, like this northern Nigeria own version, because it's like it hinders you, it doesn't push you. That's what because
I
I'm
feel.
truly trying to understand it.
Yeah, I think if
Truly.
I understand, I think if I explain the Sharia part and you understand, I think it will clear up a lot of misconceptions or a lot of confusion. So I will try my best. So no, we cannot do something else. Yeah, you said that Qatar does a lot and does a lot of business with the West, etc. That's business. That's strictly like financial matters. That's nothing else. They don't they don't dictate the law. They don't host their military bases as much in there as like some other African countries they do. Those type of stuff. So basically, we can only have Sharia law. Why? Because we can only rule by the law of Allah. So our governor is obligated to use Sharia law. If he does not, then it's a severe sin from him. And there's no ifs or buts, that's just the rule. And we as Muslims, we have to follow Sharia law. Why? That's basically what dictates if something is halal or haram. If you do something haram, then you will get sins from it. And if you get a lot of sins, you will go to hell. Now, if you only do halal, what's permitted, then that's great. Now, if you add good deeds to it, you're going to paradise. So obviously, people don't want haram. So they listen to what Sharia law has allowed them to, and they do halal and hope that they can enter paradise. So no, for individuals they can only follow Sharia law, and for the governor he can only rule by Sharia law. It's a core fundamental of our religion. It's one of the most core fundamentals of our religion. Without it, there is no Islam. And you cannot, not even a little bit, you cannot take away from Islam. If you do that and you claim that this is now the new Islam, that's haram totally. It may lead to kufr. That means that you're a disbeliever and you're out of the fold of Islam. So for us, Sharia law is very important. It's part of our religion. But I see that,
So
Okay, Hausa.
I
yeah,
guess I'm going to ask my last question, and I'm going to fade into the
Oh,
background again.
yeah.
Do you think that this perspective that paradise is something you're going to because this happens in the south of Nigeria. Do you think that this mentality is why a lot of northerners are not really fighting for development because they believe that paradise can only be attained when you die?
That's not true. The reason why they aren't as developed, I admit, is because of education. You admit that as well, right? Because of education.
I think a core part of it is there as well.
But like that's the most important part, right? Because without education, you can't do anything like further for the economy, right? So I will say like for education, they're like in a spiral. What I mean by that is right now they are poor, so they don't have enough money to send their children to school. So what they do instead, they let their children stay in like madrasas and stuff, so that they will learn education from Islam. So they will learn the Quran out of their head, and they will learn from what God allows and what He does not allow. So they majority of them are not learning about engineering. So not a lot of electrical engineers are coming from that, not a lot of doctors, etc. Right?
But,
Because and
but I think,
even
Hassan, my brother, I think a lot of Northerners, the average Northerner, also preaches against Western education, though. This is the
not
thing.
no, it's a oh wait, it's about Western values like homosexuality, transgenderism, feminism. Those are Western values. That's not education. That has nothing to do with engineering or with being
It
a
is part of
doctor.
education.
That's that. No, no.
It is part of education. No. It is part of education. I'll tell
All
you why
right,
it's part of
all right. Let me
education.
tell you, they
Because
don't accept the Western morals, but it has nothing to do with engineering. It has
yeah,
nothing
but
to do with math.
no. They do,
No.
no. Again, there's a documentary, a quite popular documentary where it shows the corruption in the Middle East. It shows the corruption in Saudi Arabia and Dubai. How the royal family members, how they are doing the exact same thing that they say is haram. A lot of see a lot of these middle see, again, I went to private university here in Switzerland, right? I went to school with a lot of these royal family people. If you
Yeah.
see the thing these guys do, even this homosexuality you guys like to talk about, there was a video that went viral in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh of a guy is very feminine presenting. He's I think he's from Malaysia something. A Saudi Arabian high ranking guy was propositioning him to come to his room for sex. Have you
Huh?
heard of the Potter Party? No. Let me
Yeah, yeah.
explain.
I've
Have you
heard
heard
of
of
it.
something?
I've heard of it.
Have you heard of the Potter Party? Guess
Yeah.
where? Saudi Arabia, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait. It happened. So again, as an outsider to Islam, I'm like, it's like I'm hearing this thing, but I'm seeing the opposite, and I'm just trying to. I'm like, again, I guess my question is, why is northern Nigeria so obsessed with the strictest one that restricts your ability to even open up your mind? Because I'll be very honest with you, Hausa, and I'm gonna let you go, Optimus. In my opinion, as a southerner, as somebody that has traveled a lot, honestly, I think northern Nigerians, the last thing you need right now is Sharia law. But then again, I'll back off. I'll let you speak.
Okay.
Because you need to be as open-minded, you need to be as radical in terms of exploring, try new things, see what works, see what doesn't work, and take it from there. But I'll let you speak, then we can open up for other people to speak to. Go ahead.
All right. Mm. So, yeah, I understand, but the thing is, for you it's strict, but for us it's not strict. And yes, there may be a few individuals who practice homosexuality, etc. But that's their thing and still haram. But you still think that education and Islam does not go together. Whether that's not true, because if it doesn't go together,
It does go together.
it does
Yes.
go. But if it does go together, then what's the problem? That
No. Certain forms of Islam. No, the Islam practice in Nigeria, northern Nigeria, does not encourage education.
But it does encourage
No.
education. In Islam, we are
No.
encouraged to.
Because if it did, again, I'm looking at proof. If Islam in northern Nigeria encourages education, northern Nigeria would be incredibly educated because northern Nigeria is incredibly religious. Don't you see the logic in
Okay,
that?
wait. Okay, wait. Let me.
If you
All
claim
right.
that religion is so supreme and you say religion in northern Nigeria does encourage education, then why are you not the most educated in Nigeria? Because you're
Okay.
not. So something is
Okay.
wrong.
So okay. So you don't look at economical factors. You don't look at why northern Nigeria is poor.
I look
All
at
right.
everything.
I'm gonna give the same example to you. Rwanda is a Christian nation in Africa, Central Africa, but they are even poorer than northern Nigeria. How can that be?
Which country? Which country?
Rwanda, look at their GDP per capita.
Rwanda is poorer than northern Nigeria. Bro, what
Rwanda
are you
is not poorer
smoking?
than Northern
Look,
Nigeria.
look
What
at
are you
their
smoking,
GDP per
bro?
capita. No,
Rwanda is doing
Rwanda
very
is poorer
well.
than northern.
look,
Don't go there, bro.
look at the GDP per capita. Just look at it. Even
Rwanda,
though they're clean, look at the GDP per capita.
no, Rwanda
What?
was doing well. Rwanda is doing so well that the British even made a deal with them.
My days.
No,
You
they're
guys do
doing way
not.
better
That's
than northern
propaganda.
Nigeria.
You guys don't look at the facts.
Bro, of
Look.
all countries in Africa, Rwanda is not the one you compare to northern Nigeria, bro.
Rwanda's
Oh my
economy
days.
is booming actually for people.
Guys, 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 please look it up now. The GDP per capita. Just look it up. You have your laptop in front of you, Kexi.
Yeah,
Look up
yeah.
GDP per capita of Rwanda. Look it up on Google. It's
Okay,
going
okay,
to
wait,
give
wait,
you
wait,
a
wait, wait, wait,
thousand
wait.
dollars
GDP
per
per
capita.
capita, Rwanda, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So
What?
it's 1,000, so 1,022 dollars.
Now look at GDP per capita of Kano State or like another state.
So GDP per capita of Kano State,
Yeah.
this is 1,761.
Okay. And now look at Lagos State. You will see Lagos is a lot higher.
So
But
6,614.
So Lagos State is almost like 5 or 6 times richer than Kano State. That's very good. So the south is richer. Okay. But you can see that the north of Nigeria is also richer than Rwanda per capita. So saying that Islam is the reason why a country isn't doing well
Brother, you have more
doesn't
people
mean
than
anything.
Rwanda.
Excuse me?
You have more people than Rwanda, though.
It's per capita, so it goes like for every people. It's
You
like
have to remember,
divided.
Rwanda is recovering from a massive genocide that didn't
Th-
happen
that-
too long
that's
ago.
that's their thing, but you can still see
Yeah,
we still
but the difference is not even much. It's like $600.
so
Oh, host,
why if
compare
they
apples
are
with apples.
Christians.
Kigali versus Kano. We compare
Yeah,
city
exactly.
states
Yeah,
or like that.
wait, let's see.
Not country.
But having a clean city doesn't mean that the economy is actually
but
good.
it is like I'll say, yeah, but it is that the people who even contribute to the economy of Kano, yeah, they aren't even originally from the north. They aren't originally from the
No,
north.
guys,
Like the
guys,
people.
wait. So, Kigali is Rwanda's economic hub, responsible for an estimated 41% of the country's GDP. Kigali's GDP per capita was estimated at $2,861 in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
So, the GDP per capita in Kigali is almost double that of of Kano, bro.
But you're taking the capital of the country.
No. GDP per capita of Kigali.
Yeah, Kigali is the capital of the country.
Yeah.
So it's,
Kigali is a city. Kano is a state, no? Like
yes,
Kigali.
and that's why I took
No,
the
wait,
country first. You are taking Kigali.
Wait. Kigali is the capital of Rwanda. Kigali is a
Yes.
state. Kigali is equivalent of a state in Rwanda, just like Kano is a state in Nigeria. So we need to compare state for state.
No,
Because-
Kigali is a city. Kigali is a city. Kigali is a city. Look at Kigali is the city.
yeah,
So you
but
cannot compare.
I mean, we cannot compare
It's a city.
Rwanda, a country, to Kano.
Why not? They are about the same size.
Dude, Rwanda is a country. Kano is a state.
Yes. So all right. They're still the same size. You can compare them economically.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay.
In
All right.
regards to education, one thing I was thinking about as well, the elites of the north, all their kids are extremely educated, even their daughters.
Yes.
So is it a classism thing as well?
It is. The
Please tell him,
elites of the
Nero.
north are not with the people. What they are doing, they are not with the people. That's
So you acknowledge that the elites of the north know the importance of education.
yes, they know.
I went to a lot of them in Switzerland. They're all here, bruv.
Yeah.
You know, Hausa, do you know the former chief of staff to Buhari, Kiari? Ibrahim Kiari? No. Something Kiari.
No, what about it?
Abakiari.
Abba Kiari, God bless you first. I went to his son was my student, my classmate, Ibrahim Kiari. Bro, the amount of money this boy was putting in his pocket, I was like, oh, cut, man.
It's funny you brought that up because I find it ironic that we acknowledge that the elites are sending their kids to abroad to countries that don't have Sharia law to study and get an education.
Yes.
Exactly what I was
And
saying.
smoke and drink and do all the haram things here.
That's why like this topic, I'm speaking on this topic because I'm not wealthy, but I can see my privilege compared to the average person in the north, and I feel like we're not being honest. Like we are not being honest.
Yes.
The
And
rich will
also
send their kids to live in places that don't have Sharia law.
Yes, can I say this real quick? Also, I think I agree with more gains on what he said about the outside people that they will still be the way they are. It's because of Taraba State is majority Christian and there are a lot of outsiders there, and it is the poorest state in the whole country, and they are still very dysfunctional and violent there. I'm not trying to say that that they are like that like naturally, but I'm just saying that it probably has a point.
It's because it's within the culture. If you look at each
Thank
African culture,
you.
if you look at, okay, let's look at the Zulus. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on topic, Kingsley. Don't just let me deviate for 1 second. If you look at the Zulus in South Africa, they are a certain way culturally, and even now, after what they've gone through, them man is still on crowd. They're still the exact same way
Can
they
you
were.
imagine? They are very
They don't
violent.
give you. There's no religion there. They just straight action. It's the same with
Murder.
else's. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, well, there is something wrong with it if you're on the receiving end, but it's just the way they're aligned. It's just the way they go as a people. It's
Yes.
hundreds of years of that mentality. That's why when Festi was saying earlier that it's Islam, I can't back that. Even though I'm not big on religion, I can't just say it's Islam. It's each individual's country's culture. You then add
Exactly.
Islam on top of it, and they now use
Exactly.
that as the fuel to go on a mad one. Basically, that's all it is, if you ask me.
But
Yeah.
but Saudi Arabia, that's the beacon or the hub
It's
of
because of the
Islam.
work with Western
Do,
nations. It is like they
wait, do you
don't
know
want.
that Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman has passed a law that allows children and both genders to sit in the same class and attend schools?
It's
And if you
because of
look, he's trying to deconstruct the country from like push the country further away from religion. If you look at bin Salman for the
Exactly.
last
yes.
three
It is
That's
years,
what I was
because
trying to
of the
say.
Not
West
trying to
as
push the country
investment
away
in the
from religion.
country.
He's just trying to
It is
it's
modernize it.
not just the West.
yes.
See, let me tell you, you
No,
guys need to
it is
understand
the
that
West. It is the
religion
same thing with
is
Turkey. Is
antithetical to
sorry, like let me say this
development.
firstly. It is the same thing with Turkey as well. So these two countries need a lot of Western investments in their country, and that's why they have to be liberal on a lot of these issues. There is a reason why the likes of Qatar, the likes of UAE, hell, even Saudi
What about
Arabia now
China?
has said
How
that
come
they are
China
doing.
is not that religious? How about China?
Yes, they aren't. Yes, they aren't religious at all, but they are definitely like
And China is the richest country on the planet Earth. How come they are progressing? You guys need to understand that religion is antithetical to development. Look
no.
at most Western
Yes,
European countries. That
It
is the
is. It
fact.
is. It is. It
Look
is
at
that's
most
it.
antithetical.
Western European countries. Germany is becoming a third world. Is
Yes,
most
it is
companies
becoming
are
a
moving from
shithole
Germany are moving to China. Most companies, in fact, France is becoming a third world country.
You
The same
see,
thing, most Italy, Spain, those
due
countries.
to
How many people go to
You
Italy now
want
for
us to
holiday?
talk.
How
Let
many
us
people
yes,
want to
speak.
go to Spain for
Let us
visit?
and
talk.
sorry, Festy, if
Let's tell
you
ourselves the
point this
truth.
out,
One person at a time, please. First, please speak, and then somebody else can speak. And are you
Okay,
there?
see,
Are you still there?
Mr. Kingsley and the rest. See, what I'm trying to say is that we need to under. I'm not. I've said it 1,000 times. I'm not against religion, but I'm saying that religion is antithetical to human development because of some of the views that people who propagate religion have done in time past. So, if you want to develop and emancipate yourself as a country, you need to look at building the minds, increasing the human
Ben wees
development.
moet
If you look at
debatteren.
yeah, if you look at the Human Development Index, there is no place that talks about religion or belief system. You look at things like education, you look like healthcare. Those are the critical components, the production level of that country. So if we want to emancipate ourselves, we need to start thinking critically. The average Southerner today is thinking about how to go to heaven rather than how to build the next speedboat, how to bring an invention, because we are thinking about paradise. You think when you unalive yourself tomorrow that there are 72 virgins waiting for you in Jumia, what they call the place, or Jannah. Those things don't exist. You have never been to afterlife. Let's make the world where we find yourself. If you are from Kano, let's think about how to make Kano a beacon of development. Think about how to make your state or city develop and bring tourist attraction. I'm telling you today, Europe is in serious trouble. In the next 30 years, if you look at tourism now, Europe no longer get as much money from tourism as they were getting before. Most countries, most migrants are going to either Australia, Canada, or US for educational migration. Australia leads the chart. So if you look at how the world is moving now, you can't tell me that most Western European countries like UK, France, and Germany. The three countries combined, Indian economy is almost bigger than the three of them.
Okay, but
So when
GDP
you
per
start
capita
looking
for
at some of
India.
all these critical things, put them in retrospect, you will now see that religion is a big problem because in the name of God, people have committed a lot of atrocities.
Brothers, I have to go. I will come later today.
Yes.
Go ahead, Hausa, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Firstly, I've literally been talking about this whole like,
Firstly, I said I will come later today. Later, I
oh,
will have to do something really quick.
yeah, but but I have been talking about like the huge influx of North African immigrants into France and all these countries.
We don't want to talk about that, please.
Okay, sorry. Like,
Please,
okay,
please.
like, okay, I'm
Stop.
sorry, about that. But yes, I do think that religion is holding African people back. It is really holding us back. It's because a lot of us like don't like a lot of us believe that we should suffer on this earth, and then in the afterlife we can enjoy in heaven. I do agree with you that religion is really holding us back.
Just a quick one on the Sharia law thing as well. He's gone now, but I
Yeah.
was going to ask him why everything he said about the benefits of Sharia law. I said in the comments, if you know it's so beneficial, why can't you just practice that by yourself? What is wrong with an individual saying to themselves, "Okay, I'm going to live by Sharia law by myself"?
I think
Why?
he was saying that it avoids, temptation. So instead of avoiding drinks, just not being around drinks. Instead of
But you
avoiding
see how? But would you see how that? So you're trying to basically force your own lifestyle on everybody else. Basically, that's the issue with. That's why I don't understand the logic behind it. Because if you
yes, it's
want,
to make it easier for Muslims to practice Islam, so there's no temptation. But what I believe personally, I believe temptation is a test of your faith. Personally, because how many times, like even Kingsley was saying, he went to school with a lot of people from the north, and then they're wilding. How many times have we seen people leave their homes, go abroad, and they start wilding out because they've not been exposed to this? I feel like a true test of your faith is you can be around drinks and not drink. You can go into a shop, you can see pork, you won't buy it and you won't eat. I believe Sharia
So,
law should be
so
practiced on your own. You shouldn't like.
So, Nero, if I will go by your logic, it means most religious people lack boundaries and self-discipline. So, if you need other people to practice some, to put it in place for you to practice your religion, it means you don't actually know what you're actually practicing. Because if I say I believe in honesty, I don't need somebody to practice honesty for me to maintain honesty. It means I can demonstrate honesty whether in Nigeria, whether in China, whether in the US, whether in Europe. But if you need some laws to be put in place to enable you to practice honesty, it means you are not honest. You're actually dishonest. Go and watch. Who are those people watching OnlyFans? Who are those people watching porn in Nigeria? Are they not religious people? But yet they turn around and say, "Oh, we don't want this. You don't want women to show off their body." Who are those watching all those girls on Instagram? Are they not? Are they some of them not Muslims as well? Let's tell ourselves the truth. We are hypocrites. We choose some part of Islam and some part of Christianity we want to practice when it suits us. When it doesn't suit us, we hide on that culture or tribalism or some other things. If you want to actually practice Islam as it is, why don't you follow it to the latter as it is written? You don't need somebody else to practice it for you to practice it. If you are a Muslim person, espouse all the viewpoint that is put in place by Prophet Muhammad. Let's see you display it. If it is good, I may copy it. If you're a Christian, espouse all the viewpoint that is laid down in the Bible. If it is good and I see it, maybe some other people can do it. Don't try and win people by what you say, but let's see it in what you do. Thank you.
I think she was responding to what the guy who left said. It's not that she agrees with it, but she was saying that that was his angle. He was coming and saying it would be easier for Muslims to live in a situation where everything is backed by Sharia law. But I still say the same thing I say about Sharia law in Nigeria. It does not make sense with where we are for the whole black community and Africa in general. There's no part of Africa. including Nigeria, strictly Nigeria for this time, that needs anything to do with that. We already have enough issues on the burner, on the back burner, than adding more, making it more complicated to the point where certain routes of business are going to be shut down. So you can't sell beers anymore. You
Yeah,
can't dabble in this part of business anymore. Women can't work anymore. Why would you? Who needs the added restrictions
yeah.
in an economy that's already fighting for its life? You know, and I don't see how that's beneficial for anywhere.
And also to add to it, another reason why I don't want the Sharia law to come to Nigeria is because I know Nigerians will take advantage because the Sharia law will only apply to the poor. The rich and their
Exactly.
children
Exactly.
will not be punished.
Exactly.
The already in Nigeria, the rich, the children, like Nigeria has a class. I feel like personally for me, I always say the biggest problem in Nigeria is classism. That's the biggest problem in Nigeria. And if Sharia law comes in and one of the politicians' children does something that's against Sharia law, do you think they're going to be punished?
Nope.
They're not going to be punished. That's
That's
why I
So
feel like
the
we should just
are you
practice
are
it
you are you guys
individually.
in a war zone? Holy shit! It's like alarm bells, back going on. Is that you, Neuro?
No, that's not me. I'm at home. It's quiet here.
Okay.
But that's why I believe like we should practice it individually. And it's funny because I feel like now I've realized I need to broaden my circle with the Northern Nigerians that I know. Because I realized all the Northern Nigerians that I know, like that I grew up with in Nigeria, we all have education. We've all done we're all doing our masters or have done our masters. So I generally think it's also an educational thing as well. And it's actually quite scary. Like this whole conversation has kind of scared me.
No, no, it's okay. And proudly Muslim. Where do you live? You've been talking a lot on the comment section, but I brought you up twice. You run away. I
She doesn't
mean, I
want to
don't
talk.
get it, man. You
She's basically she has this. I've been reading her comments. She has the same opinion as the guy before, but she's more extreme.
yeah, yeah, but I can guarantee you she lives in the West, though. I can guarantee you she lives in the West. I can
Let her come
guarantee.
on the panel. If she have the courage, let her come on the panel.
I can guarantee.
Let's have an intellectual conversation.
Guys, wait. I can guarantee you she has this extreme thing only here. I guarantee you she lives in the West. All these things is only when she's talking to other black folks. You understand? That woman that you see now, she will live in Oyibo people's country and she will shut the fuck up.
She lives in Nigeria. I
She,
just looked at
she,
her profile. She's Nigerian.
she's
Yeah,
Nigerian.
she lives in
Okay.
Nigeria.
Okay. Well, that escapes. Hmm? But are you using YouTube? You're using TikTok. Oh, this is Western, just so you know. Proudly Muslim. When Sharia law is implemented, you dare not speak to us. In fact, showing your face is haram. Proudly Muslim, enjoy your freedom. Oh. As soon as Hausa Arewa implement it, if you show your face here, they will stone you to death. Oh. So just make sure you understand it because you are a woman. Mhm. As soon as Hausa Arewa implement Sharia law, no matter how poor you guys are, you're going to become 5 times poorer because it's for paradise. And as soon as it's implemented, hijab that cover only your eyelash can show. If we see your eye, that is haram. If we hear you breathing, that is haram. If you sneeze, that is haram. In fact, if you talk, if I hear you, even if I even assume that you're having a thought in your head, that is haram. If I see anything, if it's not covered, that is haram. In fact, the fact that you're on a panel talking to a man, that is haram. You are already breaking the laws of Sharia, bro. How dare you talk to me, a man? You're a woman, know your place. Please. You're already breaking the laws of Sharia law. You're speaking to a man, a stranger. Come on. You want to be stoned? I mean, Mo Gaines and I, we have our stone waiting. We will stone you. Don't get us started. There is no lust in this conversation. Here it's not around.
And
Eh?
what's very important as well is that most
Should I bring
Muslims,
my stone? Proudly Muslim? It's haram. Oh. Anyway, go on. Sorry. I'm
yeah,
trolling.
most Muslims are fine with practicing Sharia law on their own as long as the laws of the land they live on does not impact them practicing their laws, practicing their faith. Does that make sense? So I don't see how Muslims can live in Nigeria and struggle and have an issue with practicing Sharia law personally, because there's no law in Nigeria that actually stops them from practicing Sharia law. You can do what you want personally.
Can I be honest with you? I'll be very honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of these people like the idea of it. They don't actually like it in practice. That's my opinion. And jokes aside, because and there's something I see with the human condition a lot. Even in countries that practice Sharia law, they don't even practice it in totality. They do not. That's a fact. They might have it on paper. They might be like, oh yeah, we practice it. But I guarantee you, if you go to those states, go to those countries. I mean, if you look at Saudi Arabia, if you look at Dubai, in Dubai, even they practice Sharia law, and they will tell you that the elites, the people that even the imams, they don't practice it. They might on in the surface they might say yeah we practice it, but I'm telling you on the outside they do not. That's why you see when they come on vacation. Why do you think during summer holiday or something, all of them they dominate? I see them here in Switzerland now. They're always here. At night, what do you think they are doing?
So they're fleeing trips, of course.
What do you think they are doing here? As soon as see, a lot of y'all don't know. My mom's a retired diplomat, so I've seen people behind the scenes. Even in those countries, that actually practice Sharia law, if you Google what happens in the dark, there's prostitution going on there. There is. Look at this one. Afghanistan is a perfect Sharia state. Yeah, people. Lack of
See,
development.
that's how I know.
Go,
Listen,
go,
she's
go,
not.
go,
She's extreme
go
because
and live in
Muslims are scared of Afghanistan.
No, wait. Go and live in Afghanistan now. Since it's a perfect Sharia law. Go and live in Afghanistan. Typical North Africa, typical North Nigerian.
Yeah, someone
Anything,
said I think she's trolling. Yeah, I think she's
yeah, me
trolling.
too, I'm trolling. Anything that is progress, you don't want it. If it's not terrorism and blowing somebody up and unaliving somebody, you don't want it. Anything that involves progress, oh, no, you don't. Got your life. You want Sharia law.
Exactly. I wish she can. I don't know if she have seen the place that she's calling perfect Sharia law. I don't think she wants to live there. Just Google Afghanistan or whatever it's called and see the situation in the country and see whether you want to have that in Nigeria.
Not Nigeria in your state. I beg, don't bring it to the south. We don't care for it. Because us, we focus on things that actually matters. We focus on actually building ourselves up and moving forward. Because I beg, all of us we care about moving our states. For that's why if we look at southern states, we move forward. If we look at northern states, come on. So there's a correlation. There's a reason why a lot of you the moment you want to leave and come to the south, and when you come to the south, you want to you want to now change everything, but you love it in the south though. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna end
Uh,
it.
Yeah,
Uh,
bro.
as for this proudly Muslim that is trolling, please, I'm going to take you as one of my fourth wives. You, your sister, and maybe your two of your daughters. I'm going to have them as my four wives.
yeah.
Hmm? You're not the only one that knows how to say all these stupid things you are saying in the comment section. Hmm? Just know we're going to have you as our fourth and fifth, seventh wives. Okay? Lastly, the North practice a serious level of classism. You see the
Yes.
former emir of Kano coming to condemn Goodluck Jonathan that time when he was president. And eventually the same person tried to escape punishment by becoming the emir of Kano state. And he was deposed by the governor who took over from, what's his name? Who took Ganduje. If you look at that guy was riding Rolls Royce in a street where there's no even good road. He could ride expensive cars, and his children were highly educated. But the people who worship and clean the grass he walks on were very poor. See, where people are educated and empowered, nobody thinks about religion. People think about personal development, empowerment, sustainability, and future goals. How many people in Australia, if you look at Australia today, a lot of Australians are moving away from Christianity. Go and look at Europe.
Good,
People are moving away from
good,
Christianity.
good morning, everybody.
That's to tell you that religion has a serious clog on the wheel of progress because in the name of God, people have done heinous crime. World War One, World War Two, the Crusaders, the list
Good,
is endless. Look at what's
good
going on
morning,
in Israel.
everybody.
Palestine
Somebody is
is due to
talking,
religion.
Traore. Can you
You
not
know,
hear Festy
so
speaking?
so
Pardon?
these are just realities.
Wait,
You made
Festy. Traore, you keep saying hello, everybody. You did not hear Festi speaking?
Yeah, but I think he were there for long. Basically.
Yeah, but you
No,
don't
no,
get
I'm wrapping
he
up.
was
No,
speaking.
I didn't come up for long.
No, 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 no. He was speaking. You respect him speaking. You don't interrupt him and say hello, everybody. That's not right.
All right.
I mean, because if he did that to you, I would also tell him not to do that to you. So please, God damn, guys, go on, Festi. Damn.
He can't wait. He can't wait to say his mind. So the truth is, if you look at most Western nations, you will realize that people are moving away. Nigerians who are very religious, when they leave Nigeria, they become less churchy, they become less Islamic. They are more focused on how they're going to survive and how they're going to build system in place for themselves and for their unborn children. What does that tell you? When they are back in Nigeria, they go to church 24/7. Today is Sunday. I'm working on Sunday. How many Nigerians in Australia go to church on Sundays? How many of them in America the same? Because on a weekend your pay is twice, so you go to work on Sundays. The same thing on Friday that you're supposed to be in the mosque praying because you're going to earn more dollars if you go to work rather than staying in the mosque. So let's tell ourselves the truth. These things we use them when it benefits us. If you want to practice Islam, practice it in your own place. Keep it to yourself. Don't expect all of us to respect. We can respect your religion, fine, but don't push it on us. If I'm a Nigerian living in Kano, you should respect my fundamental human right as a Nigerian citizen first before you talk about your allegiance to your faith. If I say something that goes against your faith, allow the laws of the country take precedence. Remember, Sharia law is not higher than the constitution of the country. The constitution of the country is supreme. So, meaning your Sharia law or whatever law you have in any northern state, though if they go contrary to the provision of the constitution, according to law, they'll be declared null and void. So, live and let's live. We can all live together if we all maintain the sense of coexistence. I thank you.
Okay, so Traore, go on. And by the way, I think most Nigerians are only religious because of poverty, if I'm being honest. I agree with you, Festi. Traore,
Yeah. First of all, my name is Traore. Basically, I would like to seek a question. Like, what do you think about Sharia law? How do you know what Sharia law means and how it works? Do you know about it?
oh, I just know it's restrictive.
Pardon?
I know it's restrictive. Restrictive.
Okay. So, which law basically do you prefer? In order as Africans to practice.
But I don't care in general. I like the law that just holds people in check and doesn't restrict my freedoms. I mean, listen, I think what we practice the law that we
Yeah.
practice right now is the law that works for the people. Right. Now, when we
Which
talk
one?
about southern Nigeria, for example, we have a law that we have a
Yes.
law when we talk about what we practice in southern Nigeria, we typically have I think is it common what do we practice in Nigeria actually in general? I don't remember. Is it common law or civil law? Again, I don't know. But my point is,
Civil law, civil law,
huh?
civil law.
Civil law. Now, when it comes to Sharia law, and the
Yes.
context is this. I don't care what you practice. My only issue is when you practice in
But
Nigeria.
you don't care. But why are you talking about it?
Can I
If
land?
basically you don't care about it.
Can I land, or you're just gonna rant at me?
No, because I think you don't care because you say you don't care about it.
Well, I was still speaking before you interrupted me. So how are you going to know what
All
I'm
right.
talking about when
Okay.
you jump in?
Continue. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh? So how are you going to
No,
know
you
what I'm
can.
talking about when you jump in the middle of what I was saying? This is the second time you've done it.
No, you can continue.
Oh,
Sorry for that.
thank you for the permission, sir. So I do not care. I do not care about Sharia law. However, within the context of Nigeria, typically Sharia law practiced by the northern Nigerians is not always kept to northern Nigeria. It is always expansionist in nature. This has been the history of Nigeria. This is how it's always been performed in Nigeria. So to your question, why do I care? And I say I don't care. I'm speaking about it because we know everybody on this panel can speak on it, that it based on the history of how the Northerners behave, they will oppress other people that don't fall in line. For example, the Christians in the North will be oppressed. And in addition to that, it will be expanded because Northerners are expansionist by nature and the Northern Muslims of Nigeria are expansionists by nature. So why am I speaking about it? Because I know they will not keep it to themselves. They will do whatever they can to oppress other people and push it down south, because this has been statements and this has been proof that we have seen, which has resulted in the killing, in the unaliving of people across Nigeria, in the north, in the core north, and in the middle belt of Nigeria, specifically in Plateau State, in Benue State, in Southern Kaduna State, in Adamawa State, and yes. So that's why I'm speaking about it, sir. Go ahead.
So would you think that the Sharia law is all about?
Go, make your point and don't ask me further questions, please, man.
Yeah, because I need to ask, because you are the one who you are the one who chose the topic. So we need questions, because you don't like it. But
You can ask me a question. Ask me.
No.
Ask me a question.
No. What's your point?
Yeah. Okay, I can ask you also.
First, wait.
If you don't mind.
Wait.
If you can answer.
Dude, calm down.
If you can answer.
Calm down.
Basically, let me ask. Yeah, pardon?
No. Relax. I want to have a conversation with you.
Because you've been, seeking your questions, to Hausa or the guy.
Okay, wait.
Exactly. So we also need to ask you a question. Okay. So would you think that, the Sharia law is all about unaliving people without no reason?
How long?
Just
how long
unalive people without no
have you
reason?
been on this live? How long have you been? Don't act ignorant here, because I've seen you've been here for hours. How long have you been on this live?
I think about twice.
Time-wise.
Yeah, but I've been following you for long.
How long have you been on this live, sir? You've been here for an hour plus.
Yeah, almost.
So you don't know where I stand on this? Stop asking me questions that you know the answer to already. Come on.
No, because I don't know the answer. Because the people are listening. Because you disagree with something which you don't know about.
Man, okay, all right. Festy, talk to Festy, bro. I don't have patience.
You're not trying to state your point because you've been on this live for a while, so you know what we're going to say.
No, because you are.
No, let him go ahead. Ask me a question. Ask me,
Sharia law is, how could how could northern part practice? And you are the one who also say you are practicing your side different law, and they don't come to you and say that why are you practicing so and so. You see? So
okay, Traore, let me give you an example, because you asked the who, so you didn't want to answer. I'll respond to you. Now, for example, I am from southern Nigeria. I'm from Delta State.
No.
Now,
just
let me give you an example.
First.
Okay, go ahead. Ask me the question.
The question is that, would you think that the Sharia law is all about unaliving, to unalive people just like that, without no reason?
It's not even just about
just like that.
It's the fact that why should a law be imposed on people that don't want the law? Like Sharia law specifically for Muslims.
The majority carry the vote.
No. So let me answer the question. Ask me the question again, please.
If you
ask
are
me the question.
West, I think you also practice there. There is not Igbo Muslims.
Traore, ask me your question. Let's have a conversation. Ask me.
Pardon? Yeah. So majority.
Ask me your question. Go ahead. No, ask me your question.
Right? So would you think that the Sharia law is all about unaliving people just like that, without no reason?
No.
Okay.
Go on.
Then why is wrong?
It's not
why
about
is it wrong?
being right or wrong.
No, hold on, a neuro. Hold on.
Okay.
Why is he wrong? Now, why is he wrong?
Yeah, why is he wrong?
I'll answer you in this way. The supreme law that governs the adjudication of justice in Nigeria as it stands today is the 1999 Constitution as amended. Right or wrong? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, good. So it means
that law. Do you think that the people are following that? They are following it. They are practicing it.
Okay. Whether they practice it. Whether they practice it or whether they practice it or whether they practice it or not,
Yeah.
That law takes precedent. There was no provision in the 1999 Constitution as amended that says that if somebody does something that is contrary to the provisions of the Sharia law should take its precedence in northern Nigeria. Does
Of
that make
course,
sense?
they decided they were practicing, Sharia law before
No,
British.
did you hear what I say? Did you hear what I
So,
just said now?
so
I said
this
there's no provision in the
your
Festy,
Western
1999
Festy,
Constitution.
Festy, Festy,
yeah.
Festy, Festy.
Sir?
I have clocked Traore. Traore is not here to have a conversation. He's here to just scream and rant and defend his
No, no,
position.
no, no. Because I've been asking the question, you don't answer it.
Festy is trying to answer you. You don't listen to him. So what's the point? The Hausa Arewa guy was a much better person to actually discuss with because he was listening. First is answering you and speaking. You're starting another point when first is answering you. So you tell me, Traore, how can we have a conversation when you're talking, when you've asked the question and first is answering you, and you're starting a new one when he's trying to answer you? So you tell me how
Because it's not answering the way it's supposed to be answered.
he's not answering you the way you want him to answer you.
Oh
So
my
because
God.
he's not answering you, because he's not answering you the way you want him to answer you, so he's wrong.
Because I heard, you guys been saying that, Sharia law is so and so.
Okay,
And
so where
I
are you
seek
from? Where are
question
you from?
without
Where are you
answer.
from? Where are you from?
Pardon?
What state are you from?
Why do you want to know? I'm not a
We
Nigerian.
want to know. Tell us.
No, wait.
Tell us
So
what.
guys, wait! God damn it, wait! So you're not a Nigerian?
I'm not a Nigerian.
So
But
what the fuck? So what
I
the
only
fuck do you
care
have to
because
tell
of
us
you are
here?
talking about Sharia law.
So what the
Yeah.
fuck do you want to tell us here?
Jesus Christ.
So what the fuck do you want to tell us? Is Sharia law
The
in
fuck I
Nigeria?
want to tell,
You're not a
the fuck I
Nigerian. What
want
the
to tell
fuck do you
you
want to
is
tell us?
that you are talking about the Sharia law.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Read the question. Read the point. What does the read the sticker? Read the sticker on the screen. Read the sticker on the screen, please. Read it out loud. Can you hear me? Read the sticker on the screen. Oh, you can't speak now.
He should be from
No,
Mali
I can't
host.
speak because
Festy, please mute. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sorry, read the screen, read the sticker on the screen. Can you read it?
Of course I read it already.
So you read it. So are you from Nigeria?
I'm not from Nigeria.
So what does the screen say? What does the sticker on the screen say? Please tell me what it says on the screen. And in addition to that, what kind
So
of
if I'm not a Nigerian,
and in question, no, please listen to me.
I'm
And in
not
question,
allowed to participate.
no, listen to me. Listen to
The
me.
event.
Listen to me. Listen to me. And in addition to that, within what is the context we have been speaking on for hours now? Tell me.
You were jumping. You brought me out, up before. But I see that basically you ignore, you ignore the topic, and just running around because just condemning, the Islamically, something like that, So I decided this is the reason why I decided to come, like you are trying to force people in order to follow what you want. How many times that people been stealing the criminal, the criminal that need to be punished, and the criminal pay the money to be released. How many times? So is that kind of law that you want people to practice, or which kind of law? Or man to man get married, or I don't know, woman to woman, or whatever. I don't know. Because it doesn't make any sense. Because you are trying to force people to follow what you want. And they don't force you. They didn't come to your path to say that what you are doing is wrong or right.
Okay,
You can do whatever you want.
Pause.
Because the majority carry the vote.
Wait.
You see?
Did you listen to what I said? Did you listen to what we are saying? We've been on this thing for hours. Did you actually listen to what the Southerners were telling you?
I've been listening.
So what did you hear?
You even, even right now, you said to the, this lady here, what do you call the lady?
I've said a lot of things.
Yeah, you said that, you don't care. So, it's all about, if she is a woman and so, so, and so. So if Sharia law, she will be unalive and so on and so.
Doesn't
So
Sharia law discriminate?
if she did not commit,
Wait. Doesn't Sharia law discriminate against women though?
of course, anybody, the Sharia law is all about if you unalive somebody innocent, you also will be unalive
No,
without doing any crime, just like that, and to be punished.
Listen. When I was speaking to that lady, it's called sarcasm, mister. It's called sarcasm. Do you know what sarcasm is? But even in Sharia law pushes for the discrimination of women. That is a fact. Don't try and act like I'm the guy in the wrong here. And another question.
But it's their fault. It's not their fault.
Why are black African men always so focused on the most insignificant shit? We have bigger things to fry. We have bigger issues to fry. Why is religion the
Exactly.
most thing you guys are focused on? What's
But
Sharia?
you are the
What
one
benefit does Sharia not do for you?
Because if like this your platform, what you need to do is that to call the unity, not about
No, I don't.
not talk about
No.
religion.
Again,
If you want the unity, if you want the unity,
bro, I'm sick and tired of you. Listen to, I've put you on mute because you don't want to listen. We are telling you, we are telling you that in Nigeria, the north. There's a reason I say Sharia law in Nigeria. Can't you fucking read, dude? Like, why are you acting deliberately obtuse? It says Sharia law in Nigeria from Burkina Faso, and the people from the south are telling you that the northern Nigeria, the northerners in Nigeria don't keep it to themselves. They kill people. Why do you ignore that? Why do you ignore that other people are getting unalive in Nigeria because of Sharia law? And the northern Nigerians are pushing it to the south. Why do you ignore all that and you focus on that? People are dying in Nigeria because of Sharia law. People that are Christians are dying. People in the south are dying. Why do you ignore that? And I'm speaking for them. So why am I wrong? There's a reason why I say that. There's a reason why I say Sharia law in Nigeria. Did I say Sharia law in Burkina Faso? Tell me, what do you see on the screen? So what's your point? We've literally, first year I've made points. People have made points for hours. We're talking about Sharia law in Nigeria and the effect it has on the Christians in Nigeria. Christians in Nigeria are being unalive. People in Nigeria are dying in the south, and Christians in north are being killed. So what's your point? I don't care for unity. I unite with people that I can unite with. Northern Nigerians cannot unite with Southern Nigerians because of ideological difference and because of the mentality you share. So what's your point?
they're
So we
unaliving.
should keep getting unalive as Southerners in Nigeria because we want to make you happy.
The unalive you are talking about, like they are just innocent to unalive them. That is it. And Boko Haram that you are talking about, they are not Islamic.
Bro, fuck off, man. Fuck off. Nonsense. Fuck off.
Yeah, I don't know why is it that most of these like very like religious people, no matter how
Extremist,
you think,
extremist, you're an extremist and poor, extremist and weak, extremist and underdeveloped, extremist and, but yes, let's take the extreme version that keeps everybody closed. Just because you want power. That's just all it is. Deep down, you want to feel powerful. Let's compete against other people. No. Let us oppress ourselves even more. Period. Traore, I dropped you because you are not making any sense. First of all, you're not Nigerian. You're from Burkina Faso. What does this have to do with Burkina Faso? The other day, I had a lady from Ghana wanted to tell me about Nigeria. I'm like, madam, calm down. You're not Nigerian. Like, why is everybody always trying to tell us what to do to the uniqueness of what Nigeria is? Go ahead, dystopian.
yeah, you see, I think like I have noticed a pattern, right? Religious people that are extremists, they hate the truth, right? Because what we are clearly stating here is that how Sharia law is not even recognized in our constitution. And for the fact that we are having some places in Nigeria actively practicing the Sharia law is against our, what makes us together, which is the constitution. You understand? It's not like we have personal beef with Sharia law, but for our situation in Nigeria, it just doesn't work. Host, you saw what is happening currently. They want to bring Sharia law to the southwest. Because the problem with this Sharia law thing is that it's not as if that, okay, now is in the north and you're just practicing it in the north. We know it spreads and we are concerned. And once they bring it to Lagos, they will travel it down to the east, to the south. They will bring it to the Niger, that whole Niger Delta. All of us will suffer from that Sharia law. If you claim you like it so much, why not just keep it to yourself? Why are you still bring? And for the fact that you are doing this while it is not recognized under the Nigerian constitution. Life in Nigeria does not rotate around your Islam. Nigeria is not an Islamic state. Nigeria is a secular state, for goodness sake. Over 48% of Nigerians are Christians. So as a Christian, my value does not align with your Sharia, and our constitution does not recognize your Sharia. Why are you bringing it and spreading it and telling me that this country in the Middle East is a perfect Sharia law? If you want that country as a perfect Sharia law, please go there and live. I don't know what's wrong with these people. Let us have a regional government. No, we don't want. Keep your Sharia law to yourself. No, we don't. No, we won't. We will bring it to you. What? Like, are we in a prison? Are we in a prison? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, and it's so funny to me because if you look at northern Nigeria, if you look at northern Nigeria, it's like you are intentionally focusing on the wrong shit. You know what I mean? Like you have a lot of things to focus on. We don't want to be associated with the north. We need to be associated from a distance. We are too different, ideologically different. I cannot let the average northern Nigerian determine the fate of my country, of my people, of the South. Impossible. You don't value the same thing I value. I mean, how can we are here talking about investment and education and tech hub, leveraging tech. Meanwhile, the other guy in the north is talking about Sharia law and this. I'm like, what the fuck? We're fundamentally different. You understand? And then you have this guy like Traore Ibrahim talking about somebody steal man and woman, man and man. Like, oh my God, see how your mindset is. The rest of the world is looking forward. You are looking 300 years back. Isn't it? Isn't it funny? Isn't it ironic? The average northerner is always looking back. Why is the average northern Nigerian always looking 500 years back? Things are meant to evolve. We're living in 2025, homie. We are living in 2025. People change. We need to evolve. Life is all about evolution. Cultures evolve. There was a time slavery was legal. To buy and sell black people was legal for like 500 years. It doesn't happen anymore. Officially, anyway. AES is not the same as what we are talking about. Things are supposed to change. We don't want peace. No, see, I think a lot of people misunderstand what peace and tranquility is. Peace and tranquility doesn't mean suffering in silence. A lot of Africans don't understand what peace and tranquility actually means. A lot of us think that peace and tranquility is just everybody smiling, teeth is shining. No. We cannot be peaceful in a Nigeria where the Niger Delta is being oppressed, the Southeast is being excluded. What kind of peace is that? I don't stand for that kind of peace. Peace is where everybody's uniqueness and desires are acknowledged. That is the peace I want. That's not peace. Yes, AES is great, but the AES is not everything. I support Burkina Faso. I support Ibrahim Traore. Yeah, but that's Burkina Faso. It's not Nigeria. You don't know the uniqueness of Nigeria. So don't you come to my platform and scream at me. How dare you? You piss me off. Are you the one getting unalived in Nigeria? Are you the one getting unalived in northern Nigeria? I don't care if it's Islamic or not. You're not the one dying. You're not the one dying. You're not the one dying. So you tell me how that feels. You don't get to tell my platform and then scream at me. How dare you, bro? First of all, it's northern Nigeria. Are you northern Nigeria? No, you're from Burkina Faso. So what ground do you have to fight on? You don't see me coming to Burkina Faso chat and screaming at people. The fuck? Talk to the Christians in the north that are being killed.
Oh my God.
I don't preach. See, I want to make something very clear. I don't preach unity on my platform. I want to make sure people understand it. I preach reality. I preach reality, and I preach practicality in my platform. I preach Pan-Africanism, but the brand of Pan-Africanism I preach is very unique. My brand of Pan-Africanism is work with the people that want to work with you and make sure everything is aligned. My brand of Pan-Africanism doesn't mean that every single African country has to come together and work together. No. My brand of Pan-Africanism, firstly, is okay, if Nigeria and Cameroon need to work together, fine, let's work together. If other countries don't want to work together with me, then I'm not going to work together with you. My brand of Pan-Africanism means recognizing the uniqueness and peculiarities of each African country. You understand? Like in Nigeria, the current system in Nigeria just does not work. That is the Pan-Africanism I'm talking about, where everybody is acknowledged and the grievances are acknowledged and the foundations are fixed. The foundation of current Nigeria is broken. So what do you want me to do? As a Niger Delta man who is a minority in my own country and discriminated against by the system in my own country, I should I should show my teeth and smile because you know what? Pan-Africanism? And fuck that shit. So you mean I think dystopian is also from the south. First is from Delta State. So Festy and I, Niger Deltans that we are, we need to just smile firstly because you know Pan-Africanism, bro. We need to just smile on our teeth and put more northerners in charge so that you know Pan-Africanism, bro. Imagine.
Oh man. Host, imagine the audacity of this guy. Somebody
Pan-Africanism.
from Mali or Futa, or somewhere from Futajal or Burkina Faso coming to tell us that, oh shit. I've just been laughing. But anyway,
I mean, like you see, the main problem here is that you can already see that difference in ideology, right? Because the way they are
We are
trying to,
different, exactly.
yeah, I don't think we now from the south would say you must. I don't think we can go to the north and bring our Christian values and try to enact it and say that it have to be the supreme in Nigeria, right? But because we respect that, diversity, there are people that are Muslims here, there are people that are traditional, like practicing that, like the traditional thing, the here and there, and we respect that thing, right? It's called being civil, and the problem, host, is that you have to understand that the version of Islam that is practiced in Nigeria is called Wahhabanism. It's like the oldest form. It's like the ones that was used to conquer. It's not the same that are being practiced in states like Saudi Arabia. You understand? Because for like Wahhabanism is its central goal is to spread. It was what was used to spread and bring Christianity in the Stone Age. But the problem with practicing something that's not yours is that you don't know the limit, you don't know how to control, you don't really know how to evolve with it. Even in us in the south, me, I grew up in Onitsha, where every street has a church. This one is selling anointing water for miracle, anointing water for like miracle alert. So religion has just destroyed us, and this is the fruit of what we are seeing is Wahhabanism. Because if you go to the Saudi Arabia, they are not there trying to say, okay, let us go and conquer this place that would like want to take it from them. No, they are just developing and practicing their Islam. Why can't these people in the north be like that? It's a whole different version of Islam, and and this is like the root cause. This is the root cause of all this nonsense. So if we are so fundamentally different, for me, if we are so fundamentally different like this, why don't we just, you do your thing and I do my thing, and maybe we can be in a unity that is like, okay, we are two different regions, but if I need oil, I give you oil. Like if you need oil, I give you oil. You give me my money. But in terms of how we are drafting the policies and cultural shit, it has to be just different so that we don't interfere. This is what me personally, this is what I just feel. Because I have taken my time, I have listened, and I see how aggressive they are and want to push this thing to you. And not even considering that to you they are pushing it to, you already have something. You are bringing the Sharia, you have the audacity to say you are bringing Sharia to Southwest, where you
Yep.
know that a lot of people there are Christians and practicing their native, like Yoruba tradition. Why are you bringing Sharia law to them? If it's so good for your northern region, you won't even beg us. We will take it from you. You won't even beg us. We will just take it. But look at where it has kept you. But you
Yeah.
have been trying to spread it to me.
It's crazy because because you know us in Africa, right? One of the biggest things we do in Africa, we always take the shittiest part of anything and make it our own. It's stupid. I don't know what the issue is with us, with black Africans especially. If something is good, no, we'll throw away the good part and take the shittiest, useless thing and make it our own. Take Christianity now. Let's look at this up. Like, Christianity is not supposed to be your only thing, but guess what we have done? We have made it. We have given ourselves a brand of Christianity that makes us stupid, makes us zombies. You understand? You look at a lot of people. They are in the church 5 days out of the week in church,
Yeah.
praying and wishing for stupid things that will never come to you unless you work for it. But no, we are in church. And you ask them, what are you doing there? I am hoping God will do something for me. Madam, God says God helps those that helps themselves. What are you doing to help yourself? I'm just hoping, I'm praying, I'm wishing. What kind of nonsense is that? You look at the north of Nigeria. If you look at the Middle East, look at the Middle East of Nigeria. Look at the Middle East. They are relaxing laws. The Middle East that the northern Nigerian looks up to are busy relaxing laws to make themselves able to modernize in 2025. But guess what the northern Nigerian is doing? The average northern Nigeria is going back. Can you imagine the nonsense? The average northern Nigerian, instead of looking forward, is looking back. How can we go back? Meanwhile, the Saudi Arabias, the United Arab Emirates, the Qatars, the Kuwait, they are looking, how can we go forward? The Nigerians, no, how can we go back? Like even in Saudi Arabia, they are relaxing laws on alcohol. They are relaxing laws on women because they see the value. No, the northern Nigerian, let us see how we can impose more laws to restrict women. Like, what's wrong with us?
I think it's because fundamentally we borrow all these things, right? And if something is not yours, you don't know how to you don't really know how to do it. For example, people look down on our traditional religions because but it's simply because those things did not evolve, right? Because we dumped them to take the foreign ones. So it's why if you look at Christianity, even 100 years ago, they were slaughtering people. And don't forget, historically, the Roman Empire, which were spreading Christianity, whatnot, they have killed more people than Islam have done in the current age. Maybe it's because that people back in the day, life does not have as much value as it has now. But Christianity killed even more people. And but it has evolved to this thing like we have now, where we are all so calm and we just going to church on Sundays, right? But we did not evolve our African beliefs. People will not say, oh, but they are sacrificing humans. Baba, they even your Bible say that they saw God sacrifice his son. So you cannot make that as a basis of your culture is evil. But as Africans, anything that is your own is irritating. Then you take this foreign one and then you practice it up upside down, as our brother have said. we practice it in the in the worst way possible. I don't know, bro. It's like a big ass thing, bro. It's a big ass problem.
Yeah. And what I'm going to add to it is because many people in Northern, that's why I was big on saying, see, where there's high level of functional illiteracy and poverty, this is what you expect. People become deeply religious. I think it's Napoleon that said that religion is the only thing stopping the poor from eating the rich or unaliving the rich. Religion. So the people in power, they understand these things. So they use religion to galvanize voters. They use it to spread division and extremism among them, among people, so that they can continue to pillage the what they call it now, the resources of the nation. Because if you look at most Nigerians that travel in diaspora, how many of them go to church or mosque as they used to when they were back home? You know, people that are in diaspora become less religious because they now look at, oh, you don't pray for good health. If you're unwell, you go see your GP. If you're looking for a job, you apply for jobs. If you do interviews, you get a job. You get all the necessary requirement that is needed for that position, and you get shortlisted for that job. So you know that you don't have to pray. That prayer will not make an employer who you didn't apply for any job for. Somebody cannot come here in Australia and tell me I didn't apply for any job. I was seated in my house. I just got called and they say, come and resume. Unless somebody has submitted your details and said, this person is good for this job. If you told me nobody did that and you just got a job, nobody, you see, you can't make all those testimonies here. They're going to fact check you. Nobody believes those trash, you know. But people see some of all these things in Nigeria and get away with it. So that's why the religious establishment, I believe that the only good thing that Buhari would have done in his 8 years of destruction would have been to sign that Kama bill that brings government presence into the activities of the religious establishment. By so doing, you can have a lot of checks who can be able to put, like Rwanda did, there's a lot of mechanism. In Rwanda, for you to run a church, there are a lot of things you must meet. There are a lot of criteria you must meet. In Australia, for you to practice as a pastor, you are given license by the government. And if what you are saying goes contrary to the laws of the land, your license is going to be revoked. But you see, pastors say certain things that are and that is contradictory to human existence. And people believe these things. Somebody will tell you to eat grass. If you eat it, the Lord will bless you. You know, some certain nonsense that we push back home. We need to start thinking progressively. This guy that came here is a reflection of a large majority of the poor masses that are very religious. They are not thinking about how they're going to compete with their counterpart in China, in Beijing, how they're going to become a superpower like Singapore. They are thinking about how they're going to dominate women and dominate people around them. They are very narrow-minded. Like, we are behind schedule. If you're a black man in diaspora, you already know that you already have one strike. And if being a man, say you already have a strike. Being a black man, double strike. So you have to work twice as hard to get what's half of the things that an average white person controls in Western countries. So let's think about how we can empower our people, how we can build system that makes us a powerful entity and a force to be reckoned with among the community of nations, rather than thinking about how we build churches and how we make Sharia and all this religious extremism, push them forward. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at their leaks. Look at how much they've invested. Saudi Arabia is becoming a very powerful country in today's generation. You know, they have a lot of stakes. They control a lot of stakes in America, in the American economy. The same thing with Qatar. The same thing with UAE. These are countries that are coming up very aggressively. They have a strong economy, good military system, but our own people that copied this religion from them, we're looking at Afghanistan. Can you compare any country with Kabul and tell me which capital city of the world you would like to you prefer to Kabul? You know. So let's look at things that are working. Let's copy the good and try and implement it in our own community. The toxic aspect of things, let's learn to shift them away. That's what makes us educated and smart people. Host, I think we've got to drop now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the discourse.
Well, you're welcome. I also have to end now. So thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. I have to go as well.
Bye bye.
Yeah.